Welcome to the Mop Up for December 21st. For December 20th, 2021, I'm David Feldman coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan where the temperature is 33 degrees and sunny. We're starting early today at 4:30. I thought it was at 5. I'm completely unprepared. It's officially winter. The days are shorter. Evictions in America have started again. The moratorium on paying back student loans has ended. You have to pay back your student loans. And the child tax subsidy that temporarily lifted 50 million American children out of poverty, that's over. Christmas Eve is this Friday. Build Back Better, the social safety net bill that would have tackled income inequality and climate change, is dead. COVID is spreading. And if you're not depressed right now, then you're a sociopath. Seriously, if you're not down in the dumps, you are the problem, and go F yourself. Seriously, if you're not depressed, go F yourself. Nobody should be happy right now. So if you're miserable, you're right, and that should make you happy. I'm telling all of you to be happy that you're miserable, because if you're happy right now, then you're a bad person. So let me cheer you up by reminding you to be miserable. 133,000 new cases of COVID in the United States yesterday. That's a 21% increase over 2 weeks ago. Happy now? You should be, so long as you're miserable. I mean, could you imagine being happy when deaths are up 9% over 2 weeks because of COVID? 1,296 of your fellow Americans died yesterday from COVID. If you're happy right now, you're evil. So again, your miserableness is reason to be joyful this holiday season. I am so depressed right now that I think this is the happiest I've ever been in my life. The stock market is crashing. Our emergency rooms are overwhelmed. We have a Democratic Party on life support. We're 1 year away from our democracy as we know it being completely shut down because there's not a single Democrat other than Bernie Sanders willing to fight fascism head on. I've done the math on this. I should be depressed, and I am. I'm depressed. So I'm doing the right thing. I'm right for being unhappy. That makes me very happy. COVID is spreading, and I'm starting to think, in the big picture, it may not be the worst thing, unless, of course, you die from it. But I'm an American, and I'm only concerned with how things like a global pandemic affect me, David Feldman. And I'm starting to believe that if COVID doesn't kill me, it might just be what the doctor ordered. And I'm serious about this. Given the state of our planet, I wonder if COVID is some sort of immune response where the collective human body is attacking itself to stay alive. I wonder if COVID is a product of our immune system trying to shut down just enough people so we can shut down the people who are killing our planet. See, I'm not so sure COVID isn't an immune response to climate change. The closer you look at our immune system, the more of an inexplicable miracle of survival it appears. When our body confronts an antigen, our immune system kicks into gear and we produce a whole host of antibodies. So what if the human body as a whole recognizes that it's going to be wiped off the face of the earth if it doesn't wipe itself off the face of the earth? What if COVID isn't the pathogen? What if it's the antibody that is shutting down just enough human activity to save the rest of the planet, the forests, the butterflies, and other endangered species from us, human beings? What if COVID is nature's Green New Deal? What if we don't need to pass big Build Back Better? What if COVID is going to give us a Green New Deal all by itself? What if humans have become the planet's virus and COVID is indeed the Earth's antibody that must wipe us all off the map in order for the planet to survive? What if we're the virus and COVID is the cure? What if planet Earth is a cell and humans are a virus that lashes its spiky surface drill bit proteins onto the outer membrane of the Earth, and by digging down deep into the Earth, humans as a virus have been extracting the Earth's natural resources, and we've altered the Earth's DNA, hijacked a perfectly healthy Earth, and turned it into a toxin-spewing machine that pukes out more and more humans and their carbon emissions. What if humans don't have COVID? What if the planet Earth is suffering from humans? What if the real disease the planet Earth has is me, and COVID is the cure? Like I said, I've been really depressed. I'm depressed, and this is what a depressed person thinks. But the more you consider COVID, the more you consider COVID to be the Earth's immune system kicking into gear to fight off climate change, the more COVID begins to make sense. COVID comes from climate change. You can't separate the two. You cannot separate COVID from climate change because COVID comes from a zoonotic leap. We catch diseases from animals because of our proximity to them. When natural habitats become fewer and fewer, the opportunity for humans and other animals to mingle increase. And so do the opportunities for diseases like COVID to leap from a bat to a human being. What if the only way to prevent these zoonotic leaps is to protect other animals from the ravages of humans? What if COVID is a long-distance call from the planet's immune system warning humans to mutate, to evolve, change, or we're going to kill off your entire species? So, you know how it's Christmas right now, but instead of loving your fellow man, you want to rip open his skull and shit into his brain? And don't pretend that's not what you want to do every time you're out shopping for shit you don't need. You're looking to rip open another man's skull and shit into his brain. Well, relax. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the planet's immune response. You have no control over this. The planet wants you to start killing somebody else. That's part of the immune response. That's why Americans have been convinced that we're so divided. There's actually talk of another civil war in this country. There's talk that we are like moments away from just killing each other because the fewer of us, the better chance the planet has of surviving this viral infection known as Homo sapien, which, ironically, in Latin means wise man. Homo sapien means wise man. How wise could we possibly be to call ourselves wise men? I mean, given that humans won the naming rights, it's a miracle we didn't end up calling ourselves Homo Bank of America or Homo MetLife. Homo sapiens, at least that's in the neighborhood of responsible. Look, the planet is onto us, and Omicron isn't the virus, it's the cure. It's the cure. Because of Omicron, the World Economic Forum canceled its annual meeting in Davos, Switzerland today. Business leaders around the world will instead gather remotely to burn the planet to the ground while sucking the world's cash reserves into the hands of 5 people. Davos canceled due to COVID. Well, who is the bigger threat to the planet, Davos or COVID? We know the answer. More species are wiped off the planet because of Davos, man, than COVID. COVID is the immune response to Davos. COVID is the immune response to climate catastrophe because the planet has 10 years left. We know that. And you cannot separate the death of our planet from capitalism, from Davos, from Switzerland. To survive, the planet must destroy capitalism. Humans don't have to march in the streets. Relax. You don't have to do anything about this, my fellow Americans. You don't have to march in the streets. Just wait until you're floating in the streets and you'll know that capitalism is over and you didn't have to lift a finger. Your inaction is actually quite fine. Trust me, all we must do is keep doing what we're not doing, and the planet will take care of itself. There are people, however, like me, who are still stupid enough to think you could put a few guardrails in place and we can reverse capitalism's damage to the planet. But I am a fool. It is inane to believe that that because capitalism as it's practiced now, that we can change it and then save the planet. That's impossible. Capitalism cannot change because capitalism is about one thing: growth. And the planet is being destroyed by growth. Capitalism is all about the growth of money. You cannot change capitalism. You can't. The whole recipe for capitalism is growth, and this planet is being destroyed by growth. Money must grow. Money is a virus. It replicates, and it must go somewhere. So, like the water flooding our coastlines, money, like water, seeps into every nook and cranny of your existence. And that's the big lie about finance and capitalism. That's the big lie that we hear in Washington when they talk about austerity, about living within our means. The lie that we must tighten our belts and live within our means. No, capitalism demands that governments and people and families spend money they don't have, because spending money you don't have creates debt, and debt becomes money, and that's how you define growth in capitalism: more money. The government must issue debt. A government cannot be run by fiscal hawks. Otherwise, capitalism implodes. The government must spend money it doesn't have. It must create debt. Otherwise, capitalism is destroyed. The world economic system produces money every day. There is never a shortage of money. There is more money on planet Earth than money managers and hedge fund managers and bankers know what to do with. Capitalism can only survive by converting money into a non-liquid asset. That's the role of bankers. That's the role of government, to convert cash into a non-liquid asset, to convert the newly created money into something people cannot spend, like a stock. Money must be converted into a stock, or a building, or a nuclear weapons guidance system. You need to freeze cash into an asset that can't be spent. That's how capitalism works. Every time the Fed lowers interest rates, it creates new money. Every time that you borrow money from a bank, you are creating money that never existed before. This has been explained to me over and over by the physicist Paul LeBeau. He's from the Alliance for Just Money. He comes here and he talks about this. He talks about this at office hours. The financial system is so complicated that it takes a physicist like Paul LeBeau from the Alliance for Just Money to explain it to us, and he tries hard to make it simple. And what we need to know is that money is not in short supply, because new money is created every day. But that money, like the ocean waters flooding your basement and drowning the undocumented worker you let stay down there in exchange for mowing your lawn for free, that money must go somewhere. You can't put cash, you can't put $1 in the bank. They don't want you to put $1 in the bank and have it sit there, because the people from Davos have seen to it that interest rates are so low, all new money must go someplace risky, which keeps the economy running. The economy runs not on the creation of things, but rather on the creation of new money that has to be parked in an asset other than cash. Money is going into investments, risky investments that are assets that deny the economy of liquidity. That's what they mean when they say austerity. They want money transferred into non-liquid assets. And the bipartisan infrastructure bill that Joe Manchin loved, he loved that because that's what Davos wanted, because that's the government pumping cash, that our tax dollars, into material assets like roads and bridges. You can't spend a bridge. You can't spend a road. That infrastructure bill takes liquidity, cash, and converts it into solid. It ties up money. It removes cash from the economy. But a social safety net like Build Back Better, that's trillions of dollars floating around the economy and multiplying, creating more cash for the 99% who needs that cash. But that's bad for end-stage capitalism, because new money must always be frozen into a non-liquid asset. They don't want money circulated. They don't want the 99% to have cash to be able to pay for their lives, because that would create inflation. Unless, of course, the government taxed the shit out of it and took it out of circulation. Then money, that would create a scarcity of money that would prevent inflation. So you could tax the shit out of all that money that's being generated, but the rich don't want to pay taxes. It is the job of the government right now, it is the job of Davos to create new money and then freeze it into assets that can't be spent, not money that you need to feed yourself, to house yourself, or, God forbid, enjoy yourself. And that is the major flaw of capitalism. And that's why we're at end stage capitalism. And that's why COVID is killing us. See, COVID is the antibody that's been sent by the planet's immune system to destroy the virus of capitalism that has infected humans. Too much money. We have a problem of too much money. And if everybody has the money, then it loses value. This is something Americans don't understand, because we live off we don't pay attention to the fluctuation of the dollar versus our own currency. So we don't know what cash means, what a dollar means, and what it can and can't buy. The goal of Davos, the goal of the bankers, is to remove liquidity from the economy. They want to tie up all the cash. They want to freeze it into an asset, because that makes cash more valuable. It makes the dollar more valuable. If nobody can gain access to their own money, if we create liquidity problems where even billionaires have all their money tied up in, say, Amazon stock or Picasso's or yachts, assets that are not easily sold, then the value of cash remains high. Then cash, the value of the dollar is propped up. Jeff Bezos, the richest man, or the second richest man on planet Earth, or at least in America, there are years that he never paid taxes because he never had reportable income, because Amazon stock, he might have $240 billion worth of Amazon stock. It doesn't pay dividends. He has liquidity problems, right? So he has to borrow against his Amazon stock. He doesn't have enough cash. So in order for him to live, he has to borrow, go into debt, and then they've arranged it so the interest on the debt is tax deductible and the government owes him money. Even billionaires have liquidity problems. Because if cash, hard cash like this, right? If this dollar bill is available to the people who need it, to the people who are homeless, the people who are starving, then that money loses value. See, we are facing melting ice caps. The oceans are going to rise. But the only liquidity the people who run our economic system are terrified of is the liquidity of cash. The people who run our economy, the people who run our government now, are terrified of liquidity. They are terrified of Americans having cash because they want money to grow, and cash doesn't grow. Cash, if it just sits there, loses value, especially when there's too much of it. And so that cash must be transformed into real estate junk bonds and private investments in baseball teams or newspapers. Those investments, unfortunately, those investments have to create more cash. See, we have a virus of cash, a metastasizing cancer of cash in end-stage capitalism. The more cash we have, the more we have to freeze it. The more we freeze it, the more cash it generates. A pitfall of capitalism. If you want your assets to do better than cash, so you have to generate more cash, which means you need more assets. That's why government services are always being privatized around the world. That's why the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank and Davos want to lend money to third world countries so that they could eventually own the services that these countries provide. They want to privatize public institutions because that money has to be put somewhere. It has nothing to do with efficiency. The argument that privatizing water in Colombia is more efficient is a lie, and everybody knows it's a lie. It's a liquidity issue. If we privatize your liquid, we'll have a place to tie up our liquid cash. It has nothing to do about efficiency. It's all about money managers and bankers and hedge fund managers unable to create enough assets to keep up with all the money that is being generated by these assets that they already have. So money managers look at the post office, or they see a publicly held electric company. They see government agencies around the world as opportunities to privatize in order to create more assets for rich people to park their money. And once these rich people park their money, the agency, the government agency that is now privatized, it has to generate more cash. So the people who worked for the water utility in Colombia, they're all fired. And then suddenly they're selling off the real estate that the water utility has, and they're charging the Colombians more for drinking water. And then they make it illegal for you to collect rainwater. I mean, I'm not making this shit up. This is what happened in Colombia. They privatized drinking water, and people were being fined for collecting rainwater because the rainwater belonged to the investors, not the citizens of Colombia. That is what happens when new money that has been created has to go somewhere. And before you know it, everything you touch, including your rainwater, your genes, that your genes inside your body, are owned by the richest 1%, by the hedge fund managers, by the people over in Davos. You do realize that seeds are owned by Bayer, which owns Monsanto. Monsanto owns seeds. You can go to jail for planting a single seed of Monsanto's corn. And that is why COVID is the antibody and humans are the virus. Everything has been commodified. It's not good enough to be a farmer and to just live off the land. You can't do that anymore. Not in America. That farm is now owned by an international conglomerate looking for the most cost-effective way to produce corn that they can then sell at the highest price. You can't be a subsistence farmer. You cannot be a subsistence farmer who can compete in the marketplace to sell your spare crops because there are what they call market efficiencies. It's a rigged market that make it impossible for just a family farmer to compete. There's no such thing as a family farmer in America anymore because land is a commodity. And for the value of land to grow, and it must grow because it's been commodified, for the value of land to grow, it must be farmed, then drilled for oil, drilled for minerals, then subdivided into real estate. And along the way, while you're doing all that, the land is destroyed. The environment is destroyed. The planet is dying. And the people at Davos, they cannot stop themselves. They just look at opportunity. They see climate change and they think, buy land in northern Canada. If it's going to get warmer, buy land in Siberia. Hey, we can we can finally have a Northwest Passage. The polar ice caps are melting. It's easier to drill the polar ice caps. They can't help themselves. Davos, man, the people from Davos, their money, their cash is a cancer. And it's going to metastasize. It's going to find an organ to chew away at. Davos man must attach himself to everything that gets in its way. He injects his cash into whatever he has to, and then transforms the DNA of that entity and turns it into a cash spewing virus of capitalism, right? It's like COVID. It's money, cash is like COVID. Newspapers. The reason this isn't discussed is because newspapers are infected with the virus of capitalism. The print media, radio, journalism has been infected by the virus of capitalism. You know, newspapers used to be profitable as well as a public good. Now they're just profit centers. Money, like the ocean water that will be flooding your home because of climate change, money must find new things to flood. So in my lifetime, it has flooded our museums, our public schools, now our libraries. They're privatizing our libraries, our police, our war-making capabilities, our drinking water, our electricity, because capital is desperately looking for new places to inject the virus of capitalism. They have to put their cash somewhere, and that cash transforms the entire entity it has invaded. It turns the entity into a cash-generating virus that spews out more cash that must be parked someplace else, and the virus keeps reproducing itself over and over again until one day capitalism dies alone with no loved ones to say goodbye to it. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. The cash is everywhere. It's, lobbying in Washington, D.C. didn't used to be this way, but that cash has to go somewhere. Lobbying Washington now is a multi-billion-dollar industry that's sole purpose is to self-perpetuate that multi-billion-dollar industry. The role of a lobbyist is to serve the lobbying industry. That's why the Lobbying Manufacturing Association, there's a trade association for lobbyists who got a piece of the Paycheck Protection Act. It's an industry that must be protected. K Street is now a significant part of America's gross domestic product. It didn't used to be this way, but that money has to go somewhere. It has to be invested. Money is constantly being created, so it must go somewhere. So lobbying Congress became an industry that creates nothing other than moving money from a corporation or a special interest to a lobbyist, to a firm on K Street. And then that money is handed over to another industry, which is a political campaign, the political consultant industry, a multi-billion-dollar industry in and of itself. The political consultants who get something like 10 to 15% of their ad buys. And they prop up local television and radio stations by buying advertising. So television stations, which are really not good and wouldn't be good investments if it weren't for campaign funding, because the ads are what prop up a lot of TV stations. It's all this money changing hands from one corporation to a lobbyist to a congressman, creating little industries that factor into our gross domestic product. And if you try to change it, if you try to overturn Citizens United and get the money out of politics, there are trade groups, political consultant trade groups, and lobbyists who will step forward and say, this is unfair. This is unfair. You cannot do anything in this country that's good without some trade association, some lobbyist explaining why this is hurtful for people's jobs. There was an article about defunding the police. NBC News has a website, and they had a story over the weekend about Burlington, Vermont, defunding the police. And the headline was something along the lines, it was a great idea to defund the police in Burlington, Vermont, but a year later, everybody has second thoughts, right? So I'm reading the article and I'm looking for, they defunded the police, crime must have gone up. And I'm looking, and they did this entire 4,000 word story about what a disaster it's been for Burlington, Vermont after they defunded the police. Why? Because the police are having trouble finding work, that it's bad for the economy. It's bad for the police officers who now are looking for work. Crime statistics, buried at the end of the story, is crime has pretty much remained the same since they defunded the police in Burlington, Vermont. But the headline, and most people just read headlines and skim, they take from that story, they defunded the police in Burlington and crime is up. No, crime isn't up. The mayor of San Francisco, London Breed, declared a national emergency, or a city emergency, in San Francisco because of crime. And she's pouring money into the police. In the read the articles, what she says. She says, actually, crime hasn't gone up. The perception of crime going up in San Francisco, though, is really bad. So we have to tackle the perception that crime has gone up in San Francisco by increasing funding for the cops. See, they can't produce the evidence that crime has gone up because it hasn't. It's remained pretty much the same. Murder has gone up. It's at record lows. Looking at it from a secular view of our crime statistics over a 40-year period, murder is going down. It jumped up 2 years ago. It's up about maybe 15 to 17%. They'll tell us murder is up in New York City, but it's down in New York State. There were 400 murders in New York City this year, compared to 20 years ago when there was 1,600. And they always say it's about defunding the police, which is complete and utter bullshit. Nobody talks about the guns. It's the guns. You want to know why murder is up? It's the guns, but we can't have that conversation because if we take guns off the street, then entire industries crumble. If we make it harder to get an AR-15 or a handgun, then Smith & Wesson, Colt 45 or whatever you call it, they're lobbying the municipalities and the state houses. People's livelihoods will be affected if you get the guns off the street. So the little increase in murder that they report is great for the gun manufacturers because people are terrified, so they buy more guns. And everybody gets brainwashed into believing that murder is up because there's talk of defunding the police, when in fact, the police, very few municipalities are defunding the police. And when they do defund the police, crime doesn't go up. But that's our system, and it's a system that must be protected. The way we fight crime, the way we classify crime, it's all in the best interests of the people who run the system. We elect politicians, even the way we elect politicians, it's to protect the profits. They've turned democracy into a profit center. And you cannot change that. You cannot overturn Citizens United because that would put people, the rich people, out of work. So politics is just about politics. It's Marshall McLuhan saying the medium is the message. When you're watching MSNBC, it's not news. There's no message other than watch more of MSNBC. Politics, the end game for politics isn't government, it's more politics. The purpose of politics in America is to perpetuate the game of politics so the profit center generates more profits. It's why cable news only talks about politics. It doesn't talk about policy or government because politics is a money machine, the same way football is. It doesn't matter who wins it doesn't matter to the NFL who wins so long as the game is being played. And that's exactly what's going on in Washington, D.C. It's all about the game, not about results. Biden versus Manchin. Great. Now it's Biden versus Manchin. Next month, as the midterms kick in, it'll be Trump versus democracy. Just keep the game going. Getting elected to Congress is big business. It doesn't matter who wins and who loses because the people who play the game win and you and I lose. It's a multi-billion-dollar a year industry getting these clowns elected. And then there's a multi-billion-dollar industry lobbying them. Another multi-billion-dollar industry getting them reelected. Nancy Pelosi isn't speaker because she's a great speaker. She can barely string a sentence together. She's incoherent. Listen to our speaker speak. Nancy Pelosi is speaker because she can spread money around. San Francisco is a banking center. It's right next door to Silicon Valley. There's a lot of money in San Francisco, a lot of tech money, and that money goes through Nancy Pelosi. And if you want to get elected or reelected or a job when you don't get reelected, you want money from Nancy Pelosi. Chuck Schumer is majority leader of the Senate because he's the senator from New York, which means he has ties to Wall Street. He is called Wall Street's senator. Congress, the Oval Office, the Pentagon, every federal agency, including the Federal Reserve, exists now for the sole purpose of preventing newly created money from staying as cash. That's the purpose of our government now, is to prevent cash from ending up in somebody's bank account. They want cash converted into an asset. The job of the government now is to create money that turns into an asset, and at the same time, the illusion that we must practice fiscal austerity. We must tighten our belt and live within our means, even though so much money is being created every day that hedge fund managers don't know what to do with it. They have a crisis of money. It's why Washington will give tax cuts to the wealthiest while insisting on austerity. How do you square that? How do you square tax cuts for the richest 1% and then say we need to balance the budget. How do you get away with that? Well, you spread the lie of the Laffer curve, supply side economics. You say, no, when you cut taxes for the wealthy, the economy explodes and tax revenues flood in. Well, that's been disproven, but that doesn't matter because people are paid by the wealthy to keep spreading the lie that when you cut taxes for the wealthy, it generates so much tax revenue, you balance the budget. That is a lie. Tax cuts to the wealthy, what that does is it converts cash into non-liquid investments like stocks, homes, yachts. When you give tax cuts to the wealthy, they don't spend their money the way you and I do. Tax cuts for the wealthy removes cash from circulation. It in a way, it fights inflation because it makes cash scarce. Unless, we tax it. That's another way to do it. Government spending, when it's for everybody, it creates liquidity for everybody. And that, unless you tax it, creates inflation. So a social safety net, this thing that Manchin killed, when you give someone an extra $300 a week in unemployment, that money doesn't get transferred to a yacht. It stays liquid. Normal people, the 99%, spends their money on stuff. And when you spend money on stuff that you need, it creates more liquidity, and more liquidity means inflation. When someone claims to be a fiscal hawk, it means they want the government pumping cash into assets, not the American people. The people who control our government now don't want newly created money given to the 99% because the 99% won't turn newly created money into a frozen asset like real estate or a baseball team. The 99% will spend all the newly created money, and that will generate more newly created money. This is the thing that none of us understand, and it's why they get away with all this bullshit. It's why Joe Manchin can say he's for fiscal austerity. It's why he can lie and say he's trying to prevent inflation when in fact he wants inflation. Here's the thing that we don't understand. Money only has value that stems from supply and demand, right? Supply and demand. The fewer people who have money or cash, the more valuable it becomes. Other countries who have to pay attention to their currency versus the dollar understand this, but we don't have to worry about the value. People peg their currencies to our dollar. So we've become completely naive when it comes to finance and economics. And this is the pitfall of American capitalism. People overseas understand if you have cash, you only benefit if fewer people have cash. If everyone has cash, then cash becomes worthless. It's the same way if everyone has a Picasso, it's worthless. If everyone has $10 to spend on a sandwich to feed their family, then that $10 is no longer worth that sandwich. To put it another way, if everyone is rich, then nobody is rich. But if everybody is poor, then nobody is poor. That's what advanced first world countries like Denmark, Germany, France, even Great Britain understand, that if everybody is poor, then nobody is poor. That's why the Great Depression was a godsend. Everybody was poor, so nobody was poor, and they began to rebuild the economy with that in mind. But now the greed takes over, and you end up with these giant inequalities that we have today. The rich do not want the 99% to have a disposable income, because disposable income is fickle. One day, the 99% wants to spend its money on cars. The next day it's televisions, computers. Then they want a home. Then they don't want a home. The market that the richest 1% claim to love, they hate the market because it's fickle. What the richest 1%, what the hedge funds salivate over are the bare necessities, because the bare necessities are a terrific investment. There's nothing fickle about insulin. No matter how the economy is going, everybody needs insulin. Everybody needs soybeans. So the richest 1% now are pouring their money into the bare necessities: food, electricity, the internet, phone service, education, and of course, healthcare. Healthcare is a bare necessity. That's why it's such a great investment. This is the stuff Americans will always need: drugs and surgery. Instead of looking at healthcare as a utility, something that is a public good, something that should be provided by and regulated for the government, the capitalists in America see healthcare as a safe investment. They always say they're not making more land. Land is a good investment. They haven't cured death. You want a safe place to put your cash? Invest in treating the sick. We are always going to have sick people. And that's why our government sees to it that Americans spend twice as much on health care than any other wealthy country on earth. We spend twice as much on health care in America than any other country on earth. And yet 45 million Americans don't have health insurance. 10 years after the passage of Obamacare, 45 million Americans still have no health insurance. And those who have health insurance, ask them those big questions about wanting to keep their doctor or their health. They couldn't give a shit about their doctor or their health care plan because they don't even know who their doctor is because they can't afford to see their doctor, which is why Medicare for All, despite corporate propaganda, Medicare for All is popular. Even most Republicans say they want single payer, but the media doesn't report how popular Medicare for All is. You never have anyone in the media explaining how Medicare for All would work. It's verboten. It's like saying that we shouldn't invade Iraq. You might as well be saying the war in Afghanistan was a lie. That's how unpatriotic MSNBC and CNN view Medicare for All. And yet, despite all this corporate brainwashing, Americans have still been able to figure out that Medicare for All makes sense because Americans don't need to read corporate-owned newspapers or watch corporate-owned media to learn the results of our current health system. They don't need CNN or MSNBC brainwashing them into believing that Medicare for All is just a pipe dream, and if it were implemented, it would ruin our healthcare system, because most Americans know that our healthcare system is already ruined. Most Americans have witnessed firsthand how horrible our healthcare system is. So Medicare for All is still a winning message, just not for people who control the wealth, because wealthy people need safe investments. And healthcare, as long as it's privatized, is a safe investment because people are always going to get sick. Nobody's going to shop around for a heart surgeon. You're going to pay what you're charged because you're on death's front door. People are always going to get sick, especially when there's also money to be made in beef, dairy, fast foods, antibiotics we don't need, oil, crude oil, toxins, drilling for rare earth, and unsafe drinking water and air. See, there's money to be made in healthcare, because there's also money to be made in making Americans sick. Life expectancy in America is dropping. We are living fewer years than we did 20 years ago. Premature death in America is the highest among the industrialized world. The number of Americans disabled by disease is the highest in the industrialized world. We have the largest number of Americans who are disabled from heart disease, from obesity, from diabetes, than any other country in the industrialized world. We are the fattest and we are the sickest. And if you're in Davos, if you're on Wall Street, we are a safe investment. America is a safe investment as long as you're investing in health insurance companies and the unregulated commodities that are sold to Americans to make them even sicker. According to the British medical journal Lancet, America ranks last in access to health care and in quality of health care. Every country in the industrial world does better on providing health care, affordable or free health care. They do better in providing better quality health care to its citizens than the United States does. But our health care system, when it comes to providing to the richest 1%, nobody can beat us. Our health insurance companies are the best investment money can buy in America. We've commodified everything that is a bare necessity. Because we've commodified education and, of course, news, Americans lack the vocabulary to make a convincing argument to themselves, let alone their neighbor, for Medicare for all. We know it's the right thing to do, but we lack the vocabulary to articulate why. Bernie Sanders was drowned out on the debate stage last year. He had to shout over, 50 other candidates running for office to explain Medicare for all. And so you were able to lie about Medicare for all. Biden was able to get away with lies about Medicare for all because there were 50 people on the debate stage, and Biden was able to lie and say, we can't afford it. Medicare for all was never debated because the Democratic Party, Perez, knew that Bernie was a force to be reckoned with. And he said, come on, everyone into the pool. Everybody run for president. Let's just make it impossible for Bernie to speak directly to the American people. And then even when Bernie couldn't get his message across, but he was still winning, all of a sudden, Perez and the Democratic Party says, everybody out of the pool, everybody out of the pool, everybody out. Pete Buttigieg, I know you've got more delegates than Joe Biden, out of the pool. Amy Klobuchar, out of the pool. Everybody out of the pool. Elizabeth Warren, out of the pool. Endorse Biden. See, everybody was invited to run when Bernie was a threat. And then when he was a real threat, we had to marshal our forces and put the thumb on the scale for Biden. That's why Medicare for all was never debated. The market, the 1%, they control our politics and the reporting. And it's the same thing as going to war in Iraq. If you make a case for the enemy, you hate America. If you're a MSNBC, CNN reporter and you make a case for Medicare for all, you might as well be burning the American flag. Nobody goes after the for-profit health care system. Nobody in the for-profit media is allowed to support the enemy by explaining why free health care is not only morally right, it makes financial sense. Americans are lied to constantly in pursuit of mammon. Iraq and Afghanistan, lie. The Taliban didn't attack us on 9/11. They're still saying that they attacked us on 9/11. They didn't attack us on 9/11. The people of Afghanistan didn't attack us on 9/11. Saddam Hussein didn't attack us on 9/11. It's a lie. But when you're going to transfer $7 trillion from the IRS to the military-industrial complex, you have to make sure that it's unpatriotic to say this entire global war on terror is a lie. If you say that, if you say it's a lie, they say you're hurting the troops and their families. When you say that somebody was injured fighting a war or died fighting a war for a lie, you're the unpatriotic one. You're the unpatriotic one. But nobody cares about the 45,000 Americans who die each year because they are uninsured or underinsured. That's not to be discussed, because that would upset the business model for our health insurance companies. And so Americans are lied to. We know we are being lied to, so we lie to ourselves. We are fed a steady diet of lies by the government, the Pentagon, corporations, the marketers. It's all one lie. If I look a certain way, if I buy this and give up that, I'll be happy. And all my unhappiness is my fault because I haven't made the right choices. If I'm in debt, it's my fault. If I'm falling behind, it's because I'm not working hard enough. The schools, the public schools, haven't failed me. I've failed. My children have failed the schools, and they can produce the tests to show that my kid is a failure. And then we wonder why 100,000 Americans died this year just from opiate abuse. They died this year from opiate abuse and alcoholism and suicide because we internalize the lie and blame ourselves and numb the pain with opiates, crappy television, and drugs. Americans are having less and less sex. We're becoming physically and emotionally distant from each other because loneliness is good for business. We keep trying to fill that emptiness with Facebook or food or entertainment that makes us even hungrier for human connection. Facebook is like Coca-Cola. Facebook satisfies the hunger for human connection by making the hunger even deeper. This is how Coca-Cola works. You know what the formula for Coke is? It's sold as a drink to quench our thirst. But Coke is salt water. Coke is made up of salt. That makes us thirstier. So how does Coke hide the salt, the taste of salt, so you don't know you're drinking salt water? They pour sugar into it. So if you're stupid enough to think you can quench your thirst by drinking Coke, you keep drinking the salt water to quench a thirst that has been created by drinking the Coke. It's an endless cycle of drinking Coke. You're never not thirsty when you're drinking Coke because it's salt water. That's the salt. They disguise the salt with sugar. And that's what Facebook does. It's Coca-Cola. You're drinking companionship that only makes you lonelier. And it's not genius. It's evil. Our conversation, every conversation in America is built on pillars of lies. Build Back Better died yesterday. And we're told it was killed by Joe Manchin, who says it would destroy our economy because of inflation. And that's a lie. That's a lie. But we don't understand inflation because we're lied to about it. But it is a lie. Build Back Better includes taxation, which would take a lot of money out of circulation, which prevents inflation. So doesn't matter. Universal preschool, now gone. Continuing the child tax credit to lift Americans out of poverty, gone. Hearing aids, gone. Dental care for your grandparents, gone. Glasses for your grandparents, gone. Because Joe Manchin insists he is afraid of inflation, when in fact, Build Back Better would lower the costs of eyeglasses, hearing aids, prescription drugs, and visits to the dentist. When the government negotiates with these providers, the prices go down. Inflation goes down. Taxation makes inflation go down, not up. If you're negotiating for drugs, that's so the prices go down. But because nobody understands this, because our conversations are built on pillars of lies, Joe Manchin can get away with saying he's dumping Build Back Better because of inflation. Manchin is lying. He's not afraid of inflation. He's afraid of the prices for these bare necessities going down. He's afraid because if the price of the pharmaceuticals go down, if the price of a hearing aid goes down, that means the profits for the companies who are building him up go down. Manchin doesn't care about inflation. Inflation is good if you own stock in drug companies that can't negotiate with the government. You know, Joe Manchin's daughter wants inflation because she's part of a big pharma. So she wants inflation. She wants the cost of drugs to go up. The very thing people like Manchin tell us to be afraid of is the very thing they want. Manchin wants inflation. He's not interested in lowering the cost of anything Americans need because everything Americans need is in the hands of the people now who make a profit off of it. And does anyone think Joe Manchin killed Build Back Better? Does anyone really think all the climate provisions in Build Back Better that would hurt the fossil fuel industries, you think all those provisions were destroyed solely by Joe Manchin? You mean to tell me that one man in the Democratic Party, just one man, was defending the interests of the drug companies, the oil companies, the hospital industries, the dental industry, the eye care industry? One man, Joe Manchin, was protecting all of them from Build Back Better. Give me a break. Even childcare is big business in America. You think the people making billions running daycare centers want universal preschool? It wasn't Joe Manchin. If it weren't Joe Manchin killing Build Back Better, it would have been Tester, it would have been Warner, it would have been Schumer, it would have been Biden. Somebody in the Democratic Party had to kill Build Back Better. You really think Joe Manchin is the only Democrat standing athwart the government and saying, stop this spending? They can act surprised all they want. Biden and Jen Psaki can act surprised all they want about Manchin killing Build Back Better. They weren't surprised. Biden, Schumer, Pelosi, they put on a little show of support for what they called the most transformative legislation since the New Deal, Build Back Better. And that was just to placate Bernie because Bernie is a force to be reckoned with. And they played it out. It was a little kabuki theater, but they were going to kill it no matter what. They were going to kill Build Back Better no matter what. And now it's dead, and our attention turns to the events of January 6th. Now we have to focus on January 6th because the Democrats are unable to do anything for the American people. So now they must spend the next 11 months convincing us that democracy is under assault and that if Trump and the Republicans come to power, democracy will end. And yet they expect us to believe that the entire Democratic Party wanted Build Back Better. But one man, Joe Manchin, stood in the way. One man in the Democratic Party is responsible for no universal preschool, no transition away from fossil fuels, no lower prices for drugs. The Democrats blame it all on one man and then expect us to believe our democracy must be preserved by voting for them. Folks, COVID isn't the virus. We are. COVID is the antibody, and some of us are going to get wiped off the planet because we refuse to mutate. Not everything has to be for profit. I don't know what the answer is other than acknowledging that there must be a separation of church and state when it comes to what is good for the public and what is good for Wall Street. Not everything has to be for profit because profit ruins everything it touches. Now let's go to New York City, where Judd Apatow joins us.
Hello.
How are you?
I was just enjoying your rant.
I thank you. Judd Apatow is a brilliant comedy writer, comedian, and director. And I love having him on the show because you bring insight that is lacking from this show. I talked about the economics, how the world economy works. And I'm full of shit. But does anybody understand how it works? Do you understand how
This is what I always wonder, which is world economic theory is so complicated. Does anyone actually know, like when they started spending all the money to support people during COVID, and suddenly there was all this money and all these services, and we had always been led to believe that would just put us under if there was that kind of money spent on helping people. Like, what if we took all that money without COVID and just decided to spend that additional money on things which would assist people? Would our economy have collapsed? What might have happened?
So do you have a great, like, because I'm a paranoid, I look for grand unifying theories. Do you have a grand unifying theory for why we're in so much trouble? Can you scapegoat somebody for us? Is there somebody you
I guess my question always is, are we in trouble? What's really happening that's different? Is it just presentation than what it's usually like? The government is always fighting about what to do to assist people. That debate is always happening, except it's a bloodbath open debate, where before maybe more of it was in code.
Right.
The idea of how much support they would give people. Like, is it very, very different right now? It feels like the Republicans have had a plan for many decades to take over the Supreme Court, to deal with right to life. But are we in a world of these billionaires who have just figured out how to control all of the politicians? That's why every Republican is in lockstep. It doesn't really seem like we're in the age where there's 20 Joe Manchins on each side that are part of a larger bargaining. You know, whenever you would read about Lyndon Johnson, he'd have to go congressperson to congressperson to give them something to get their vote. It was very personal, and there was different needs for each person in the legislature. It feels like that's gone now.
Right. You sound like my father. My father would calm me down by saying, we have to help the least among us, but Jesus said the poor will always be with us. And he would say, you dedicate your life to helping the least among us, but it's always been this way, and that the world gets better and worse at the same time. And I think what you're saying is similar, and you're saying that our perception is that things are getting a lot worse, and we're not saying that it's always been this way. I think that's what you're saying.
I don't know what I'm saying.
That's why you're great. That's why I want you on the show.
I'm presenting questions because I don't know at all. You wonder, like, what did the Koch brothers accomplish? You know, I'm always surprised by people who are really old, but they will not admit that they are on the verge of death.
Right.
And they take it to the grave.
Right.
They want to change the regulations for chemical plants till the day they die.
Right.
There's no part of them that's like, I'd like to clean up the world a little bit in my final days. Like, there's no amount of money that is enough, that it really is a monopoly game.
Right.
And they're just amused by the power grabs and the different ways they can feel like they made a difference in their own minds. But all these people on both sides that are very, very wealthy, it seems like when they have promised to give away all their money, that they keep making so much money that they can't give it away.
Right. Right.
Remember, we heard, well, Bill Gates is giving away all his money. He has $36 billion.
Right.
How much money does he have now, 10, 12 years after that? Doesn't he have like $120 billion?
Yeah.
Like, that give the money away concept isn't really working out
right
that well. Why does he have more now?
Because you can't change your spots. If all you know is predatory practices, like you're Bill Gates and, I need to buy MS-DOS and create a monopoly and either put the competition out of business or buy them. All you know how to do, because that worked for you for so long, and then you're told, well, it's time for you to give something back. You give something back the same exact way you extracted. You can't. Asking Bill Gates to be charitable, he's being charitable in a non-charitable way because he doesn't know how to be charitable.
I mean, I'm a simple man. I just think if you say you're giving away all your money, it should be going down.
Right.
It shouldn't triple in the era of the giveaway. And I know a lot of it is probably for good reasons, and a lot of it is for tax reasons. And who knows what's in anyone's heart? But we certainly live in a funny era where the richest among us, they can't help but quadruple how much money they're making. Like, the game is so set up for them that there's no scenario where they crash. I mean, think about just the wealthiest among us. Who has gotten poorer just out of natural business? Like, can you think of any really wealthy person that suddenly struggled? Like, there's literally nobody among those people who's had a downturn.
Right.
And in capitalism, it's supposed to be some people win, some people lose. But among those people, they understand something that you and I don't understand, that there's something very predictable at the highest level of it, so that even when there is a pandemic, all of those people, and it's all of them, get way wealthier at a time when you'd think it would go the other way. So in the nightmare scenario, it's a rocket for them.
Mm-hmm. And it's about something else, right? It becomes a game that most of us can't understand because they're playing like people who, when you're directing a movie, I would assume the people you're answering to have some other game that they're playing that has nothing to do with you. That there's a
game of stock there's companies and they have stock prices and they need a certain amount of success or the illusion of a certain amount of success to keep the larger business going. I like to just think about my small piece of business as if it's really important. I remember I was doing something for Disney like 20 years ago, and I had this feeling, I'm the least important thing happening to this company. I couldn't be less important. And I like the idea of thinking I was important to a company where you would feel the energy of a business behind you. But I thought, wow, they have so many things going. I'm just like selling hot dogs at Disneyland for 2 days.
Right.
I just mean nothing.
Right.
And it was a sad feeling. You like to feel like, you have collaborators and you're important, or people care about what you're doing creatively in addition to business wise. Obviously you're supposed to do something that everyone hopes will make money, but you do want people who are passionate about what you're trying to create also.
Right. Who would you say, I asked a friend last night about, I'm not looking for gossip. Are there people you know who wake up in Hollywood and do, like Woody Allen does exactly what he wants to do within reason? I'm not going to make the obvious joke. There are people in this system who wake up every day and say, I want to make this. And there are enough people like that to convince others that it is possible, right?
I don't know if there's people who can do anything they want to do. It's usually just about a budget. But let's just say The Rock, right? The Rock can probably do anything he wants to do at, say, a $70 million budget or less.
Right.
And above that, maybe he has to debate people the potential for it succeeding. So for everybody, there's probably a number that gives them a lot more freedom. So if you're let's say Quentin Tarantino, you don't have unlimited money, but someone might say, hey, $40 million, let him do whatever the hell he wants to do. Or maybe that number's $80 million. I don't know what it is. But there's a number, connected to supporting his experimentation. Right. And for other people, that number might be, $1 million budget on a movie.
You don't let the constraints of budgets stop you from doing what you want to do. You write books, you make documentary, you have interests in things, and you can pursue them without worrying about the marketplace. Is that fair?
Well, there are certain things that are meant to make money and certain things that are not about that. So if I'm making a documentary, you can be sure I'm not really making any significant or any money at all. I'm not making the Gary Shandling documentary.
I was just going to ask you about that.
Make money.
But that was
years of work, but that's a passion project. And, the books that I put out, Sick in the Head, which is interviews with comedians. I have another one coming out next year. I give all of that money to 826. And I like it. I like the things that have no profit motive. A lot of the times I like them more than everything else because it's fun to not have that energy around it or that terror. Because when you make a movie, and if it's on a more expensive side, you're scared the whole time. You're literally just scared. It's not a great feeling to think, wow, this bombs. There's so many people that are going to be upset and disappointed. I'm not someone that doesn't care about that. I actually will think about it. Even if it's a multinational corporation, there's a part of me that's like, oh man, I let down, the Sony Corporation.
Do you allow yourself, because I think most comedians play a numbers game. From the minute we start doing stand-up, how many laughs per minute? How many minutes can you do on stage? How many tickets can you sell? How many Lettermans have you done? Everything is under the tyranny of numbers. But some people are able to escape that and not have their moods dictated by these arbitrary numbers that only we care about. Did you ever, you've been able to free yourself up from that and say, my self-worth is not associated with how many, you went back to doing stand-up. Did you get caught up in ticket sales and how you were doing on the road? Did you get caught up in that?
I probably did a little bit because I was interested to see if anyone wanted to pay to come see me. So I do these shows at Largo in Los Angeles once a month, and I do them all as benefits, and we sold out all of them for the last, 7 years, I think. But when I go on the road, sometimes you hit a city, and for whatever reason, it's just hard, and you wind up doing an enormous amount of radio and promotion. Like, I can't believe it's this hard to sell these tickets in Milwaukee.
Right.
When I was just in Minneapolis and it sold out in a second, and here, there's no amount of press that's going to make this easy.
And then you perform. The people show up who you in the back of your mind as you're walking out. You see the people who did show up, and your first response is, "There aren't enough people here. Oh my God! But I have to give these people the greatest show I've ever given out of gratitude."
Exactly.
It's
but I enjoyed that part of it. And that's another reason why I like stand up, because I really enjoy it. And I don't do it as a career move, to pay for the mortgage. It's something that that's just for me, because I only got into comedy to do stand up. Everything else has been a weird extension of the dream to, play at the Improv. And
so you were at Largo you were December 7th or December 8th. You were at Largo doing
December 7th. Yeah.
Doing your benefit for this great organization that it's for pets and also for teaching writing to kids in public schools. And if people want to give to those two charities, why don't we plug those before I ask you my next question?
Oh, it was a pups for, well, you'd have to look it up. I don't know the exact name of it because we had two charities. Beck, it was me and Beck, and mine was H6 and his was
Pacific
an animal
Paws?
care center.
Dan Frankenberger, Pacific Pups, and Dan in the newsroom, Pacific Pups. What is the address there so people can donate there? So we make this worth everybody. It's pacificpupsproducts.com. And so when you talk about Bill Gates not being able to give away his money, your ego on the benefit, like your game, even though you're raising money for pacificpupsproducts.com, your ego is such that you want to outperform your previous benefit. You want profit. You want to be able to give more money than you gave the month before, right?
Well, I'm always happy to use the fact that it's a charity to work with people I like. So if it's always a charity, I could ask people that normally might not want to perform with me. Right. So like when there were the fires in Malibu, we did a benefit and I had Adam Sandler on the show at Largo and we had John Fogerty come.
Wow.
And John Fogerty comes into Largo, which seats about 250 seats. And he looks around and he just loves it. He loves this space. It's an amazing little theater. And he says to somebody who says to me, he really likes it. He might do more than a few songs.
Wow.
So he's supposed to be on in the middle of the show and Sandler was going to close the show. So I bring him on. He does 14 songs. He literally does like the CCR John Fogerty greatest hits show. Wow. He does his full concert. Now the crowd doesn't even know he's on the bill. So imagine you go to a comedy club and you see me and another comedian, and then suddenly John Fogerty comes on and plays for an hour and a half. It like took the crowd a moment to adjust to like, oh, we're at a John Fogerty concert now. Then Sandler comes on and plays with him, and then Sandler does a set after him. And that kind of thing only happens because I think when you do benefits, you get weird combinations of caring people that are willing to, to come out in spaces they may not normally perform at.
What's a bit that is not working in your stand-up that you think? See, I think that sometimes stand-up doesn't afford as much freedom as writing or movies. Yes. I think sometimes you can put something into a script or
that's true,
or a book that isn't ha-ha funny, but it is ha-ha funny. The audience just won't like. Are there certain things are funny, but the audience refuses to laugh at it?
I'll give you one. And it's not that they're refusing to laugh at it. Hey, my phone rang. I bet you it's food.
Get your food.
I don't want to ruin
No, get your food. You're in New York, right?
Yes, let's see. Hello?
Judd Apatow getting food delivered from
what is that again?
The Blonde.
Oh, we'll come down and get it in a little bit.
It's The Blonde. Okay. What'd you order?
No, it was a package. Who knows what's in that package? Maybe it's an incredible package I'm missing out on. But I'll tell you a bit that I haven't been able to make work. But I like it. And people giggle a little bit at it. That during the pandemic, because it's been so long, it'll be 2 years soon, you notice who checks in on you to see if you're okay. You also notice who doesn't check in on you. I mean, now it's 2 years. And so, every once in a while you get a call from a friend who maybe you don't talk to that much. You talk to every couple of years. And out of the blue, one of those people will call you and go, hey, how are you doing? How are you hanging in there? And it's like a supportive, loving call, and it's very meaningful. But then you think of all the people who are not making that call. Right. And you go, oh, they don't care if I'm dead.
Right.
Those people don't care if I'm dead at all. And then you think, who have I called? And do I not care if these people live or die?
Were you upset? I noticed my kids were checking in on me because you're supposed to call older people. Remember that when COVID started? And I went, what do you think I'm old? You think I'm An invalid? Are you a good friend? Do you
Am I
like a
good
friend? A friend?
I hope so. I think that, a few years ago, I thought to myself, there's certain people in my life that are probably some of my best friends that I don't know if it's acknowledged. Do you have that where there's this people that you have around in your life? And I thought to myself, I think some of these people that maybe I didn't think were my best friends are my best friends. And I should respect that more.
How do you?
Because now we've been around a long time. You go, some of these people I've known for 30 years, and I should appreciate that.
What is your hygiene when it comes to keeping up with friends? Because I'm really bad. I'm embarrassed to say I'm really bad, because a stand-up, the gift of being a stand-up is you cannot see another stand-up literally for 7 years and run into them and just pick up where you left off. There isn't
Yes.
So I'm not there are a couple of people who I'm really close to, and then I just kind of, what is your hygiene? Like, what is your discipline in maintaining relationships?
I think that the issue is it's so easy to just text people and have like 2 exchanges and say you're done.
Right.
It takes a little effort, even with old friends, to jump on the phone, because you think, oh, this is going to take some time, and I got to grab them when they have some time. And I think we all are slowly being trained to not pick up the phone and have that intimate exchange. So I've tried to do that a little bit, but I'm sure way, way too little. And I'm probably more inclined to call the people that I'm insecure about, because I'll think, I think this person might hate me. And that's the person I'll call. Not the person who's really nice to me. It's the person that, is like the parent who doesn't give you the love you want.
Right.
That you reach out to find out if they care or not.
I think Hollywood was built on that.
Exactly.
I really do. I think
that neediness.
I think it's people trying to placate the people who they think don't like them. I had to change my relationship with my son because he's so funny, and we would get on the phone and do bits to the point where I thought, I should check in on my son, but I don't feel like being on. Like it was the kind of thing. It was like an hour of annoying each other with these bits, and I'm thinking, I just want to find out how he's doing for like 5 minutes without it being turned into, a
you
routine.
become Abbott Costello every time you chat.
Yeah. Are you like
you can't
that?
Say you love each other.
Are you? Yeah, you have daughters. So are you?
Yes.
So are you? How important is being funny in regular conversation? Do you give them notes if they say something? Have you noted them?
Have I noted them? Well, they're both really funny. It just over the years, not necessarily from being around me and my wife, although I'm sure that's part of it, but also being around a lot of funny people, and also seeing how we treasure people who are funny or insightful. They've gotten really funny. And it's interesting to watch them. Oh, wow, they're doing some voices now. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow, they're really like observing someone in a viciously insightful way. And, so when they get really funny, I know this is probably demented, the amount of joy it brings me when they like suddenly go on a run that's viciously funny. I shouldn't be proud of that. I should be proud of their goodness.
Right.
But really, the funny run.
And do they resent the fact? Do they begrudgingly laugh at you when you say something funny? Do they get?
I gotta say, it's hard to get a laugh in my house. There's not a lot of appreciation. Sometimes I'll go out with Leslie and people laugh at things I say, and I can see she has a look in her eyes that's saying, "Oh, those things you say at the house are jokes."
My kids are like studio executives. So at best, I get that's funny. That's funny.
Yes,
That'll work. I've had to say
they're so annoyed.
Why is that? Why?
They know you want it so bad that it's so easy to hurt you. I mean, they have all the power. By not laughing, they can destroy you, and so that they love it. There's nothing they like more than just to see that, to see your suffering because they're disgusted by your neediness.
Do you make their friends laugh? Do you go out of your this is what I would do. Since I knew I couldn't get a laugh from my children, I would go into the room when their friends were over and work the room and make them laugh. And when I got the laugh, then I would turn to my kids and go, "See, huh? Do you do that?
Yeah.
or you're not that sick."
There's usually like one or two kids you realize like that kid knows I'm cool.
Right.
Like they don't care at all. Like you don't get any cool factor. You're just an idiot to them. I used to do a joke about it that your kids think you're idiots. Doesn't matter who you are. You know, even like Keith Richards, even like Johnny Depp's kid is like, "Oh God, Dad is wearing his scarves again." You know, like you don't get anything. You could make super bad or whatever. You're just still a loser, corny. Like they think I'm corny. I'm like, I don't think I'm known as corny. But you become like a corny dad. And even though I think I'm like cutting edge joke guy, to them, I'm fucking boring, corny, goofy dad joke guy.
What is, without getting too about, but is what that you can share where they said, okay, like that was, thank you. Like I begrudgingly gave it up to you. Is there one thing where they said, all right, that was cool?
Well, no, never. It's never happened. And I'll tell you how bad it is. I've had the ability to like connect them to like meeting the people that they like way more than me. So, whatever, like when they're little kids, like meeting Justin Bieber backstage at a concert.
Right.
But I get none of the respect of having been able to figure out a way to make it happen.
Right.
I get no cool factor that even I know some Jewish accountants that can get us in the room with Justin Bieber. There's never been a moment of like, holy shit, Dad. Never. I'm trying to think, and I've pulled off some good ones because that's really all I have to offer is like concert tickets.
Right.
That's the only thing that is cool is like, I can get you whatever.
You know what? They're smart. They know that if they give you an attaboy, you'll stop. They keep you hungry.
Yes.
Were they able to make eye contact with Bieber? That was one of the things I noticed, that when my daughter met somebody, she couldn't look at him in the eye.
No, they melt down completely. I mean, they're the funniest photos is the little kid photos meeting, some people like that. They're just, they never handle it well. They always are half in tears and completely embarrassed for having mishandled the moment. No one ever meets anyone like that and walks away and goes, I think I handled that pretty well. Your kid always, it's a nightmare that will haunt them for the rest of their lives, that they couldn't speak when they, met somebody.
So let's talk about meeting people and conspiracy theories and my paranoia and my thirst for a grand unifying theory to explain the way of the world. I don't traffic in conspiracy theories, but whenever I meet really bright people or have power, I begin to believe that there is some kind of conspiracy, that people are working together at certain levels to keep power or money or influence. So where do you stand? You've been exposed to, I don't know, you're part of the Trilateral Commission. I think you told me the Bilderberg Group. You go to the I'm kidding.
Carlyle, part of the Carlyle Group?
Like access, like when you get access to these people, what do you understand about how things work? Is it a conspiracy? Is nature taking care of things? How do you explain a lot of things that happen?
To me, it feels like all that is like an organism. And it's like COVID. You know how they say, well, COVID won't kill everybody, because on some level, COVID knows it needs to keep the host alive. Right? And you're like, how does COVID know how to do that?
Right.
COVID knows. There's some, whatever intelligence to COVID that it will find a way so that maybe at some point it won't kill everybody, because then it just becomes a normal flu and it always lives.
Right.
In that way, right?
Lorne
Like
Michaels. Lorne Michaels is a genius. He doesn't need a host. He's one of the few.
He doesn't need a host.
That's just, so
he did need Paul Rudd this Saturday.
Yeah, that's
but
right.
I feel like there's common needs and interests which collude to make these choices. And the funny thing about Donald Trump was he tried to make it explicit. So he really thought, like, I could just get Putin in a room or the head of North Korea and just go, hey, you should open a hotel. You got a good beach here. And he thought you could just say, I'll do this for you. You do this for me. And he didn't realize that they're playing a long game that he's not a part of. He's just a blip for like their 100-year plan. But that those interests are, money, power sustaining itself. And the unfortunate thing is when you look at important things like climate change, it interferes with the idea of short-term interests for a lot of the players, which is I need this money now, and the things that save the world in the long term cost a lot of money now, which I don't get really credit for, and I don't get more power for. I get more power by kind of raising money or helping economies. And so as the world starts melting and going on fire, the whole thing implodes because there's not a great profit motive to fix it at this point. Or no one believes it'll help economies to go green.
Right.
And so you have all these short-term thinkers just destroying the earth who all think, well, I'll be dead before it's really bad. And I don't care about my grandkids that much versus making this money.
Right. How terrified do you think the people who have that kind of money are for their grandchildren? How can you have, all they talk about is, I want to leave all this to my kids, my inheritance, get rid of the estate tax. I want my kids to have all this money. And at the same time, they're leaving them a planet that is undeniably worse off because of them. How do they square that, do you think?
I think on some level, people who are in industries that are hurting the planet think that leaving the money to their kids is proof that they won the game.
Right.
And having their kids have a good life isn't.
Right.
They can say, I won. I got all my money to the kids without paying much. So it's another financial success. But my kid didn't have to live in pollution or tornadoes and floods. You can't quantify that as my win. So I don't think they're really thinking about it that way. They're probably just going, well, they'll figure it out. Technology will figure it out. And they go into some sort of easy denial about it. But when you really look at what they're saying is happening, at the North Pole right now.
Right.
I mean, it's raining there. They're saying, oh, it rained for the first time.
Right.
Well, that's not good.
Right.
And it's just raining there. And, they're saying within the next 5 years, the level of melting happening, it's really, we're going to see it in our lives. Something really astronomical.
Have you seen Adam McKay's new movie?
I have. It's excellent. Very, very good.
The Intercept says it's as good as Dr. Strangelove.
I saw it twice. He showed me the movie when he was in the middle of editing it, and then I saw it a second time when he was done. And it's a very, very funny movie. It's also very intense.
Right.
And when I watched it the second time, I laughed so hard because I just noticed every joke. Right. He's satirizing hundreds of things about what's going wrong with the media and how they deal with problems and big business and how everyone tries to monetize everything but not fix anything. And I did think that it was a classic and really funny and painful. I mean, he's saying things that are hard for people to hear, but everyone should see it. It's pretty special.
Great. You have a quality. How are you on time, by the way?
I don't even know what time it is.
Well,
I'm okay.
Okay. Elton John, you remind me of Elton John in that.
That's never been said before.
I'll tell you why. Elton John has been able to stay where he is because he's a fan of music. So anytime there's new music out, he listens to it, he enjoys it, he wants to be a part of it. There's no jealousy. And there are two types of creatives. There's the person who, I don't want to, your success is killing me, and I don't want to be a part of it. And that ends up killing the creative. And then there are people who embrace everything that's around them. That's a great quality to have. Do you think?
I think that for me, I came at it as a fan.
Right.
And so on one level, I think I do what I do just to be a part of the community.
Right.
And I can only be a part of the community if I make really good stuff.
Right.
If my stuff sucks, no one's going to talk to me.
Right.
So I have to keep the quality high to be able to have any friends. But, then slowly you realize what you care about, what you want to write about, and as an artist, what you want to express. But that fan thing in me is very strong. So when people do great work, it blows me away. And that's the part I enjoy the most, to see whatever. Maria Bamford's new set.
Right.
I just produced Ricky Velez's HBO special.
Right. And
he was so great. I worked on Gary Goldman's HBO special.
The Depression.
As a producer also, and Chris Gethard. And, so as a fan, I'm excited to support because I love good comedy. And my main rule for everything I do is I want to make things or support things that I wish existed. As a fan, I wish that this show existed or this special existed. And if there's a way for me to help make it happen, that's what I do.
So I've divided, there's the Judd Apatows of the world, and then there the more commonplace who your success, if I go see Adam McKay's movie, not me, I think, well, that's a great movie. A big piece of me just died. There are, but that is a major instinct in human beings. I don't think you have to fight that. I think you genuinely are. Because I was reading Sick in the Head and the connection to your mother and this love of comedy and being a part of it. I genuinely don't think you're rooting against somebody. You probably are because you're a human being, but...
Well, there's certainly moments when you're jealous. I mean, I remember I had done a lot of stuff and it was all not financially successful for a long time, for like 15 years. So even the things that I loved, like Freaks and Geeks or The Cable Guy, I just had undeclared heavyweights, just a lot of things weren't hits. Even the things that I had held up well over time. And I was walking on the lot with Ben Stiller, and he had just had a bunch of big hits, like Something About Mary, and things were going great. And he just turned to me and he just said, "You need a hit, man."
Wow.
And so I wasn't like, I was rooting for everybody, but there certainly was a moment where I was getting nervous that I was completely out of sync with modern American tastes. And I would rationalize it this way. I would think, well, maybe I'm just like an alternative band. Maybe I'm like Dinosaur Jr., The Replacements, and I'm just never going to have a hit, but I'll just try to do some cool stuff. And hopefully they'll keep letting me make some things.
Right.
And then luckily, things started connecting, but definitely it was a little scary for a moment.
Can you imagine as a child that you would ever say it's hard to watch television? Because I grew up watching television. My mother used to just unplug the TV. And now, as an adult, it's harder and harder for me to sit down and see everything. I think you genuinely love, like you carve out time in the day to watch stuff, right? It's part of your job. It's part of taking the temperature of the culture, and you don't. Do you feel bad if you haven't sat and watched TV for a while?
I mean, it's just part of our day, which is we tend to watch TV before we go to bed. So we catch up on things because we're not readers.
Yes, you are. Do you feel guilty watching television? See, I feel guilty watching television.
Sometimes I think I wish we developed the reading before bed habit, but instead we're watching, good stuff like Succession but a lot of stuff gets by me. I mean, I watched Schitt's Creek during the pandemic. We watched the entire thing, and it helped us get through. And so things get past me, tons of things, big things. I'm still on season 2 of Game of Thrones.
Right.
It took me 7 years to watch all of Breaking Bad. Right. I was watching like one every 3 months for the last 7 years. But I do like it. But I'll tell you, I started having a weird sensation from watching too much TV where it all felt very familiar. And I felt like I could see like the threads on the ball a little too much. Mm-hmm. And for a little while, I was having trouble enjoying anything because I felt like I could see how it was made.
Right.
And I could feel its story arcs. And it just comes from knowing how it's done. For a little while, it got in my head, and I would get kind of irritated watching scripted shows. And I really watched nothing but like Dateline and documentaries for a while.
Right.
Because I think I had too much. I think I overdosed on it.
Right. We do a thing called Office Hours, and on Friday we read The Soup Nazi. Mm-hmm. What struck me, that's undeniably great, right? You cannot say that The Soup Nazi isn't a great episode of television. And yet there isn't a single joke in it that you can isolate and say, you can't, you can say no soup for you, but you have to know the context. You can't just isolate a joke. Whereas Succession, there are exquisite bon mots, jokes where you can amazing jokes. Somebody said to me, it's more satisfying to see a comedy that's completely devoid of quotable jokes, because that means you created a situation that is so funny you don't need to pepper it with funny lines. Does that make sense to you?
Well, I think what you're talking about is that sometimes the characters are just firing in such a way, and the situation is so well constructed that you don't need a lot of jokes which work on their own outside of the situation, or they're part of the situation, but they're very well written, like an insult that's perfectly crafted, which Succession has a lot of that. I mean, when I watched Succession this year, what it feels like is they had a lot of time during the pandemic to punch it up.
Right.
And so it was a really strong season and hilarious, but some of the lines are so good.
Right.
That you can't believe it.
Right.
You almost want to write them down. But yes, it sometimes like something like The Soup Nazi, the performance is so funny and the situation is so funny that when you read it, none of it's on the page.
Right. None of it. That's right. None of it is on the page. So when you're making a movie and you're a comedy, you're testing it in front of audiences. And are you removing, is the goal to remove as many jokes as possible and make it not funny on the page? Is that a goal of not necessarily you, but say, was that the goal of Larry and Jerry to say, okay, we had this?
I mean, I think it's more, and again, this is every showrunner's personal perspective.
Right.
There's a moment when you can feel the room. You could feel that 10 people wrote this.
Right.
You can feel the effort to make it funnier, and it's not organic.
Right.
And it's sweaty. I always use the word sweaty.
Right.
It feels needy and sweaty.
Right.
And you could just tell. And good writers and good comedy writers know how to avoid that. And that's what makes it great. So yes, you can have amazing jokes and amazing one-liners and amazing situations and physical and situational moments, but it's up to whoever's in charge to decide the music of that.
Right.
And when they get it wrong, it's awful. It's the worst
Right.
thing ever.
Right.
And that's what we're all afraid of. But when you get it right, it's like your favorite episode of, Curb Your Enthusiasm
Right.
or something, or well, actually, that's a funny example because there is no script.
Right.
There's just an outline, and everyone's improvising.
Right. Right. So Succession, I find this is really, I know we wanted to talk about, I'll get back to politics in a second. So Succession to me, it's kind of from the Armando Iannucci, Jesse Armstrong, I think he wrote In the Loop with Armando Iannucci, if I'm not mistaken. And that's like a specific school of comedy writing that is just so highbrow and so intense. And there's an elegance to Succession because, and I wanted to ask you about this, because you have to know what everybody wants in order for the script to play out. If the character, and Succession is so true to one thing, Succession, to the point every episode is who will succeed the Rupert Murdoch character. And and it's as riveting as In the Loop. It's as riveting. And In the Loop is all about being in the loop. It's the title. It's like, does that, when you're working on a script, are you looking for the elegance of one specific want in each character? Can you muddy a script by having a character want more than one thing?
I think it depends, because most characters want 1,000 things, and your story is bringing to light certain aspects of their personalities and how far they're willing to go to get certain things that they want.
Right.
Usually you don't have time for all of it. So in the 40-Year-Old Virgin, on some level he wants intimacy.
Right.
It's not really about sex, it's about love.
Right.
And he's afraid.
But that's an example. That's an example of the elegance that you see in Succession. You know what the 40-Year-Old Virgin at least thinks he wants.
Yeah, you think he wants sex, but really he wants connection. But he's afraid that the person will think he's a freak or he's less than. So he doesn't want the confirmation of his worst fears that he's not lovable. So he's hiding. And I think you could look at Succession and say the only reason that they want success and they want to be dad's favorite and get that job is because they want dad's love and they want mom's love. And so they're so hungry and cutthroat, but really they just want the hug. I mean, that's what some of the last episode was about, when he says, what do you have and he's like, love. What about love? And it's because they never talk about it. But really, that's why they're so hungry for his approval, because he's never really given them normal affection.
Right. So you say it's hard for you sometimes to watch comedies because you see the threads. When's the last time, without insulting any friends of yours, it's all when the stars line up. It's not a matter of taste or affinity. It's just the stars have lined up, that something washed over you and you couldn't break it down. Like a comedy that you started watching, you forgot which act it was, and you were just lost in it. Can you get lost in somebody else's work?
Sure. Licorice Pizza, the new Paul Thomas Anderson movie, which on some level is a unique type of romantic comedy. And I felt this way about Punch Drunk Love as well. I mean, they're just very unique expressions of romantic comedies where, when I was watching Licorice Pizza, there's moments where I'm just beaming. I'm like, oh my God, he's doing it. Oh my God, this scene, I've never experienced a scene like this. This scene is so funny, like in a way that I never would have anticipated. There's so many moments in it. that are indelible. It's a really great movie. And you know, when you talk about being jealous or, you know, like that is the kind of movie where I watch. I'm like, oh, damn it. He did it. He did it. You know?
All right.
And I wanted to succeed. And I love Paul, who's been very kind to me and helpful to me. And you know, he's helped me out and looked at things. But I'm also like, how come my movies don't come out like this? You know?
Last question about mechanics.
I have to say it's the last question.
Yeah.
I have to go feed people.
Okay. Last question about mechanics. If you look at a scene, does each character have to go from a negative? I know this is really horrible to ask, but I'm going to ask it anyway. From a negative charge to a positive charge, or a positive charge to a negative charge? Because if you read about making movies, they say that every scene a character must start off one way, and then by the end of that scene, they have to be changed emotionally. Is that a rule that has to be followed, or is that violated all the time?
I mean, I never think about it in those terms. I haven't heard that metaphor. I mean, obviously, each scene is supposed to teach you more about the character and push the story forward. But I always think that these movies and stories, they're always about growth. There's the playwright, John Guare, who said, you know, plays are about you put someone in a corner and you see how they fight their way out.
Right.
And I try to keep it that simple for myself. You know, something happens to someone, there's an obstacle, usually an obstacle to love, but there's obstacles and then they get worse and worse. And how do they get themselves out? Or do they not get themselves out?
Right.
You know, I was saying to somebody, there's not that many endings, right? Like the 40-year-old virgin ends with him having sex. He has a happy ending. He gets married. He has sex. It turns out okay. The other ending could be
kind of ended like Mad Men kind of stole the ending.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. They're all happy on a field. The other ending could be he has sex and it's bad and he's humiliated and he walks away humiliated.
Right.
Or it could be like a David Lynch movie where like he has sex and she just starts screaming like Laura Dern.
Right.
And that's the end. Or they have sex and then she shoots him in the head. There's only like 5 from happy to less happy to what does that mean to really unhappy.
Right.
And so for me, when I make things, I always try to go, where am I trying to get to?
Right.
And then I kind of build backwards.
Judd Apatow is Judd Apatow, and we are very grateful that you found time to be on the show again. It's fascinating. I did a little fanboy stuff. I should have asked you more about politics, but it's Christmas and I'm watching movies. So I figured I should have asked you more about politics and less about show business. But it was great. I really appreciate it. What would you like to plug? When does your new movie come out?
Well, my movie will come out in the spring. It's called The Bubble. I guess you can still buy Sick in the Head, my book of interviews with comedians. And then I put out a book called It's Garry Shandling's Book, which is a collage of all of these jokes and journal entries and photographs and people talking about them in oral history. And it's perfect for the Christmas season. I think there's an ebook of it as well.
The Garry Shandling thing is up there with Steve Martin's book about stand-up. It's like those are the two. It's incredible. Thank you, Judd Apatow. Please come back. Judd Apatow.
Of course. Take care.
You are listening to the David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. We started at 4:30 today. By the looks of me, Dan, are you here? I was completely unprepared. I thought we were starting at 5 o'clock, and then my alarm went off, and I realized, oh my God, we're starting at 4:30, not 5. So I haven't even played the introduction, and because of the equipment breakdown, I have not been able to play any of the interstitials. How are you, sir?
I'm doing wonderfully. How are you?
That was great, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was fantastic. Judd's awesome. Your opening monologue was great. Your first 2 or 3 minutes were high energy. You're trying to shove it all in there. I was like, slow down, calm down.
I know. I know. I got completely lost in. I knew that Judd was coming on, and I knew what I wanted to talk about, and I knew I had to bring it in on time. So everybody should follow Judd on Twitter, and what can you say about Judd? How was your weekend?
It was fantastic, and for Judd, the website that he was promoting last time he was on was Pacific Pups Products.
Right. That's a good. Should we do community billboard, because we do have some time. We have till 7.
I have not even created a community billboard yet.
Okay.
We could take some questions from...
We can take some questions from the audience. I also have to get my phone because we're doing Howie Klein at 7. I am completely unprepared for today's show. I had no time to do my hair transplants, put on a clean shirt. I went, oh my God, I don't even think I brushed my teeth today.
Did you get your coffee colonic?
I had my coffee colonic.
Oh, that's good.
Well, yeah.
Mike Steinell. Do we got a Mike Steinell song?
We could play a Mike Steinell song. Let me do this. How was office hours this weekend?
Office hours was great. We had a good time.
I went up and visited my friend in Massachusetts. I actually got out of town, and it was great. It was great to just get out of New York City for a while. I spent one night at a hotel. I haven't slept. I haven't stayed in a hotel, and I saw the first 30 minutes of West Side Story in a movie theater. I haven't been in a movie theater in I don't know how long. And it's spectacular. You don't realize how much has been taken away from us until you get a taste of it. And I know that people are really suffering. I mean, the evictions are starting up again. Thank you, President Biden, for bringing back the evictions, and thank you for bringing back you have to pay back your student loans now, even though he promised he would do something about that. And the child tax credit, the $300, $400 a month that Americans were getting for each kid, thanks to Joe Manchin, that's gone. Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas. It's unbelievable. I know that there's real suffering. That's just people who listen to this show who are suffering. But for me, in my bubble, not having seen a movie in close to 2 years in a theater, I couldn't believe. It was like I was seeing movies for the first time. Like I used to quit pot for a month and then come back to it and it would blow my mind. It's kind of not seeing a movie for 2 years. It just blew my mind. And getting a good night's sleep in a hotel room, just like 12 hours straight, just in
your standard things to worry about aren't there. Is the oven off? Is the door locked?
I know the oven's
it's
off.
all gone.
I don't have an oven. That I know. Why don't we do this? I'm still waiting to download. If people want to talk to Dan and me, raise your hand in the Zoom room, and we'll take your calls about anything. How are you holding up during the holiday season? This is a depressing time of year, more so than usually. And we also have a YouTube channel. Didn't we check our YouTube channel last time we were doing this?
Yeah.
How are we doing over at YouTube? Subscribe to the show as a podcast wherever you listen to nonsense like this. And raise your hand in the Zoom room. Oh, there we go. Let's look at the chat room in the Zoom room. That's amazing. We have some people watching us on YouTube.
Yep, they're loving it over there. I keep yelling at them to hit the like button. I don't know how well it works.
Yeah. But. So any questions, we'll answer any questions you want in the chat room on YouTube. I do read the chat room the next day, and I'll answer any questions in the chat room, in the Zoom room. Oh, we have a hand raised. Okay, here we go. Let's go. I think we're going to Great Britain. Dan?
See him.
Hello.
Is this Great Britain?
This is Blighty, yes.
Say hello to Dan, England.
Hello, Dan, England.
Wasn't that a
Hello,
band?
Sam.
Dan, England, Dan. Was it?
Dan, England. How art thou? Know what I want you to ask Judd next time he's on, just for a laugh? You know, the way, like, you know, you had a Thatcher.
Mm-hmm.
Not that one. The Thatchers were, they made roofs, and Coopers made barrels. Well, his name sounds like a rim shot after a joke.
Apatow. Yeah, you're right.
Apatow.
Yeah.
So, I'll bring that up because you never know. It could be a subliminal thing he's lived with all his life that has led him on this path of comedy.
Right.
But anyhow.
He's a great guy,
Yeah.
and he's a fan. It was so interesting when he said he's a fan of comedy, because people like me are, you know, we're fans of comedy, but we're so broken inside that, you know, I can't binge watch The Simpsons because it's so great.
It depresses you.
It depresses me. I go, to know that something, it's like, I'm like Salieri. I'm a less talented Salieri.
Well, that's probably just because you're in the industry, you see. If you weren't in the industry, I think you'd be a lot better.
No, I'm just a bad person. I'm just rotting inside.
How about you watch somebody's special for an hour and you say, that was really great. You never laughed once. That was really good. That was really good.
Lenny Bruce, Mort Saul, in his book, quoted Lenny Bruce as saying, the problem with stand-up comedians is they think there's only one gig. And I had read that when I was just starting out. The problem with stand-up, and I thought, wow, that is something you have to overcome, because somebody's success has nothing to do with you. It really doesn't.
You're only as good as your last performance.
But it's up to you to be good, not up to how another comedian does has nothing to do with you. Nobody can stop you from writing a good joke or doing a great impression.
Some of the best comedians are purposefully bad. They go out of the way to be bad, and that gets the audience on their sides, and they sort of ride on that.
That's interesting. You know,
but
like Steve Martin and Marty Short are not afraid of pompously presenting a lame joke, which is always the funniest thing in the world. I mean, Marty Short will go out and present, he'll give 1,000% on a line that he knows is going to just sit there, and his swimming in it makes it so effing funny. You're absolutely right.
That's like Norm MacDonald on the Bob Saget roast as well, isn't it?
Right. Yes.
The lamest, shittest, oldest rubbish jokes, and he just destroyed a lot of them. Brilliant.
Excellent.
Anyhow.
Excellent point.
Yes. Up yours.
Thank you, England.
Bye.
That's Britain for goodbye.
Yeah,
up yours.
Up yours. Let's go to John in West Hollywood from London. No, see him, right, Dan?
See him.
Now we're see him to West Hollywood. John. Hello, John.
Now you see him, now you don't.
Now, yes.
Did you say you saw the first half hour of West Side Story in a theater?
Yes.
So what happened to the rest of the movie?
I can't get it. It's a long story. It's a long story. I got thrown out of West Side Story. I don't want to get into it. I was enjoying West Side Story, and I was with a friend. But we, for reasons I can't go into, we were asked to leave. I I'm not used to I was relaxing and we misbehaved. So my friend and I.
Oh, I thought it was snoring or you were texting.
No, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. But I haven't been out in public in a while, and sometimes I participate in things that I shouldn't be participating in, and I was politely asked to leave.
Okay. Well, hey, at least you weren't one of those disruptive guys who would pull out a gun and shoot the usher. So, all right.
Maybe. What did you hear?
Did you get their badge number when they asked you to leave?
No, it's just nowadays in general, all these service workers have to fear for their lives because of the belligerent customers.
Right. Yeah.
But that's another myth.
Yeah, but have you seen West Side Story?
No, I probably will. It's gotten pretty good reviews, and I saw the original way back in the day. But Spielberg's a great director. Not all of his movies are great, but he knows what he's doing. I'll probably check it out.
It didn't do well, as though that matters. It didn't do well. I think because it doesn't have, Gosling or Reynolds. It doesn't have a big name who surprises us all by his dancing ability or singing. It's to me, everybody's unknown, but it doesn't have like a big star. So I don't think it's done that well in the box office. But what I was allowed to see was spectacular.
Yeah. Well, the original didn't have any big stars either, unless they were bigger stars than I thought they were. But
right.
And it was a big hit, but that was back then.
Yeah, I wonder how that works.
When musicals.
I wonder I wonder how that works with Spielberg, like how his mind works. It gets great reviews, but it doesn't do well at the box office. What is he at this point in his life? I'm sure he only cares about the reviews and how the movie is received. It'll probably get Academy Award nominations and stuff like that.
I assume it will. And who knows how much of it has to do with the COVID situation, and
right.
I'm sure that's not the only reason, but that's got to play some part in it.
Right. Did you know that you can eat while watching a movie now? It's become dinner theater.
Yeah, those have been around for a few years in LA anyway. They have certain theaters that are called dine-in movie theaters where you can actually order food from your seat. There's a few of those around.
So now you have to tell people to stop talking with food in their mouth. It's bad enough that you're talking, but you're spraying food on the back of my neck. Can you chew with your mouth closed? I can hear you chew. I don't know.
But that's always been a problem with popcorn eaters. People who eat popcorn with their mouth open in a movie theater, always one of my pet peeves.
Yeah. I am a pretty tolerant human being, except when I go to a movie and somebody is distracting me from the movie. Then go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I saw Dune in a theater last week, finally. I should have seen it earlier, but I finally got around to it. And I liked the movie. It wasn't the best. I wish I'd seen it in IMAX. But anyway, I liked it quite a bit. But there was some people, and the theater was sparsely populated, which is fine during this time. There was a couple that were like a row behind me, basically, or two. There was like a gap. But anyway, they were behind me. And they were talking and talking and talking and talking during the previews. And as the movie started, I said, I hope they shut up. And thankfully they did, because it's one of those rare experiences to go in the last year to a movie or two. And I was worried. I
went to see the 25th anniversary of Apocalypse Now. And there were some young people. I went with my friend David Weiss. He's a comedy writer. And we couldn't wait to see, the director's cut, the restored Apocalypse Now. And there were these young pieces of shit sitting behind me talking. And I just turned around. And I knew that they were as old as the movie. So they had never seen it before. And I said, Marlon Brando gets killed at the end by Martin Sheen. And then they phone in an airstrike. And I just told them how the movie ends. Why'd you do that? They go, why'd you do that? That's a good way to ruin a movie.
Spoiler alert.
Didn't shut them up, though. It didn't shut them up. Hey, I have to get my phone. So I'm probably going to have to play the opening sequence. Are you ready for Christmas, Dan? You know, we're going to do office hours Friday night. That's Christmas Eve.
I'm ready.
We're going to do Secret Santa.
And the following week is New Year's Eve.
We're gonna
having to land on 2 Fridays.
Yeah. So if you're alone on Christmas Eve, why not spend it with me and feel really alone? Come to office hours Friday night at 8 p.m. We're going to do Christmas Eve on office hours. It's kind of intimate in a way. Sometimes there's a level of intimacy. Not really, but if you're alone and you want to hang out with better people than your family, I guarantee everybody at office hours is better than your family and your friends. And you'll meet a better class of person by coming to office hours. Friday nights at 8 p.m. Go to my website to sign up, and we'll do Christmas and New Year's, and we'll get through this. If you're feeling depressed, you should be. That's a healthy sign. This is a depressing time of year. It'll get better. Come January, things will get better, I promise. This is a bad time of year for everybody, but there's a lot of things to be grateful for. There really is. I can't think of anything right now. Nothing comes to mind, but I know that things will get better.
The songs of Mike Steinell. That's something.
The music of Mike. I'm grateful for the music of Mike Steinell. I'm grateful that America is going to end up like Chile. I've decided we're going the way of Chile, not Nazi Germany. And Chile just elected a leftist to be its president. That the move to fascism only lasts 17 years, and then democracy comes back. I don't see us becoming Nazi Germany. I think we're going to become Chile. And so we're going to be okay, except for those who aren't going to be okay. You know, left-wingers with podcasts may have to move to Canada or change. And I plan to change and support the Generalissimo because, okay. Let's see. What is office hours? Just give me the truth on YouTube. What is office hours? It's every Friday night at 8 p.m. And somebody accused me of Pee Wee Herman style misbehaving at a movie theater. I was going to mention somebody else, but you're not allowed to. Do you remember Pee Wee Herman?
Oh, Paul Rubens?
But why he got kicked out of a movie theater?
Oh, yeah.
Imagine the poor guy sitting in front of him. Oh, I'm trying to lose weight. No, this popcorn's buttered. I didn't order buttered popcorn.
I wrote a terrible joke the other day.
Yeah.
I came on my own ass and I shot it over my head. I'm a cum-torsionist.
That's good.
Yeah, cum-torsionist.
That's so bad. I should have written it. Jane asks, you have to keep wearing that hat? Yeah, I have hair transplants and they have to be combed just right. Otherwise, believe it or not, I'm vain. I know that's hard to believe, but I actually care about the way I look. I don't do anything about it, but I need pants. That's the other thing I've discovered. I haven't bought a pair of pants in 6 years. I'm looking at my pants and I'm going, my God, I have not bought pants nor needed pants in 6 years. I just need a nice shirt. Did I replace Dave Cyrus? No. He's been very busy. He's in Miami right now working on a New Year's Eve show. Here, I'm answering YouTube. Any other questions before I panic? And if I can't find my phone, no Howie Klein. Anything in the chat room? Anybody want to raise their hand? Okay, hard to believe that nobody has anything. You know what's sad? I don't give a shit, Dan. Like, I'm just, like, nobody wants to raise their hand or talk.
We got Lane and we got John.
We got John, yeah.
Save us the best they could.
Are you going away? Are you going to go to the Finger Lakes?
No. My wife and son are going to Italy soon, and I'm going to have the house to myself for 3 weeks.
Wow.
Whoa.
They're going to Italy.
Yep.
They should be scouting a location for this podcast, because a year from now, I want to do this show from Italy. Like Gore Vidal. Like, I don't think I'm going to be able to do this show a year from now in the United States. Thinking Italy would be a good location.
Right in the middle of the Coliseum would be appropriate for a few of your guests.
What cities are they going to?
I don't even know. They're just not going to be here.
That's
cool.
Are you going to be lonely?
No.
Who's going to remind you that you're not eating properly and that your jokes aren't funny and that you're just a generally bad person? I always find without family, you operate under the mistaken belief that you're a good person.
I think the vodka and pizza will tell me.
Oh, that's good. Wasn't that funny about Judd not being able to get his daughters to laugh at his joke? Remind you of anybody?
Yeah.
Remind you of a specific? Remind me of Hannah?
Uh-huh.
I have had to say, the other night during office hours, when I came up with the greatest joke of my life, it was 1 a.m. and Joe in Norway was doing a 1-hour lecture on the history of bidets. And I was in the chat room, and then I interrupted and I said, and this is the greatest thing I've ever said in my life, I shoot nitrous oxide, I'm screwing it up. Nitrous oxide. I shoot noxide. Jesus.
So, I mean, I have it written down.
Yeah. What is it? This is the greatest joke I've ever come up with. What is it?
I shoot nitrous up my butt for shits and giggles.
I shoot nitrous oxide up my butt for shits and giggles. And that's the funniest thing I ever said. And my daughter was at office hours, and I just went, F you, that's funny. That's a funny joke, even though nobody's laughing. That's a funny joke. I wrote a follow-up for that. That punchline is, what did I write here? That punchline is an interesting voice of turds. Okay.
It's not a choice of words. It's
choice of turds, yes. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play our opening, and then when I come back, I will have my phone. Or I can just leave it to you, Dan, and you can just talk for fun.
Oh, no, the song will be good. The last few shows, I thought you were going to try to make me sing it. I was like, okay, it's time right now for the David Feldman show. Okay, I think I got it.
When I come back, we'll be joined by Howie Klein, assuming I can find the phone. Until I put a new operating system on this computer, we're just doing this show old school, the way we did it a year ago. But starting on Monday of next week, I'm going to wipe this computer clean. And it's not because the FBI has been asking questions about my visits on tour. Is it pronounced tour? Is that the...
Yeah, that's good. But when you said wipes it clean, then you're just talking about shits and giggles.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting this route.
Okay. When we come back, we'll be joined by Howie Klein. You're listening to The David Feldman Show. Friend me on Facebook. Follow me on Twitter.
It's time right now for The David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an enemy for right. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckled in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Yes, it's time right now on the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Oh, that was not nice. The people who are making the videos for the interstitials are turning on me. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. And thank you, Professor Mike Steinel. He will not be with us tonight. Normally he's with us on a Monday night, but he's doing something, I believe it's called Celebrating the Holidays. People do that. They take a vacation, and we don't take a vacation here at the David Feldman Show. This is show number 101. This is 101 every week, 2 shows a week. We do this 52 weeks out of the year, and that's the way it is. Even if I go on a vacation, I'm still going to do the show, because how hard is it? You just take the laptop and you can do the show. It's not like I'm going to actually relax. All right, I'm going to put a call into Howie Klein, and we will talk to Howie Klein from Down with Tyranny. And please, if you'd like to sit in the Zoom room and join our virtual studio audience, you're more than welcome. Go to my website, please, and hit attend a live taping. And same thing for office hours. And subscribe to this show as a podcast wherever you get podcasts. We are everywhere, and we have a YouTube channel, which is slowly growing, and that's the best way to share these episodes. Well, let's go to Los Angeles, where Howie Klein is standing by. He is the founder and treasurer of the Blue America PAC, and he is also the author of Down with Tyranny. Say hello to Howie Klein. Are you there? Okay, hang on. It's one of those days. Howie, are you there? Hang on. Having one of those days. Howie? Okay. Well, maybe we should be taking vacations. Let me, I don't know what's going on here. And because I can't, let me play a song by, let's listen to Who's Afraid of Catherine Lou, and I will get Howie Klein on the phone.
Who's afraid of Catherine Lou? I'm a little bit scared and you should be too. She's coming after us, she got our number. Keep one eye open if you want to slumber. 'Cause we're card-carrying members of the professional managerial class. The finest schools, all right. We protested NOM 'cause we didn't want to fight. solar panels and a Tesla car. But we think the Black Panthers went a bit too far. Cause we're card-carrying members of the professional managerial class. Managerial class. We hoard our virtue nice and tight. We hate everybody that's on the right. We take advice from a spiritual llama. Still got a crush on Barack Obama. Cause we're card-carrying members of the professional managerial class. Managerial class. Our lifestyle is lubricious, our values are sclerotic. We're totally meretricious, we make politics erotic. We launder our reputation, we wanna raise a minimum wage. As long as we can keep our vacations and we can take along our maids. Cause we're card-carrying members of the professional managerial class. Managerial class. I'm afraid of Catherine Liu. I must admit I don't know what to do. All I wanna do is stick to the man. Turns out the man is who I am. Cause I'm a card-carrying member of the professional managerial class. Managerial class. Cause I'm a card-carrying member of the professional managerial class. Managerial class. Cause I'm a card-carrying member of the professional managerial class. Managerial class. Managerial class. Managerial class.
That is Mike Steinel, Professor Mike Steinel's love letter to Professor Catherine Liu, author of Virtue Hoarders. Go by Virtue Hoarders by Professor Catherine Liu. Howie, are you there?
I am.
Ah, thank God. All right, I don't know what happened. Howie Klein joins us, founder, treasurer of the Blue America PAC. Read him over at Down with Tyranny. I have to ask you, I read this morning Down with Tyranny, and there's no question that Joe Manchin is a piece of human excrement who loathes the people of West Virginia. Is that, it's undeniable, correct?
That he loathes the people of West Virginia?
That he hates his constituents, that he thinks they don't.
Oh, Manchin you're talking about.
Yeah,
okay,
Joe.
yes.
Right?
Yes, I would guess that. I mean, you know, one thing that came out after I wrote that story was that he told other senators that the real reason that he didn't want to extend the child. Well, I don't know. I can't remember what it's called. The money that's being. Yeah, that's right. The subsidy was because he felt that the parents were going out and using drugs with the money.
Right. Right.
So that's what he thinks of his constituents.
Right, and he blames the FDA for the opiate addiction in his state, not the hopelessness that he creates.
Well, yes, he helps to create for sure. He is really pretty awful. When you were describing him and you calling him a piece of human excrement, I thought you were talking about Biden, and I don't know if you may have said Biden. So I was a little bit taken aback because I wouldn't expect you to say that.
Oh, on some...
Having been a Biden voter yourself.
Well...
So, by the way, that song, you played it two times in a row before I went on. Why was that?
It's just it's one of my favorite songs that Professor Mike Steinel has produced, and Catherine Liu is a brilliant professor from Irvine who's written Virtue Hoarders, which is a condemnation of the professional managerial class. You know, we've learned to hate the 1%. We should also learn to hate the 20% who are the courtiers of the 1%, the lawyers, the accountants, the professors.
And do you have her come on your show?
I'm trying to get her to come on more often. Yes.
Well, we'll play the song when as an introduction to her.
Oh, okay. All right.
So in that post about Manchin, I compared every one of the 51 counties of in West Virginia to who voted for Bernie in the primary and who voted for Manchin. So they weren't running against each other, and they weren't even the same year. In 2016, Bernie beat Hillary in every county, and in 2018, Manchin won every county. So I compared Manchin's votes in the primary to Bernie's votes in the primary. Manchin, out of the 51 counties, Manchin had more voters among Democratic primary voters than Bernie did in 13 counties. Bernie won all the other counties.
Right.
So, and Manchin is, saying, well, Bernie doesn't know anything about West Virginia. We're not interested in his advice. He's an outsider trying to tell us what to do. And I think at least Democrats in West Virginia don't feel that way. They happen to, see through Manchin and see what Bernie is all about, and appreciated him enough so that he won more votes in West Virginia in the primary than Manchin did.
Mm-hmm.
So no matter how you want to spin it or twist it, in the end, more West Virginia Democrats voted for Bernie than voted for Manchin.
Right.
And that crosses all kinds of, whether it's a big urban county or a suburban county or a rural county or a middle-class county or a very poor county. Bernie won in every kind of county. You can't say, well, he won in all these counties. No, you can't. He won in every type of county. There was no type of county, no demographic type of county where Manchin did better.
Do you feel foolish believing that it's Joe Manchin who's keeping us from Build Back Better? Do you honestly believe it's just Joe Manchin?
No, it's not just Manchin. Of course it's not.
That he has nothing to do with it, because this is a craven...
No. He has plenty to do with it, but it's not just Joe Manchin. I mean, equal to blame is Kyrsten Sinema. And there's a case to be made that this was handled really badly by both Biden and Schumer, that they did it wrong. And this afternoon, I don't know if I believe it, but Manchin came out with a bunch of statements saying basically that this whole thing is Biden's fault.
So let me push back on this a little. You know more about this than I do. It seems to me that Joe Manchin has no principles. His daughter made close to $100 million ripping off people who need EpiPens. But
that's not. You can't conflate that with him having no principles. I don't think. Yes, he has a horrible daughter. I think from what I've read, he has a horrible wife. He seems to have a horrible son. There's a lot of horrible in that family. And Manchin, from what I can tell, is the worst of the whole lot.
Okay, and he collects $500,000 a year in interest from a coal company he owns. He's getting his ass licked by the oil lobbyists. He is not just his ass licked. They're giving him money, large sums of money, and people say, "Well, it's for his campaign." Well, okay, it is, but remember, there are so many loopholes in the laws that govern that it really is just flat out bribery. I mean, for one thing, when they leave Congress, they get to take that money with them, and the easiest thing for them to do is just hire their wife or their brother or their children and and pay them a salary. That money is the salary. Right.
So it stays in the family. It's a really awful situation. He is a corrupt, bribe-taking, what did you call him, piece of excrement?
Yeah.
Yes, I go along with that.
So how can
So I don't know what you...
So then it's Biden's fault. If somebody can be bought, Joe Manchin can be bought,
Yes, he is bought all the time.
and yet the Democratic Party couldn't buy him to vote for Build Back Better.
That's an interesting way of
Well, I
looking
mean,
at it.
it just feels like it feels like, you know, Judd was talking about Lyndon Johnson earlier. It just feels like if the Democratic Party really wanted a social safety net, they're willing to spend, you know, $1.8 trillion, there could be a little money in it for Joe Manchin. And would you complain if somehow a little money went to Joe Manchin to get this thing passed so kids
I
won't
would
starve
complain.
to death? You would not complain if that's what it takes.
I do not want to encourage this kind of behavior. I would complain about that the same way that I would complain if Biden had him shot.
Right.
I just don't believe in that kind of stuff.
The Joe
Manchin.
Manchin bridge, the Joe Manchin.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is great. He already has that already. I mean, they gave his wife some kind of cushy job, thinking that was going to help. It didn't do any good.
At this point, does it matter if he quits the Democratic Party? Is he of any use?
Yes, it does.
Really?
Yes, it matters. He has voted over 97% of the time, like 97 and a fraction, with Biden. There would be, if he quit the Democratic Party and became a Republican. Now, if he quit the Democratic Party and became an independent and caucused with the Democrats, which is what people are saying is going to happen, this was different. But if he would quit the Democratic Party and become a Republican, that would be it for the rest of Biden's term in terms of getting any nominations through. And he does vote with the Democratic Party most of the time. So, it's very, very frustrating. We hate him, but there's really nothing we can do about it. I don't think. I mean, hopefully there is something, but I don't know what it is.
I want to ask you about Chile in a second, because you're right.
Really? I mean, we're just leaving Biden.
No. I want to stay on.
We were going to solve this problem.
Yes. Do you think there are forces at work that believe America has to have a growing pool of desperate workers, that you have to keep people poor? Do you think there are people in Washington, D.C., senators and congresspeople, Democrats, who in their heart of hearts feel bad that there are
Democrats?
Yeah, Democrats, but in their heart of hearts feel bad for starving children in America, but know in their heart of hearts that without the working poor, our economy would collapse, that we have to have poor people who are working below subsistence wages?
I've never heard that, and no one's ever said that to me. It sounds more like paranoia than it does reality. I mean, maybe Republicans think that, but you asked me if Democrats think that, and my guess is no. Now, are you talking about elected officials?
I honestly think sometimes I try to get my head into the empty minds of somebody like Ro Khanna, who is a good guy.
No, Ro Khanna does not believe that.
Are you sure?
No.
You're not sure?
How can I be sure? How could I be sure? But it would be my guess that he doesn't believe it.
But when you
certainly wouldn't act on it. I mean, just look at the kind of legislation that he produces. I don't see this. It sounds like some paranoid thing from some of these crazies that you have on your show from time to time,
or just me. I mean, when you have
just you really.
Well, there's a part of me that really, in fact, I'm utterly convinced that most people who are worth a certain amount of money are okay with poor people working. By working poor, I mean a single mom taking the bus to earn $15 a day if she's lucky at McDonald's.
$15 a day?
I'm sorry, $15 an hour working at McDonald's. That is the nature of American capitalism, where you want people working for as little as possible. And
so why do the Democrats? It sounds like you're describing Republicans, not Democrats. Why are the Democrats always trying to push up the minimum wage? Why? I mean, they came up with the whole idea of the minimum wage and they had to fight for it. And I'm not trying to say that Democrats are wonderful, but I think you're going a little far here with making them sound this cynical.
Right. Although I'm surprised I'm hearing this from you. Because,
just see it. I mean, I've talked to Democrats. I talk to them all the time. I've never detected this. I mean, I know Ro Khanna fairly well and well enough to be, pretty sure that there's always a chance he's trying to put it over on me, but I don't think so.
If we sat down with Ro Khanna, who represents Silicon Valley, he represents a part of Silicon Valley. Mostly his district is fairly working class. He represents an area that's really to the west and north of Silicon Valley. He's got some Silicon Valley. When he sits and talks to Tim Cook from Apple, when he talks to, Larry Ellison from Oracle, they're all down in Silicon Valley.
Yeah, he doesn't represent those where they live or work, and my guess is that he's never talked with the guy from Oracle. But that's my guess. I mean, I can find out. I could ask him.
And whoever from Silicon Valley, they're going to say, "You don't understand what we're up against. We have a shortage of workers here in the United States, and
people pay high wages to their people, relatively high wages,
and it's killing us.
Everyone I know who works for Apple is rich,
and it's killing us. We're going to go under if we can't get our arms around this labor problem. We're going to go broke. That's what they tell. That's what they tell Ro Khanna, that we need.
I don't think so.
Okay. I think. Well, then, okay. Well, a lot of the promises that Biden made, relieving student debt, he's not going to do that.
Yes, but why are you blaming that on Ro Khanna? I mean, every Democrat I know is castigating Biden for that. I mean, they're all really angry. I mean, where are you getting this from? This sounds
not
like
angry
paranoia.
enough. Not angry enough to try to get a yes or no vote in the House of Representatives, like Nancy.
They are. Nancy Pelosi is another story, but certainly the progressives are trying very hard to do that. I mean, Pramila, on behalf of the Progressive Caucus today, just totally went after Biden, saying, you can do these things without getting permission from Joe Manchin. Just do them. And she was talking about more than just forgiving student debt, but she was definitely talking about forgiving student debt.
Okay, and
she can't do it herself, but Biden can, and she's reminding Biden very publicly that he should do it. I mean, look, the Progressive Caucus made a tactical mistake, all but 6 of them. They gave up on Biden's word. They gave up hold the line strategy. So the hold the line strategy was working well. Manchin and Sinema really, really wanted the hard infrastructure bill to pass. And it was tied together very intelligently by the progressives with the social infrastructure bill. And they were saying they have to pass at the same time. And it was working. And then Biden and Pelosi, but mostly Biden, came along and said, trust me, Manchin has told me he'll go for it, and we can get this done. Just trust me. And the caucus, the Progressive Caucus did. They trusted him, and they shouldn't have. And AOC certainly didn't trust him, and Ilhan and Rashida, they didn't trust him. They knew that Biden's a liar, and Sinema is insane, and they voted against that bill. But most Democrats, all the other Democrats, everyone but those six, voted for it, and it's horrible, but they did it. And now they're angry at Biden.
Right. Bernie could have killed the bipartisan infrastructure bill, right?
Could have.
One man could have done it, and he didn't.
Wait a second. No, he couldn't have, because there were also Republicans who voted for it. I think there were quite a lot of Republicans who voted for it, like 18 of them maybe, or some number like that.
But that wasn't passed through reconciliation, was it? Or was it?
Yes, it was.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he could have spoken out against it. What did he do? He just decided there are enough goodies in there that I just can't.
No, he also believed that Manchin was going to go for the social infrastructure bill, build back better.
Right.
He's angry now, and he's like very, very angry now, and feels he's been had, and he has been had. But I think what you're trying to say is that they're all lying to us, and that they were all in this together. Is that your point?
You know better than I do.
I don't know. I mean, it's what I think. I don't know.
Can you imagine this conversation? Because I can. Joe Biden calling Joe Manchin on a private line, senator to senator, saying, Joe, you got to do what you have to do. They're killing me. Bernie and these crazy progressives are going to kill my presidency. They're going to kill this country. I'm stuck. I had to make a deal with Bernie to get his endorsement. He's infiltrated our party with these lefties, and you do what you think is right. That's all I can tell you. I'm going to be saying one thing, but you do. I got your back. Don't worry. If you kill Bernie's Build Back Better, I got your back on this. Because somebody has to stop these crazy lefties.
Well, can I imagine it? Yes. I don't think it happened. And right now, Biden and Manchin are at each other's throats. Basically, who lied? They're both accusing each other of being liars. I don't think that's I don't think that's part of the game.
Because we know that Tip O'Neill would call Ronald Reagan, Satan on the House floor, and then at night they'd have a drink together.
Yeah.
And Everett Dirksen would do the same thing with LBJ, that there's a time for publicly chastising somebody and then privately having a drink, and it's all part of the dance.
Well, things have changed quite a lot since then. I really do not see that. I have nothing good to say about Joe Biden or Joe Manchin, but I don't believe that that's what happened. If you want to just ask me if I could imagine it, yes, I could imagine it, but I don't see it. Are you looking at your chat room? Are people saying anything about this in the chat room?
Well, I recommend people don't read the chat room because they'll distract us. What is the chat room? Well, Lynn, let's ask Lynn. Lynn, what do you think?
Oh no! I keep hitting the wrong button. I don't want to talk.
Okay.
I think it comes down to money. They all just sell their vote for profit. Period. And corporate Republicans, corporate Dems, doesn't matter. And I think that Biden, like you just said, should forgive the student loan, cancel the student loan. That might get some votes for him, but it's super important to do to help our country. That's it.
Thank you, Lynn. We have a question for Howie from one of the people in our Zoom room. What is the income level in the 13 counties in West Virginia where Bernie won? Was he attracting?
No. Bernie won all the counties but 13. I'm sorry, I didn't explain that.
No,
right.
I misread the question.
It was Manchin who only won 13 counties.
And what are the?
No, I mean, not one. It was Manchin had more votes in 13 counties. Bernie had more votes in whatever it is, 38 counties or whatever the number was. I remember the Manchin counties. It was 13. He got more votes than Bernie in 13. Bernie got more votes than him in I think 38.
Right. And this question is.
And it was all over the map. Yes, poor. There was no demographic trend of any kind, income or race or size or anything. There was no trend you could point to. So Manchin won some tiny, poor rural counties. He also won, one of the two big urban counties. So there's nothing there. There's unfortunately, I looked. I tried to find a pattern, and there wasn't one.
So I'm a little optimistic. I read your piece about Chile's election. They've elected a leftist, a young leftist, to be president.
Not only did they elect him, but they defeated an actual Nazi. So I'm not saying someone who leans in a fascist or authoritarian way. I mean a Nazi.
German.
This guy's father was in the Nazi Party in Germany, and in Chile when they welcomed German Nazis into Chile in a big way, and when Pinochet was making people disappear, he was bringing them to these Nazi communities, all that were in Chile, and having them killed by these Chilean Germans. And these people would do that. There's every reason to believe that not only the kid's father, not the guy who ran, he's not a kid anymore, but Jose Antonio, whatever his name is, but he and his brother participated in murder. Now, is there any proof of that? No. But it's hard to look at the history of the German Nazis in Chile and believe that these two, they weren't.
Right. So you said something, I loved your headline. If things get really out of hand here, you might consider Chile. And I think what you're saying is we don't necessarily have to worry about America turning into Nazi Germany. We can get Nazi Germany light, and that would be Pinochet. And you can recover from 17 years of Pinochet, right? That we shouldn't, not all will be lost, just 17 years of darkness under a...
All was lost for the people who were killed.
Yes.
All lost for them.
But a realistic assessment of our future is more of a Latin American paradigm than, say, Nazi Germany. We always go to Nazi Germany.
I don't know, but I hope you're right. I don't hope you're right, but I hope it's not going to be a Nazi German kind of thing.
No, but we're going to end up...
Who knows?
We're going to be... I think it's time to embrace the future and accept that the Democrats cannot give the American people what they need to prevent a generalissimo from taking the reins of power in America.
A generalissimo Trump?
Somebody, or Josh Hawley, or somebody. And we've seen this throughout Latin America in the 70s. And we've seen, but we'll recover. Some of us will recover if we don't end up in the stadium, in Santiago Stadium. 17 years from now, we'll come out of darkness in time for the flooding from the polar ice caps. I'm optimistic.
I like the word optimistic, and I'm going to change the subject if you don't mind.
Sure.
To optimism.
Okay.
Since you brought it up. So, we're suffering from another wave of COVID now. It looks pretty horrible. And what's making me optimistic is one thing. West Virginia, speaking of which, went from being the state with the least fully vaccinated people. So it was just like 6 weeks ago, 41% of the state was fully vaccinated. It was at the bottom of the barrel. Now it's at 71, one of the best states, doing better than California or either better than New York or tied with New York. I mean, suddenly in the last 6 weeks, everyone just woke up to this and all ran and got vaccinated. So I feel really good about that. And, it hasn't affected other Trump states like Idaho and Wyoming and Alabama and Mississippi. They're still at the bottom of the barrel. But the fact that West Virginia did it makes me feel really good and optimistic. Because the correlation between not just states, but also counties is incredible. Like all Trump counties, all Trump states are under-vaccinated. All anti-Trump states are vaccinated well. So I feel a little bit better about this now.
In terms of how the midterms shake out, what are we talking about here?
In terms of like getting over this this COVID pandemic, I mean, how are we going to, theoretically, the only way we're going to get over this is for everyone to be vaccinated, not just in the U.S., but all over the world. But we're here in the U.S., so we've got to get this going here. And there is no state where I think the most was like 73 or 74%. That was the most. And there's an argument now if you can get any kind of herd immunity with anything less than 90%, that it's got to be 90%, and we're not even close.
Right.
But if we don't drag some of these backward Trump states and counties along, we're never going to get there.
And the people who don't get vaccinated, I would assume, are more likely to vote for
die.
Trump.
Yes, no, not more. It's completely that. The number one demographic of people who refuse to get vaccinated, so more than like wealth or race or age or anything, the number one demographic is Trump voter.
Right.
You want to know who's not getting vaccinated? Trump voters. Now, yeah, so West Virginia was the second biggest state for Trump after Wyoming. I mean, they're a real state, and yet they in the matter of 6 weeks, they went to the very top of the line or the top of the list of people willing to get double vaccinated.
Good news.
It is good news.
Yes.
Except for among people who are hoping that all of these people would pass away, it's very good news.
Right. Will we have you next week? I know it's Christmas. We do shows regardless.
Good, especially if you let me talk about Jesus.
Let's talk about Jesus.
You want to hear what I made for dinner tonight?
Yes, of course.
So I first of all, a wonderful salad, like a kind of a salad with there's no lettuce kind of substitute in it. It's all like hard-boiled eggs and steamed green beans, stuff like that. There's also avocado and cucumbers and tomatoes. Looks wonderful. I made a great salad dressing. Then a soup, like a harira, which is a traditional Moroccan soup, full of vegetables and chickpeas, just mouth-watering. Just to smell it is mouth-watering. And then a red cabbage and potato dish that is flavored with dill, lots and lots of fresh dill. And then I baked a pumpkin and butternut squash pie. So there you go. If you would like to come over, you're welcome.
I wish I was there. I would be there in a second. Reasons to be cheerful. What was it? Ian Drury and the Blockheads?
Yeah, that's right. Ian Drury
and the Blockheads.
That's right.
That was one of my favorite songs. I would play it, but we'd get dinged. Next Monday, we'll talk Jesus. Next Monday?
Next Monday? Is that Christmas Day?
No. For a guy, Saturday is Christmas.
This coming Saturday?
Yes.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
I listened. Someone sent me an hour-long version of the Wham song. You know, the Christmas Wham song, one of the biggest Christmas songs.
This
of
Christmas, I gave you my heart.
Yeah. You threw, and she threw it away.
An hour?
An hour-long version of that song. I listened to it twice, all the way through already.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Well, I like that song a lot.
Yeah.
In fact, I was in Thailand when he died, and he's an old friend. I mean, I don't know, a friend. I mean, I knew him, and I knew him fairly well. And so I was by myself waiting for my two friends to arrive, and they announced he died, and I just listened to that song. It was Christmas time, and I listened to that song over and over again.
5 years ago.
Yeah.
Well,
Poor George Michael.
yeah. Thank you, Howie. Send that to me, please, if you can. I would.
Oh, yes, of course I can. I'd be happy to.
I would love that. I would love that. We love you here, Howie Klein. Thank you.
All right.
We'll talk to you next week.
I'll send you the next time we have a guest. I'll send you a video of theirs as well.
Okay, and I'm going to reach out to Danny to see if he'll do the show on.
Well, he had such a good time. It wasn't a show, but we did a PDA town hall, and he just can't stop talking about how much he enjoyed it.
Great.
So he'll do it. I know he'll do it. He loves talking about his book and talking about his ideas about what's going to happen with politics now. And and the book is really, really good. It's like I said, it's about the nexus between pop culture and the Trump years. So perfect for your show.
Perfect.
Well, I'm going to jump in, David Feldman and Howie, and say I will not be able to join you next week. So an extended time with Howie and this person seemed like a great next Monday.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
And I will say goodbye.
Thank you, Howie Klein. Read Howie Klein over at Down with Tyranny and give to the Blue America PAC. Joining us is David Kopp. Sorry to keep you waiting, David Kopp.
No, it was a
running...
great conversation, and I got to hear a little culinary taste. And where else are you going to hear politics and Wham at the same time? So, come on.
What's your favorite Christmas song? You're not going to be here next week?
I promised my wife that we were going to actually have some time. It snowed on Horse Mountain, and so we're going to go up there. And I'll tell you, I still to this day I watch religiously It's a Wonderful Life. And I don't think it's maudlin. I don't think I am not embarrassed about it in the least. I embrace it. And it fills me with joy, with genuine joy to watch Frank Capra and It's a Wonderful Life and Jimmy Stewart. So That's my Christmas tradition.
Right. And we're doing a reading of It's a Wonderful Life at office hours.
Are you really?
Yeah, I think we're just gonna do the third act, not the whole I haven't.
So if you only do the third act, then you actually don't get the angel.
Oh, really?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Not in the third act.
What is your? So I'll talk about whatever you want to talk about, and we're running 10 minutes behind. So I'd like to do as much time as I can with you.
Oh, well, thank you.
Before we talk about what you want to talk about, it feels really dark right now. If you lay out Build Back Better, dead. Not only is it dead, but I feel stupid. Manchin makes me feel stupid, and I feel stupid for believing that it's Manchin who killed it when it's really.
Look, it's the neoliberal mindset, right? And to be clear, I want your audience to understand my position that Joe Biden and the majority of the Democratic Party did, in fact, want Build Back Better.
Did or didn't? Did or didn't?
They did. DID. They absolutely did.
I don't believe it.
They failed to understand what was actually happening. So you think that Biden from jump was not expecting Build Back Better?
I think that. I hate to repeat myself to my audience, but I think he got on the phone with Joe Manchin and said, these effing lefties are killing me. They're going to kill the party and this country. I'm stuck. Bernie brought in this wave of crazy lefties, and I got to deal with them. And you do what you have to do, and I got your back. With that, you do what you have to do, Joe, but I have your back. I'm going to do what I have to do. You do what you have to do.
So I'll tell you this, David, if that is really true, like if that is accurate, right? I believe that you believe that that is true.
I do.
And if that is then what that means is it's time to kill the Democratic Party. Like literally, like if that is really true, then there is no even semblance of rehabilitation possible.
Right.
So, and as you know, like I'm a Green Party member, but I'm not an anti-Democratic Party Green Party member. I believe in building mass movements. I believe in engaging electoral politics when and where we can. But I really look, there was a phenomenal book that, and you may have already covered this, but I just want to make sure, and I'll segue into it because what I want to talk about is a book by a Barbara Walter, who's a political science professor at UC San Diego. Professor Walter sits on the Political Instability Task Force. She's got a book that's due out next year.
Oh, I read about this, about how we're no longer a democracy.
Well, look, so not only that, right? So there's
she works for the CIA. She works for the CIA.
Correct.
The CIA hires her to look for countries that are losing their democracy. And she's written a book that says basically 5 years ago, we stopped being a stable democracy.
That's absolutely correct. What she says is we are no longer stable. And I'm going to quote, the U.S. is closer to civil war than any of us would like to believe, end quote. There are 3 retired generals who wrote in the Washington Post about this, that they were, quote, increasingly concerned about the aftermath of the 2024 presidential election and potential for lethal chaos inside our military, end quote. Oh, but wait, there's more. The most recent study I saw had 21 million Americans who believe not only that Donald Trump is the rightful president, but 21 million Americans believe that it will take force in order to reinstate the rightful president. Like this is a chilling fact, right? You couple that with the fact that Manchin's decision and the Democratic Party's abandonment of Build Back Better and have basically doomed us to the tipping point on the ecology. So I guess what I would say, David, is like that gloom and doom that you're describing, that's well earned. That's because you're paying attention. And I'm taking all of that very seriously. And what I know is I have very little agency to actually be able to impact that. It's why I am doubling, tripling down at the local level as a prepper. But I'm not the kind of prepper that they talk about, right? I'm not hoarding guns and ammunition to go to war against my neighbors over dwindling resources. Instead, I'm doing my best to prepare myself and this community to take care of each other as we face dwindling resources. Like the reality is that I think that now we're looking at a mass human die-off. And the question is, how many of us will be able to survive? And in what manner are we going to be able to survive? I actually think that this idea that we'll have a Chilean version of the fascism versus the German version of fascism is not taking into account the full magnitude of the ecological crisis. If you were just talking about the social or political crisis, I would agree with you. But Feldman, I gotta say, I don't think that we're really coming to terms with what this means for the ecology.
Right.
Like it's going to start collapsing.
Yeah. And so what that does to democracy is it's a death knell for democracy, because the moneyed class created this climate disaster. They know that it's coming. They knew before we did. They know that there are going to be refugees from within the United States, that there's going to be 6 million, 8 million, 14 million Floridians, a caravan of Floridians leaving Florida to seek higher ground.
Yes.
That necessitates a fascist regime. You need a generalissimo to restore order, to put these people in cages. They have to be put. You can't have 16 million Floridians coming through Georgia. Georgia's going to, send them these, and so they're going to have to be rounded up and placed in detention centers. And in order for our economic system to remain stable, this all has to be commodified and just factored into the market. And the only way you can do that is with a fascist regime.
Listen, I mean, David, did you watch the film Children of Men with Clive Owen? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Years ago. It was a graphic novel, right?
It was a graphic novel, yes. And in it, the shtick is children stop being born, right? That's the setup, if you remember. And then, but the film to me was incredibly insightful because it showed what happens as society begins to decay, except for the super wealthy elite. There's still the continuation of high technology and bigger walls and bigger mansions and so forth, right? It's like Elysium is another sort of a film that kind of depicts this idea of the level, what happens with this level of polarization. And my only hope, and I mean this sincerely, is that at some point the poor working class will realize that skin color, the white poor working class will realize that they and we have been duped by Donald Trump and the rest of the shysters. Donald Trump does not give a rat's ass about poor white folks. He plays them like a fiddle. But if we just laugh at them and treat them like dirt, then we're not going to win them over either. To me, the only hope that we have is to be able to appeal. And remember, these are my people, David, right? I come from that, right? The only hope that we have is to be able to tap into the ain't betterness, right?
Right.
Like to tap in to that sense of, frankly, rural pride about ourselves. And the reality is that neoliberal Democrats cannot and can never tap into that. And it's worth pointing out how dangerous it is that Donald Trump is a better populist than the leaders of the Democratic Party.
Not better than Bernie. Not better than Bernie.
Not better than Bernie, but I said the leaders of the Democratic Party. And you and I both know that Bernie Sanders is not a leader in the Democratic Party.
No,
in fact, he's a pariah. And,
which is why I disagree when you say that the Democratic Party genuinely wanted Build Back Better. That was Bernie's bill. That was the deal. That was the deal Bernie made with Joe Biden in 2020 to get his endorsement. That I want to pass bill. He outlined Build Back Better. He said we can do it through reconciliation. I'm going to be chairman of the budget committee. I'm going to do this. And Biden said, okay. And Biden is pushing 80. He knows how to play the game. He knows how to say one thing to one person and another to another. He's very slippery. And there's no question in my mind that Joe Biden is president because he promised to kill Build Back Better and that he let it.
Well, listen,
he's taking the hit. And he's taking it in 2020 so he can recoup his losses in 2022. He took the hit at the end of the year. It's a write-off. And 2022 he starts rebuilding his reputation.
Well, I got to tell you, I think that if that is his calculation, and if that's the leadership of the Democratic Party's calculation, in my estimation, they have profoundly underestimated both Donald Trump and the righteous anger of ordinary Americans as well as progressives. I think that as much as I hate it, I think that the Republican Party are likely to be in control of both the White House and the presidency in 2022 for Congress and 2024 in the White House, because look at what they're doing. This is not a clown car the way January 6th was. We're watching the same kind of legal coup that happened in the Germany, where fascists basically used the system to start at least getting voted in. The right wing, the true right wing of the Republican Party are going state by state by state and preparing to be able to actually have an effective, quote, legal coup. And I don't see the Democratic Party fighting.
What is the fissure? What is the fissure within the Republican Party? Because there is a crack up that's constantly going on inside. It's not a monolithic entity.
No, it's absolutely not monolithic. And what I would tell you is this, David, my read is this, that there are still some holdouts. I don't mean even the Eisenhower Republicans. That type of Republican is extinct. There was still, though, that type of Republican, well, the Liz Cheney Republican, right, who believed in the rule of law, who believed in the republic, who believed in the republic in a Ronald Reagan-esque way, right?
And you have people like Rand Paul and Ted Cruz and the guy from Utah, the senator, I forgot his name, Cruz's friend, who I don't like their principles, but they do have principles, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? I don't like their principle. Look, Ronald Reagan was a principled conservative. Like we have passed Hadrian's Wall now, right? Like this is, and that's where the fissure is, David Feldman. And what I'm telling you is my read is that the inmates are now running the asylum, that now they have unleashed the kind of like rampant nativism and unchecked anti-Semitism and full-blown white supremacy. They're neo-Confederates, right? Like these folks are actual fascists. And they are preparing. And remember, fascism is not merely totalitarianism. It's not just, cops murdering black people. That's horrific, absolutely, but it's still not fascism. Fascism is a political economic orientation. It is a way to organize society. And David, remember that fascism arose in the 1930s because the entire global economy and society itself was basically being reorganized from an agrarian society to an industrial one. And in that chaos, what social scientists call the interstitial space, where like what the old world is dying, the new world is struggling to be born. Gramsci says in this interregnum, or this intermediary space, is the time of monsters. Like that's why fascism arose as a potential way to organize society. It's arising now because almost all of us can feel that the current world is dying. And it is an ecological collapse, but it's also an economic and social collapse. And just as we are shifting away from an industrial society to, whether you call it laborless production, whether you call it, the data age, like we've gone from industrial capitalism to finance capitalism to some big data, like they're mining our DNA and data. Like it's no longer a quantitative difference. It's a qualitative difference. Fascism is emerging now objectively because the old way of doing things is dying. And what frightens me is I don't see anyone in the Democratic Party leadership who has the clarity to understand what they're up against. And they're going to get devastated and therefore the entire country and world are going to pay the price for their naivete. I wish I did not see that with such clarity. And that's also why I am literally preparing my community not only to take care of itself, but also to survive the fascism that I see arising.
What about a theory that I've been promoting earlier in the show, that COVID is not the virus, it's the antibody, that humans are the antigen and COVID is the planet's immune system?
You know, there's a whole, you realize like that argument, which you may or may not have been made as a quip, but I will tell you, there's literally a literary genre of dystopian fiction, science fiction, that basically argues that. Like it's a rich history, and it is. If one subscribes to the Gaia theory that Earth herself is the organism and has any sentience at all, it's hard not to look at humans as the virus.
We are the virus, and here's my optimism: that a virus must mutate and evolve, or it will be destroyed by the antibodies. And COVID was, you cannot separate COVID from climate change. It's caused by climate change. Zoonotic leaps are the result of climate change. So it is the Earth's immune system protecting itself, saying to humans, you either mutate and get off fossil fuel and change your economic system, or you're going to perish, along with the people who do mutate but get caught up in it anyway and die.
Yeah. You know, again, this is it's an interesting but rather ethereal kind of way of thinking about it. For me, like I do have a grounding in theoretical understanding of how I believe that the world operates and how both natural law operates. And, you know, like, I guess what I would say is this: like, I encourage your listeners, your viewers, learn to grow food, learn who your neighbors are. Like, that's the way forward, right? Like, but I do believe that this society is about to shift. It's about to change and shift radically. And again, that shift is like, and I don't celebrate that capitalism is coming to an end, because it's merging in and morphing into fascism, right? But I can't help that. That's how I see the political economy. And I'm watching the neoliberals double down on a strategy that not only is a failure, but is going to facilitate Donald Trump or some version of Donald Trump becoming president in 2024. And these neoliberals are either blinded by their belief in, quote, the market, or they don't care. I can't tell which, but at the end of the day, in a very real way, it doesn't matter, right? Like, you know, like this is who they are. And progressives are making a mistake by holding on to the Democratic Party, in my opinion, especially, and hello, Harriet, I'm going to say this, especially, David, if you're right about Biden. And I'm going to invite you to, in a nutshell, when you introduce Harriet, to give your assessment about Biden and Build Back Better.
So let me do this, because we're running 10 minutes behind. So if everybody can, and I just want to make, and we're not going to see David next week. Let me introduce Dr. Harriet Fraad, and we're running 10 minutes behind. So I'd like to have David talk to Dr. Harriet Fraad, and then we'll give Dr. Harriet Fraad her full time. I want to make sure nobody's shortchanged. Dr. Harriet Fraad is the host of Capitalism Hits Home, and it's not just in your head. And she is a beloved guest on this show and a psychotherapist. Are you unmuted?
Am I?
You are, yes.
Good. I just wanted to say, I think they have a philosophy, grab it before it all disappears. And I think the whole point is accumulate and nothing else matters. Even if they're destroying the world, the globe, themselves, they're maddened by accumulation and they don't care. And that philosophy, grab it before it all disappears, is their philosophy, which is very self-centered.
It's also the philosophy of the addict, though, isn't it? Right? Like this is you can't really reason with an addict.
No, you can't, because it's not a reasonable attachment. But I think that since we have two capitalist parties, and since Biden has reassured the corporate sector that nothing much will change, he's true to his promise. They're not flooding West Virginia and Arizona door to door, telling those people how they're being denied and their children are being denied, which of course they could. They could get thousands of people plus volunteers.
Right.
But they don't. They never want to get the actual people involved. It's too risky for them. Get them in the street.
So it's interesting to me because I try to get inside the head of a plutocrat, but that's like trying to get inside the head of your cat. Only the cat is probably smarter than a plutocrat, a plutocat. And the closest I've gotten to thinking like a plutocrat is I had the Criterion app on my phone, which is the Criterion collection is the best, right? And I would hoard movies. I was cultivating a queue of Criterion movies. I swear to you, I never watched. I was paying like $8 a month. And it didn't matter that I never had the time to watch a movie, but I would curate the queue and add things to the queue and then do the order. And it finally dawned on me that I'm so busy curating my collections that I don't have time to watch any of these movies. And for about a day, I was okay with that. I thought, that's okay. This is fun. I'm curating. I don't need to watch these movies. And then I finally said, this is insane. I'm canceling the app. I'm not watching. That is what a wealthy person does all day. They curate their money and move it.
That's right. That's how Bezos can have made $75 billion, enough to put everyone in community college for 5 years that wants to go. And Elon Musk has made $130 billion, which could give us all health care. But the idea is just more. It's not, okay, what can I do with this wealth? Like, how I would like to see this movie. No.
I think I'm going to jump on this because I think, like Feldman, I thought that was a very astute analogy. Right? Yes, absolutely yes. And what I've realized is, look at Elon Musk and Bezos and Zuckerberg. Right. What they've basically given up on this planet, Musk and Bezos are like, okay, we're going to Mars, screw the rest of you. And I think that the Meta and Facebook, like really what Zuckerberg is now saying is retreat to the digital, right? Like I think that there's something, and I hope I'm wrong, but I think that what we're seeing is literally an abandonment of the idea of, like objective physical reality. Like,
right, the metaverse.
Yes. And like this is like these jokers are insane. Like this is literally mental illness. Yes. And this idea that we're that he's going to Mars is like you. I don't even know what to say. Like, I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, well, I think what he's doing is he's using his money for his own excitement and to go to new places. And it doesn't matter that the whole globe is destroyed. It doesn't matter at all. These people are in their own mind and no one else is real. Otherwise, look, Bezos couldn't have his warehouse workers, 6 of whom are dead and many wounded, be told that if they leave their job, they lose their job when they wanted to go home during the tornado, when there was a serious weather watch. They weren't allowed to go home.
See, I disagree with you about Musk and Bezos. I think Mars is a cover story. I think going back to the moon is a cover story. The new frontier in outer space is war. As China, India, Russia begin to circle the globe in outer space, that is going to be the new frontier for the military-industrial complex, to shoot missiles out of the sky before they land on planet Earth. You know, Trump gave us Space Force. It's a joke until it's not. And
Right.
we're gonna be told that we're gonna fight wars in outer space to spare planet Earth. And Bezos and Musk want in on the rockets to launch all the war machinery into outer space. And Mars and the moon is a cover story.
They are investing. It's an investment for them because that's what it's interested. They want to make money because look, $400 billion was made by the big military corporations just during the pandemic. And I think they're interested in doing what they can to make money in outer space. And they're so obsessed, they don't even think beyond that.
So I'll take this moment to say, and here is another one of those things. So whether or not, like, the motivation is actually even less, like, whether they're just investing in war or whether they actually think that they'll get to Mars or even whether they think that they're just ready to mine Mars, the conduct is the same, right?
Yes, it is.
And this sort of, again, back to the accumulation uber alles, like that's the only reason that you do anything. And that is literally the mental illness of hoarding, right?
Yes,
like these folks really are like, and I have a brother who raised two daughters. They're grown and have given him grandkids, but he was a single father. And I'll never forget, he often would told them when they would complain about this, that, or the other, he would say, hey, it may not be your fault, but it is your problem. And this is actually how I think about it. This may not be my fault, but this society I live in is in fact my problem, right? And so I am grateful sincerely for you, David Feldman, and this opportunity. It's been a delight to get to know you, Dr. Fraud, here in the waning part of this year. I won't be with y'all next week, so I will come back in a new year. But I do want to take this opportunity to wish everyone happy holidays, whatever holidays that you are celebrating. Every society has always celebrated winter holidays. They're a time for reflection. I'll be doing that with my partner. I'm literally going to take some time off, but I will come back next week ready to re-engage with y'all.
Well, I just thank you. Before Dr. Fraud says goodbye, I just want to say that you have been a welcome addition to this show this year, and we're very grateful that you've been a part of it. I want to say that a Monday without you is like a Monday without Dr. Harriet Fraud. It's our loss. And I also want to add from the bottom of my soul that you not being on the show next Monday is a stab in the heart and a personal affront. And I feel assaulted. And you have ruined, by not doing my show Monday, I just want you to know we'll get through it.
Ruined Christmas.
But you've ruined, and I take it as a personal slight that you won't be here. But you go ahead and enjoy your holiday.
Enjoy yourself, Bonnie Supper. Well, it is
to wrap myself in that indignation and keep myself warm.
It is a cloud in my sun that you won't be here because it's amazing to listen to you. But I'll imagine you in the sun and having a good time and taking the time, because everything valuable takes time, and every relationship that's valuable takes time. So good for you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Much love to you both, and happy holidays and happy new year. And I'll see you in 2022.
Thank you. And you're not being here next Monday. It's like somebody slit my throat. It's like somebody took a razor.
That's my exit line.
But I'll be here. I'll be here doing a show.
Alone.
That's Welcome to my life. Dr. Harriet Frudd, it's good to see you. Will you be here Monday?
Yes, I will.
Oh, good. What are you doing? I want to talk, obviously, there's a lot to talk about. We cannot, and I've been doing this the entire show, that the world is coming to an end. I mean, we cannot tell people that it's not coming to an end.
No, not yet. I mean, it's in trouble, but it's not coming to an end. And there is still hope because people, even in the United States, as our empire falls, people are energized the way they haven't been for 50 years. They're on strike, they're quitting jobs, they're joining unions, they're joining movements, and that kids, 11, 12, 13-year-old kids are having actions around the country is amazing.
Right.
And hopeful.
Right.
And so that there is hope even as this empire falls. There are people who have a vision of something better. They're not just looking for their own little stupid thing or their own expensive thing. They have hope and they want to join and connect with other people to make it happen.
Right.
And that is a great, wonderful blessing of people to people.
Let's talk about the mental illness, because I don't think you can separate the greed that we see from the mental illness, the OCD of having to see numbers. I have some friends who became accountants, and they don't feel good unless it adds up. They like to move numbers from here to there. And I've played video games that involved, taking some kind of digital mess and then cleaning it up. And I feel good. It's like a crossword puzzle to these people. When you solve a crossword puzzle, it feels good. It produces endorphins. And when that gets translated into moving numbers around a screen and 8,000 people end up homeless because you cleaned up some debt.
In the neighborhoods, yeah.
That's OCD. That's sickness. That is a mental, right?
Detachment. If mental illness is connection with other people in intimate relationships and friendships, in other friendships, in joining organizations, in an awareness of the world. Those are the 4 legs of mental health, and they're all built on connection. And these people are not connected to other people. They're connected only with the latest amusement or investment of the moment. And so in that way, they're sick because they're detached from compassion and feeling and joy from the rest of the population. They are sick. Although, and they will, when we have a revolution, they'll be helped to become more human, although that will not be any of our preoccupation helping them.
Is it my imagination, or is this a sicker country when it comes to mental illness than it was 50 years ago?
Yes. Look, the figures from Robert Putnam, which have been repeated in other studies, there are fewer people involved in any connection to anyone else. And this was before the last few years. Than were in bowling leagues alone in 1970. People spent years in dazed despair in front of their televisions as their lives were stolen. Their jobs were outsourced. Their jobs were cheapened. Their jobs were taken over by temp agencies so that they had no connection. They were robbed of their position in the community, in marriage, and other intimate connections, even in their religion. I don't like religion much, but it sure has gone down. People don't go to church either.
Right.
That all connectedness and community have atrophied, and the United States is going down. We have lost every war since World War II. There was a draw in Vietnam. There was a draw in Korea, and it's a loss ever since. Running to the helicopter, evacuating right away, the richest country in the world and a poor little place like Afghanistan. Now we can destroy other people's countries, which we've done, but we can't win.
We won the war on the poor. We
they're getting
defeated
poor all the time.
Yeah, we
That's
did.
right.
We defeated the poor. Our identity, as it decays, we don't know who we are anymore. We no longer identify as Americans, and yet it's not satisfying anymore to call yourself an American. And
No.
yet our political system relies on identity politics, which is
It
divisive.
does. And, you know, the only people who are really pushing that identity are in the only identity politics that's real identity politics is white supremacy, identifying as the color white. For everyone else, there's although it is often used to fragment people, identity politics is identity with a history of and a present of oppression that you are sharing with all the other people who have been denied, whether it's the white working class or Black people or Asian Americans from the Chinese Exclusion Act in the 1800s on, or transsexuals or homosexuals or any other sexuals, you know, that identity politics has been used as a wedge so that women think it's men who are oppressors, blacks under Black power, it's whitey who's the oppressor, rather than we share an identity as oppressed people and we each have our separate
So there's a
corners.
problem with the term identity politics. It's almost dismissive of people's oppression because it's saying because you're gay and you want us to know that you've suffered, that's become your identity. Therefore, this is more about your identity than it is about improving
Politics.
conditions for gay people.
That's right.
So
And
that it's a bad
also
term. We need to get rid of the phrase identity politics.
because your oppression is only part of your identity. Now, what we all share, or most of the population shares, is the identity of people who've been denied justice, kindness, and a better world. And on that, we should all unite. Now, there's also a special oppression that people have suffered because people hate them because they're gay, or people demean them because they're women and think they're only sex objects, or people hate them because they're transsexuals. You know, but that isn't your whole identity. That's just part of you. And it's a part people need to claim. And it is kind of heady to oppress other people. I remember when I first got into women's liberation, I was in WITCH, as well as other things, which was the Women's Terrorist Conspiracy from Hell. And we had actions to try to make men feel as bad as we did. That really didn't connect us to them, you know, following guys with big balloons in our pants and making them feel bad. Hey, look at the balls on this one. You know, and we did embarrass them. We went down to Wall Street and did that as they poured into their work. That was fun. But we would have been better off stressing that so many of us share oppression, and we share a special oppression, to give us an identity, but not to separate us from everyone else and not to have us turn against men. Gloria Steinem, CIA agent, was fond of saying a woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle. No, we all need each other.
Right.
And we have all been denied and oppressed.
Right.
And we would have been much better off saying, instead of that housework is oppression, saying housework can be oppressive and we need everyone, and housework and all other labor deserves respect. Because of course, if you call it shit work, men aren't going to be all that eager to participate.
Right. This year, Dave Chappelle, African American, went after the transgender community, saying that not only is gender fact, but that the LGBTQ community is doing a lot better than the African American community. That he, in his last special, complained that it's much easier to be a transgender person than it is an African American. And that is not helpful, is it?
No, it isn't. And of course, you can be a Black transgender person too. But, what is the point of comparing oppressions? Everyone who has suffered should get together to change the conditions of existence of that suffering. And we need each other to do it. I remember going into City College and seeing this banner and thinking, oh, wow, are they going to lose? Puerto Rican lesbians unite. Okay, that's 6 people. You're not going to take down the system. You know, we need each other. And I think that identity politics has been used to fragment people rather than to say we all identify as oppressed and we all have to get together. And we're oppressed in different ways and we're different people. And that's a really dangerous thing to do.
Right.
And Dave Chappelle was wrong and hurt his own cause. And of course, there's plenty of Black transsexuals too. So what is he saying?
Right. And what we see in the Biden administration is they have successfully cherry-picked people from a protected class, and they rise to positions of prominence so long as they're willing to turn their back on the 99%. And
That's right.
And they have a certain, somebody like Jen Psaki, the White House press spokesperson, has a sense of ideological entitlement. Because she's a woman, she is entitled to, that she expects you to assume that she's on the left or liberal. She doesn't have to work at it, even though she's an executive with a warmongering West exec lobbyist in her, previous life.
That's right. Because some identity, if you are identified as an oppressed person uniting with other oppressed people, then being an exploiter is not part of an identity that we would revere. So that you get to be like Sheryl Sandberg, in Facebook, and you can smash the right and make more money, smash the left and make more money, and decide who to subsidize and who not to, and who to censor.
But it's all about, but she's a champion of feminism. Lean in, ladies, hire, spend $5,000 a month on daycare and lean into your job and ask for more, except for, ask for, know your worth, ask for more, except, daycare at the office. Don't ask for that.
Executives.
I'm sorry?
Executives ask for more. And what she even admits that her book is really towards executives. But if you see your identity as an oppressed, exploited person, then being an exploiter is not one of you. Then that is not something that you embrace, like Hillary Clinton, who was, just because you have a vagina doesn't mean you're progressive. Look at Margaret Thatcher. Even though some people thought she was a man in drag, she actually probably was a woman.
Wow. Wow.
You can't, your identity as an oppressed person connected to other oppressed people in your own particular way is really an important aspect of real identity politics, not identity as a wedge between people who might otherwise have class connection and make a difference.
And that was the appeal of the Obamas, is that we could have
Obamas and Clinton too. He gave, he talked up gender, he talked up some race, he did some symbolic actions, but he screwed the working class. And through the NAFTA, he opened the way to outsourcing people's jobs, and they computerized and robotized and de-skilled everyone. And yet they threw bones to Blacks and women, which then helped a lot of the white working class that didn't know any better hate those groups.
Black people were worse off
under Obama. Absolutely.
Obama.
He's the one who bails out the banks instead of those people who were tricked into subprime mortgages. Had he done that, his own people who suffered the most from that would have benefited, but they're not his people. His people are the corporate people. Right. And that's who he benefited.
Right.
And color is an oppression. People are hated just because of their color. And that is a particular oppression. but it's connected to the oppressions of everyone else who isn't in the corporate elite, the 99% or the 90%. And they have used identity politics as a wedge to prevent class politics. And we have to reclaim it.
Right, right.
And reclaim that identity. It's very important.
Interesting.
Because I think white supremacy is the identity politics. They do share that whiteness is what they have. And of course, there's gradation. Some of them want to kill Black people.
Right.
Some of them just want to discriminate and make disgusting remarks or casual, nasty remarks.
So if you look at America right now, there are 45 million Americans who don't have health insurance.
Wow.
Yeah, that's with Obamacare. We have something like 50,000 Americans dying because they don't have health insurance or they're underinsured.
Yeah.
We have COVID on the rise. We have evictions returning. We have student loan moratorium lifted. You got to start paying back your student debt. And the child tax credit, the $300
Thank
gone.
you, George Manchin.
Yes.
Manchin, not George, Manchin.
As, again, I have a roof over my head.
Mm-hmm.
It's depressing. Biden has been, in my estimation, Biden and the Democratic Party is a massive failure. And we knew this was going to happen when Obama anointed him after South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
We knew that he couldn't do the job. And we have a vice president who, I don't know what she's laughing at, but we don't have, there's nothing there in the Democratic Party other than Bernie, and he's not a Democrat.
No, there's nothing there. And they're all captured by their donors, all of them. And just as Biden reassured his corporate donors at one of his big fundraisers, nothing much will change. They'll have small changes, but nothing much will change. And therefore, people who want change will be pushed to the right because America doesn't have a left alternative. It doesn't have a non-capitalist alternative on the ballot.
Is this the worst Democratic Party of your lifetime? I think it is. I think this is the absolute worst Democratic Party, devoid. I mean, Bernie is not a Democrat.
He's a socialist, and so's AOC.
I can't point to one member of the Senate, maybe Markey, I don't know. I can't point to one Democratic senator, a few Democratic Congress people, the squad, but I have never seen a Democratic Party this devoid of human decency. Forget politics, basic human decency.
And courage. And also the right has captured the theater so that they do these theatrical, outrageous things, get all sorts of attention, and the left doesn't. AOC is the only one who dares. And so that, they are bereft. They're another corporate partner. I think that the big money will go to the Democratic Party because they're manageable. They don't have rowdy people who do obvious things like January 6th. But they won't change anything. We need a socialist party. We need another alternative. And all those 250,000 people on strike and all those at least 5 million who quit their jobs need to have a spokesperson that says, of course you quit. Who wants to be exploited?
My recommendation, or at least this is what I'm vowing to do for 2022, is focus less on the front page of the newspaper and more on the business page. That to start reading the Wall Street Journal carefully, the Financial Times, the Economist, to focus on business, to understand what they are doing, because paying attention to the feud between Manchin and Biden it's a distraction. This.
It is. It's also, this country is ruled by the corporations.
Right.
It's not ruled by the politicians. I remember when we lived in New Haven and there were the riots, they bypassed the population. Yale, a $30 billion corporation, basically ruled the city.
Right.
Paid low wages, so people had to go on strike for every contract, but they were the corporate power. And they dealt directly with the strikers. City government, forget it, they're just servants.
So is it a form of insanity for the left to keep expecting Washington to change when you really do have to focus on the paymasters?
You do, and you have to focus on a movement. You have to create a movement. What made FDR tax the rich at 96.8% was that people were in the streets, people were hanging judges who condemned family farms, there were the Iowa militias fighting in the streets. Oh my God, people had hunger marches and marches of the unemployed. When they tried to evict people, the Communist Party, which was very strong, would come along, put them back. They had a presence. And so he had to make changes. The American people have to get out there. The reason I think that people are much more aware of structural racism is because of Black Lives Matter, because people went out there and took to the streets. And ACT UP is what made people aware of the gay movement, not polite things like the Mattachine Society, but saying, we're here, we're queer, get used to it, and being out there.
Right. Fantastic. We'll see you next Monday.
You sure will, very enthusiastically.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry, happy everything to everybody, and have a great, okay?
You too. I say Merry Christmas. That's my war on Christmas. If David Feldman says Merry Christmas, it cheapens the term.
Well, Christmas is just giving, happy, lights. Every group, I wrote a curriculum for this when I was in education, which of course they rejected, which was that every religion celebrates light, that for the Jews, the lights lasted 8 days. Jesus is the light of the world. He came up, he rose up. People rose up out of oppression because things rise up when it's Easter, and there's light needed when it's the darkest days of the winter solstice. So we can just say happy light, happy joy to everybody.
Well said. I'll see you next Monday. Thank you, Dr. Harriet Fraad.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Harriet Fraad. There we go. We are listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Spend Christmas Eve with us this Friday night at office hours, starting at 8 p.m. We're going to do a reading of It's a Wonderful Life. And my war on Christmas is wishing people a Merry Christmas. That's how I roll. I figure if I say Merry Christmas, it's so offensive, people will stop saying it. Let's go to Canada. And I'm not introducing my next guest. Let's go to Canada. We got to get the hell out of this country, where Professor Adnan Hussain is standing by. He is chairman of the religion department at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario, as well as the host of the Mujlis podcast. I'll ask you who the guest is. We'll get the spelling on Mujlis. It means to sit. I was watching a lecture. Like parliament is to talk. It comes from parler, French word, to talk. And Mujlis, I believe, is to sit around. And it was part of the Reformation of the Ottoman Empire, right? To create their own kind of democracy.
Yes, that's the word that's used for parliaments, for legislative bodies in Arabic or countries that use an Arabic register or language, and it exactly means the place of sitting or sitting together. And so I guess that was the idea, taken in a way from the medieval institution of the majlis, which was as a kind of courtly salon where intellectuals, poets, people of letters would convene, hold discussions and debates on particular topics. You know, there'd be some question thrown out, and all the scholars and philosophers and so on would be asked, or religious scholars would be asked to give their views on the subject. And usually these were convened by a sovereign, you know, a lowly emir to the, you know, caliph in Baghdad. And, you know, often they might reward, you know, the person with the best answer, best position, and they would regularly hold these as opportunities. And sometimes there would be occasions for different religions to come together. Dr. Fraud was just talking about how all these kind of major monotheistic religions have some affinity towards the symbolism of light. And, you know, these kinds of topics might be explored as an interreligious dialogue in the medieval period as well, where Jews, Christians, and Muslims would all engage in discussion and debate. And they even had something called the adab al-majlis, that is the proper conduct and manners, proper manners for participating and engaging in one of these seances or salons. And it's interesting because if you read these discussions about how you're supposed to behave, there is a whole etiquette. You're not supposed to interrupt somebody. You're not supposed to make ad hominem remarks. You know, you shouldn't raise your voice. You should be sober and make your argument. And so they had a whole
What about
kind
the
of
fact
culture.
that the fact that they're sitting, is that...
Well, that's because, I think it's because people would be arrayed in rather than standing or
that's threatening.
moving or walking.
When people,
normally you'd be sitting on cushions, you
Right.
know, on like a Persian, you know, carpet, you know, with cushions around, and there might be, you know, food at the center, usually on the floor, called a sofra, you know, in Turkish, which is just, you know, kind of. They didn't really have tables and chairs as they're common. They might have low couches or cushions, and so it was sitting together, usually in a kind of circular around, you know, at the top of it is, you know, is the convener of it, the person with the greatest, you know, social precedence, and then arrayed, you know, from them, you know, the other high sort of figures, noteworthy and esteemed scholars, you know, down to, you know, the newcomers and the novices who were lucky to be there, kind of.
There's a humility to that, as opposed to standing up and to speak and establishing dominance. Like at least in the West, it feels like when you getting up to speak and
right, at the podium, and
right.
Yes, you're declaiming.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. That is a good point, because there is something, even if there might be a hierarchical arrangement of who's closest to the convener, there is something a little egalitarian about everybody kind of sitting on the floor. And you can see a lot of paintings, illuminations, like in manuscripts and miniatures, that show scholars at a majlis or students at a lesson, and it is always, you know, this kind of circular sitting together on the floor.
Right.
And so that was the purpose of calling it that, is that we're trying to engage virtually, you know, in the podcast, bringing experts to come and share their views on topics of the day or the like. And so Majlis is spelled Majlis.
And who was your most recent guest?
Well, my most recent guest, and this podcast should be out sometime, you know, tomorrow or the next day, was Yusuf Fakiri, the brother of Suleiman Fakiri, giving us an update about, and it was really a very touching discussion with him. Latest update in the campaign of the Justice for Soli movement, and so it was a chance to revisit the tragic and terrible events of 5 years ago, because it was the 5th anniversary, but also to hear some of his more hopeful
This was
thoughts.
in Kingston, Ontario, I believe.
Well, it was actually outside of Toronto. But he came and, and his family came for a rally a couple summers ago, 2020, the summer of 2020, for an outdoor rally on a kind of tour that actually did lead to some changes. And another podcast by Yusuf Zine called Unascertained has put a lot of pressure and brought a lot of attention and created the conditions for the chief pathologist of the province of Ontario reopening the kind of autopsy records and, doing another analysis of it. Unascertained is the conclusion of the original report that said cause of death was unascertained, despite 50, blunt trauma wounds and pepper spray and spit hood covering his head, face down on the ground with shackles and handcuffs behind his back that leads to breathing difficulties and can often lead to death. Nonetheless, the original report said that the cause of death was unascertained, but now it has been ascertained. And so that's positive movement in the case.
Dr. Harriet Fraad was just talking about identity politics. You teach Marx on the show with Roricki and at office hours and on Discord. You are very much about class struggle, but you also believe there's space for identity politics, which not all leftists embrace. A lot of leftists have no patience for identity politics. They think it gets in the way, and a rising tide will lift all boats if we just focus on the 99% instead of being Jewish, Black, LGBTQ. But one of the things I learned today from Dr. Fraad is that we have to get rid of the term identity politics, that it's a pejorative. Is this something that the college campuses have arrived at yet? The idea, because to me, I really do want your response. It didn't occur to me until Dr. Harriet Fraad said that identity politics is reductive. It reduces a member of a protected class into their suffering and says your entire identity is wrapped up in your suffering, so that if you're a transgender person, your only identity is transgender, being a transgender person. All your voting will be geared towards the rights of transgender people. Have the college campuses, which are, the canaries in the coal mine, are they picking up on the idea that identity politics is a bad term? Not that voting
right
for your oppression is bad. It's okay to vote as a transgender person, but to call it your identity is reductive, insulting, and trivializes your experience, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, I don't think that a lot of people who did, kind of make claims about identity actually use the term identity politics themselves all that frequently. It usually was a term of, a pejorative term, a kind of name that the right sort of used to characterize this as a form of politics that wasn't legitimate or justified. It was merely identity politics because it couldn't be subject to, certain kinds of criticism and debate, because the claim was made that if you don't understand somebody's experience, from their particular position of identity, that you couldn't, actually, make claims about whether their concerns were legitimate or not. You weren't in a position to judge that. So it valorized the experience of people and their particular form of or experience of oppression. But I think, there was actually, it's interesting that you're talking about this, because just 2 weeks ago, there was a very interesting dialogue and discussion. I think it's a Swedish, I'm not sure who gives out the Holberg Prize, but there's a kind of, some sort of foundation that convenes annually some, big lecture or something like that. And what they did was they had a debate on identity politics with Judith Butler, Cornel West, and Glenn Greenwald. And it's very interesting because I think the position you were just articulating, Glenn Greenwald really did make, that this is divisive and, it ends up segmenting people from one another rather than building bridges. And Judith Butler, who's one of the premier philosophers who might be associated with to turn towards what is called an identity politics, actually, said some very interesting things about, she said that you don't want all your politics to be about identity. There obviously are universals that we adhere to. But what she understood identity politics doing, or these kinds of claims about identity, were adding to the possibilities of solidarity, because these shouldn't be, I don't know why this is how it has, I think in a neoliberal or a liberal democracy, these kinds of claims of identity come to have a zero-sum kind of politics, because you're making a claim against sort of resources of the state that I should be recognized in these terms. And there's some sense that there's only a certain amount of recognition, politically speaking, that could be parceled out. And if you're making a claim on this basis, you're trying to kind of plead for your special case. But in her perspective, it was adding to an understanding of the full richness of human experience so that we could be more inclusive in our politics. And I wish that was actually how we looked at it. And I think both, critics of so-called identity politics, as well as those who, make claims based on identity in the public or political sphere, if we change the way we articulated or talked about it, perhaps we could, overcome some of the ways in which this is seen to divide us from one another and set up a hierarchy of victimhood, which has led, I think, to the right-wing grievance culture.
They call themselves identitarians.
That's right. And the thing is there has been white identity politics, whether it was called that during the era of Jim Crow and, other eras of American history or European history, during the fascist period. It's just, it wasn't called identity politics. So the calling of something as identity politics is merely delegitimizing those who would argue that, unfortunately, the norm, the kind of idea of who the citizen was, against which everything else was judged, was the white, kind of male adult. That was sort of the assumed political citizen. And it's not even assumed. I mean, that's what's in the Constitution, basically, right? So that was considered the norm. And all we're doing, when we talk about some of the exclusions historically that have occurred, is demanding that we enlarge that conception of citizenship and of rights to actually embrace the full human condition. Unfortunately, that isn't typically how it's regarded, partly because that unacknowledged white identity position that had been the historic norm doesn't want to have to give up the privileges that are systemically, there's anxiety about doing so. Some of it is perhaps concern that, if you equalize the situation, then, we will be victims in the same way that we have disenfranchised others. And so there's a lot of work to be done here. But I think the interesting point that Judith Butler was making is that this should really enlarge our conception of political citizenship and rights, rather than narrow, segment, and put in competition these different groupings.
If you're a white person, you are not doing well in America.
Well, not because you're a white person, but because most people are not doing nearly as well as they should, because there's been, inequity in the neoliberal era that has heightened class exploitation and the enrichment of the top, 1%. So that means everybody has been disempowered. What convinces us that we should be using a racial language to talk about this is, the fact that there has been an adjustment in kind of corporate capitalism of a diversity, kind of policy that tries to reframe. This is what neoliberalism has been so good at doing, and what globalization has done, this process of the last 30 years, is to incorporate some elites, or to make elites and incorporate them in our institutions, in visible public positions, a diverse and wide range, and in fact, actually to use and celebrate those aspects of people's identities as a way for capitalism and corporate culture to diversify its appeal. So you have United Colors of Benetton. This is how it is marketed, as this is something new, and we're moving towards this kind of racial, multi-ethnic world where, basically to reinforce the idea that is part of liberal ideology, and it now has this new neoliberal cast, which is, it's up to the individual. This is a right-wing narrative, is, if you do the right things, you can succeed and achieve, and to think about your individual success, to provide opportunities and models and examples to say, no, it isn't the systemic barriers. It isn't the fact that, there's a narrow elite, only a few people get to go to, Harvard and have these networks that reinforce, class privilege and opportunity. No, it's not that. It's you didn't study hard enough, or you didn't, put your nose to the grindstone, or you wasted your money and opportunities seeking, so this is what that kind of diversity corporate culture of the neoliberal ideology that says race doesn't matter anymore ultimately does, is reinforce the idea that if you're suffering and if you are not achieving, that is your fault. You should just go get a better education, and our meritocratic society will allow you to prosper. But it's your, kind of responsibility to have done that, without any of the social analysis of the systemic barriers and inequalities that prevent people from having those opportunities on a broad scale, where the universal programs and universal solutions would actually, raise, people and give people, or solve this problem of inequality.
We've been presenting a pretty bleak picture for democracy going into 2022. It's almost a fait accompli that the Democrats are going to lose the Senate and the House, and that we're going to see some kind of end to how we remember democracy. Whether or not that's true, it's almost, to me, the failure of Build Back Better, and I hope I'm wrong, is the end of whatever was left of this democracy. Biden, the Democrats are going to have nothing to run on in the midterms, and we're going to be under the rule of white men. White men. We have a problem in America with white men. What do we do about white men? Because they stormed the Capitol. They have the guns. They are, they're the serial killers. They're the ones who shoot up the schools. We have a problem with white men dating back to our founders, who were white men. And as they become smaller in number, they become more dangerous. And it's not unusual for a minority in a country to rule it with a tougher fist. What is happening to white men? Because I'm told two things. I'm told that there's white privilege, which I've seen it, I've experienced it. Mm-hmm. But I'm also told that white men are losing their grip, that because Donald Trump was able to appeal to white men who feel their country slipping away, and white men are more prone to opiate addiction because...
But isn't that exactly the problem? They feel that their country is slipping away?
Yes.
They think it's theirs and not yours or some others and not ours. I mean, I think that's the key point here is that, and this is one of the dangers of this way of thinking about identity politics, thinking about it as identity politics is, that we think that if somebody else gets something or has some redress of their grievances or is recognized for historic disempowerment and injustices, that somehow, you yourself are losing something.
It's a zero sum. America
It's a zero sum, yeah.
That is how we think, zero sum game. That is capitalism, isn't it?
Well, this is, I think if you just have neoliberal capitalism with, weak democratic institutions the way we have that are so easily corrupted by money and so on, is that, is that you definitely create this sense that it's a zero-sum game and any relaxation of, these privilege. Well, in fact, they don't even think, they think that the game is over and that they are victims now of this cosmopolitan elite that is running the country and that they are disenfranchised. Now, the important point here is that they're not completely wrong in that perception, right, because most people are disempowered and have no say in
by the cosmopolitan elite.
Yeah, by a cosmopolitan elite of like this 1%. So, now, their imagination is that it's a lot more diverse than, is the reality. I mean, that's because there are some television shows and, there's a careful, calculus of making sure you have X number of, right, identities, represented in the Hollywood kind of vision of the United States. And so if that's what you watch and if you see, the advertising of all of these corporations and how they're using identity to appeal to, for market advantage and so on, yes, you will imagine. And of course, having the first black president of the United States didn't,
right,
didn't disabuse them of this perception. It only reinforced it that, that white men are somehow an oppressed minority in this country. And like many white men are oppressed because most of us are oppressed. So
right,
this is the problem, is that it's difficult to tease out. So that's why I say, like, we can't tell people not to be angry at the conditions. The reasons why they're angry, however, need to be confronted and educated. And there's no problem being angry about the fact that we have an unfair world. We all should be upset and outraged by that. But they, think that the basis for their oppression is that identity politics has run amok and society has been overturned. And now we are in the victim, position. And this, I think, just is I don't know how exactly you break through on that, but I think one way of doing so is forge, common ground on some of the, issues that we really do all have a universal stake in, which is why I still think universal health care is the most obvious and easy. And we've been wasting this pandemic. We've had, 18 months or whatever, 20 months of the pandemic, and where have been the voices in the Democratic Party, even on the progressive
zero, nothing,
not making the case,
even Bernie. Even Bernie.
Even Bernie, it's true, has stopped talking about this. I think was his main winning, of course, overall, the message of inequality, but that's just recognizing the condition. The actual positive change that struck the greatest chord, I think, was on healthcare. That's what, made the 2016 insurgent campaign just take off, was talking about, healthcare. And I just wish he would speak more, about that issue, because I think that's a basis for bringing people together across the political spectrum.
It's truly astounding when you look at the polling on Medicare for All, especially the benign push polls. There are push polls are not always malevolent. There's a benign push poll where you explain what single payer is and Medicare for all. When you spell it out to the American people, a majority of Republicans want Medicare for all. It is what the American people want. But it's not to be discussed. It's not to be discussed.
I don't know. I really am upset with people on the left who, for whatever reason, when you say this, say, oh, well, but it's actually a lot more complicated. People, it's like they're frightened to put their, put their agenda on the line on this one issue. I think that we're looking at a very dismal, outlook, in the upcoming midterms. I mean, I said this after the election victory in November. I said there's going to be maybe 6 months tops, better yet 100 days, for the agenda for future elections. There's a very narrow window, and you have to have some big accomplishments right away and be aggressive. And unfortunately, that hasn't happened. So I think the results will be predictable. But I'm a little buoyed by, what's happening in Latin America. I don't want to introduce a whole new topic,
Chile.
But just to end on a positive note, right, is that there have been quite a number of positive developments in Latin America that really reminds me of the period after, during kind of late George Bush, about the time turn towards Obama, 2008, that there were a string in the late 2000s of victories for left parties. In the mid-2010s, there was a reaction against some of these, but we're seeing very positively, it looks like Lula will come in, in the next election, and they'll get rid of Jair Bolsonaro. AMLO's still there and doing, somewhat reasonably decent job, but Chile's, election here with Boric, Gabriel Boric coming in, he is like the most left figure in Chile's politics since, Allende. And I think it would be interesting to see.
And Colombia, Evo Morales is
that's right.
Didn't come. Evo isn't back, but they have a new leftist.
In Bolivia, the same party as Evo Morales has produced a new, leader who won the elections after the sort of soft coup and the right-wing caretaker government tried to scuttle it. And people may have their, criticisms of, Maduro and others, but, what we're seeing is that there's an opportunity in Latin America for some international cooperation to try and solve problems of inequality. I think it's a very positive note. I think we should try and maybe think about what is it that they're doing well in terms of messaging, what kinds of politics and what kinds of conditions are producing a string of very hopeful, victories. It reminds me a little bit, as I said, of that period when the U.S. was so absorbed in the Iraq War and Afghanistan War, the Bush, kind of global war on terrorism was in full force. Attention was away from the traditional area that the United States polices since the, kind of so-called Monroe Doctrine, where progressive forces coming into government or left movements emerging in Latin America and even South America would be quickly attacked, by U.S. attempts to scuttle it. And we saw that, of course, with Allende, right? Is that the attention was moved away, and there was an opportunity for movements that were anti-war and put forward the social dividends of peace as the agenda, and maybe we're seeing a little bit of that, again.
All it takes, Chile. All it took was 17 years of Pinochet and Milton Friedman privatizing Social Security for them to learn that you can't trust the Chicago boys.
That's absolutely correct. That, basically the neoliberal ideologues got their first opportunity to lab test, their crazy far-right libertarian, economic ideas on Chile, where all national sovereignty over economic decisions was taken away. Every decision was being made in some corridor, at the IMF or the World Bank or the Chicago School. Yeah.
It's fascism. We have this economic theory that can only work if Augusto Pinochet is in charge. That's fascism.
Exactly. But the thing is that was used to lab test a bunch of things. It failed miserably, but it emboldened them to export this model, everywhere else. That's the sad part of it. I have a student who's doing her dissertation on, Chilean economic history, neoliberalism, and the Chicago schools' involvement and the remaking of Chilean society. And so it really is amazing. The only other example like that is, Boris Yeltsin, after the Soviet Union's collapse, is the opportunities there to just have the free market thievery and, looting of state, corporations, privatizing absolutely every resource that they'd built up. I think Chile is analogous to that under Pinochet.
Yeah. And now they're rewriting the Constitution. Could you imagine America rewriting its Constitution?
Desperately needed. Yes. Absolutely desperately needed. Yes. I mean, you can keep a few of the Bill of Rights, but I think a lot of the rest of it, really needs to be rewritten. Let's get rid of the Senate, for starters.
What was your impression of the Soup Nazi in terms of the script? Before we did a reading of the Soup Nazi. What were your thoughts? Because you had some keen insight into Don Rickles, and I was just curious what your reaction was to really reading the Soup Nazi script.
I was surprised by how clunky I thought the script itself was.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought, this is funny. I remember thinking that the episode was uproarious, so it really is in the reading. But as I was reading the script, I was like, okay, that's, where's the jokes? Where, right. Where are the jabs? But then again, it is a show about nothing, right? It always was a show about nothing. And I think that Seinfeld was a kind of study of urban manners. It was all these situations where there's a conflict of like, what's the right thing to do, but not in a fundamentally like massively ethical, philosophical manner, but as like manners, like, people, how you're supposed, and I think that was the apotheosis, because the Soup Nazi brought out, the absurdity of, life being about manners in this kind of urban environment where you're supposed to line up correctly and how you order, and there's just like a way you're supposed to behave in order to receive these rewards. And he is this kind of arbitrary, because manners are rather arbitrary, judge of whether you've done things correctly or not. So I think
and virtue hoarding is the foodies.
Yes, that's right. I was thinking about that when I was there was a kind of virtue drama. It was a drama about, the virtue of who can perform, the appropriate manners and learn how to behave in the right way. So it definitely fit that analysis of Catherine Liu's.
Yes.
About the PMC. It was a PMC study of manners taken to the extreme.
Right. And hopefully we'll get Catherine Liu back on the show. We're definitely courting her through the Professor Mike Steinel. Before you go, Judd Apatow was on the show, and we talked about, if you want to go back and watch, talking about the Soup Nazi and how it was bereft of, the script was bereft of quotable jokes. And one of the things I'm learning, Judd talked about this, and Robert Smigel was talking about this, that there's like Succession, which has these fantastic laser focused quotable jokes. And then there's a different type of comedy, like the Soup Nazi, where quotable jokes get in the way of the situation. It's kind of interesting. Like, my instinct is joke, 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 joke. And Judd, if you go back and listen to it, said that jokes there's no absolute rule, can seem sweaty. That a joke, a quotable joke, could suggest on some shows that any show could be using these jokes. It makes it interchangeable. So that, like, this, what makes the Soup Nazi special is that they created a situation that you couldn't replicate elsewhere, and jokes that are quotable might get in the way of that situation.
Well, that's right. I mean, the point about it being a show about nothing is that it's actually about the texture of daily life and awkwardnesses. Basically, it's all about awkward kinds of moments and situations that are observed and then kind of reflected on. So it's the situation that is funny and absurd rather than, and sometimes the reactions of people, but not really the verbal articulation of a joke in language. It's really the situation that is being explored and the awkward position and how do you negotiate that and what people do when they're in an awkward situation. They don't know how they're supposed to behave, or they make an impulsive decision and have to deal with it because people are judging them. That seems to be the kind of raison d'etre of Seinfeld in general.
Right.
As well as the Soup Nazi.
The Professor has an original Marianne Cummings behind her. I know that that's a Marianne Cummings behind you. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
Oh, yeah, that's Monmar right there. Yeah.
So when I first saw that, not knowing that you painted it, but the thing I said, somebody asked me who painted that. And I said, I don't know, Cezanne Pizarro in a time machine. That was my first response. When I saw that, I said, Cezanne or Pizarro got into a time machine. You are just, that is just breathtaking. That is just absolutely breathtaking.
Before going, I'll just add my admiration as well for the multi-talents of Marianne Cummings.
Okay. Now what are you setting me up for, David?
No, I would not, I don't.
Have to disagree. Are you going to disagree with me today?
No, I've been not at all. Not at all. Not at all. I unfortunately, I hate that I agree with you 100%. I want to
that
stop.
Ain't right.
Huh?
That ain't right.
Do you mind talking closer to the computer?
That ain't right, David.
I made a promise. I made a promise that I'm getting my last licks in on Biden, and then starting January 1st, I'm going to push for the Democrats to keep the House and the Senate. And I don't think I can keep that promise. I think they are absolutely despicable. They are, I mean, I'll shut up, but I haven't changed. I haven't changed. They've changed. There was a time when there was hope that the Democratic Party had hope for the 99%. There was enough of a con going, at least, to keep me. Now it's just, there's nothing there. There is nothing there.
Well, I mean, you know, I certainly believed it when Obama got elected and when he was elected president. And this was after I had been thoroughly disappointed with him as senator. And I was had one of his first fundraisers. He kicked off his campaign with 100 households around the state of Illinois. And we were all on this conference call. It was before Zoom. And it actually worked incredibly well. And it was great. And then he basically does nothing he said he was going to do as senator. But we thought, okay, he's running for president and he's a black dude and he's got to tread carefully. All right, he's going to be the next FDR. And he had the perfect opportunity, by the way. You know, an economic meltdown, that's when you have the powerful on their knees and they actually need you. They need the government. Perfect. And completely blew it. Or handled it just as he was expected to handle by the people who backed him. So, but we're not to be blamed for wanting to have some hope with all this, especially after, 8 years of Bush Cheney. I mean, that we were coming out of dark times.
And we believed, that Hoover, the lesson that my generation was taught was Herbert Hoover crashed the economy, Roosevelt saved it, and we learned a lesson about supply-side economics and greed and laissez-faire capitalism. That we learned, that Herbert Hoover proved that you got to regulate capitalism. And when Obama was elected, I foolishly believed the American people had learned that lesson. We had to learn that lesson again. And we didn't. We didn't learn the lesson.
Well, I think, some of the business types did learn a lesson
right.
They took notes and they said, well, how can we get through this time rather than get, squashed like we did back in the 30s. And I think there has been, one of them is the 401k, when they successfully undid unions, they successfully undid kind of a social contract that companies used to at least be forced to pay lip service to. So everybody's out on their own with their 401ks. Well, everybody, no, actually not even 50% of the country, but, a good chunk of the middle class, certainly the professional managerial class. And suddenly our fates are entwined, with oil and with big finance and everything evil on the planet. And I say we because I've got a 401k. And although TIA Prep, has a socially responsible fund, what do I really know that's in there?
Right.
I don't, ultimately, I do not. So, so we're all kind of, chained together.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's been the neoliberal way. And I had a pretty good night last night. I was actually hanging out in the local pub watching a football game rather than working. Watching the most annoying player in football. I get completely shut out last night. That was
I don't follow football. What was the game?
No, Trump's favorite quarterback, Tom Brady, was shut out. I mean, scored 0 points last night with the New Orleans Saints. And so that was awesome. Oh, did he throw a little hissy fit at the end? Boy, that not good sportsmanship. Was swearing at a ref, went and yelled at the opposing coach, he was, near the end when he was working out plays on his little iPad or whatever he had, he just flung that and smashed it. I mean,
what does a physicist see watching football that a normal person doesn't see? Because you are a brilliant.
Yeah, well, when I see these guys take a hit, and I'm going, oh my God, that is a lot of torque on that ankle, or that's a lot of twist in that neck. But, I don't really think it. I just feel it. I'm like, oh God, I would be paralyzed for a week if I got hit like that. That's what I think. And then these guys just get up and they play. Some of them don't, and it's really cringy. And
do you have a value judgment on the sport? Do you think it's healthy for Americans to watch something like that?
Oh, I don't think it's unhealthy, because it's kind of like, look what happens after a football game, with one exception in the entire field of football, Tom Brady. After a football game, you see these guys from opposite teams hugging each other. The coaches from the opposite team come and they give a little shake of the hand. And football is all about the love. It really is. And
kind of like the Democrats and the Republicans. It's kind of like McConnell and Schumer.
I bet that Paul Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi's son, still gets invited to the New Year's Eve party down in Mar-a-Lago. I mean, that picture of him with his arms around Ivanka, 2018. They all party together. They all go to each other's weddings or their kids' weddings. And, they're all friends. They know each other as human beings, as I said. What they don't know us as anything other than an unwashed, howling mob.
Right.
So, I caught a little bit of your discussion with Howie Klein. Well, Howie Klein's great. He's got more deep historical knowledge of every single frickin' congressional district than I'll ever have. But he just seems 10 years out of date. I don't know. We just saw with our own eyes, like a Democratic Party rig and steal. Now we know they stole the Iowa caucus from Bernie, and just collude to make sure that Bernie was not the nominee, and in his stead, a corrupt, racist, neoliberal with onset dementia is put in his place. Now, it's like that's the most cynical move I have ever seen in my life. And we're all supposed to get behind that. And unfortunately for the Democrats, I became radicalized in 2016. I became radicalized with Bernie in the sense that this was hope for the Democratic Party. And then after they cheated him that time, I read Thomas Frank's book, Listen Liberal. And that book did it for me.
Me too.
A lot of other books, that wasn't just the only thing. Our direct experience at the National Convention, for instance, and at all these primaries, but that was key for me. And it's like the salvation is not coming from the Democratic Party. I had an experience when I was a little kid in terms of things ending up where you don't think they're going to. And I used to play checkers with my father. My father, of course, always beat me. But one day I decided to imitate every move he made. And you know what happened?
He beat you.
No, we couldn't move. It's the weirdest thing. All of the checkered pieces, and I had my guys backed up and everything. And his guys, and in the middle, he's looking at the board, and it's like nobody can move. And he's just looking at me. And I just imitated everything he did on my side of the board.
And that's what's happening in
and that's
Congress.
Kind of where everybody is.
Right.
They decided to make the same kind of shortcuts, the Republicans first and then the Democrats. And then here we are. You can't move our politics significantly. You can do performative stuff. And, maybe the Democrats are more concerned about abortion, the Republicans more concerned with gun rights. But as far as the owners are concerned, that's just trivial nonsense. They don't care about either of those two things. They'll give it to us. But the real quality, who really holds the power, the substrate of our whole political structure is just stuck now. And people within this system, they can't move. They really can't. If they want to stay in the system, when Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer, shakes their finger and tells us they can't do something. Well, they can't and still remain in power. And I even blame the progressives in Congress. You want to, make nice with Nancy Pelosi and protect her and Schumer. No, you guys are supposed to be like attacking these people. You're supposed to be pushing on them because these are the people that are sending the entire political agenda. They're moving the entire political conversation to the right, as most of the country is willing now to go much further left, or at least back to the future, back to where we were, in FDR, without all the racism and sexism and homophobia and so on. But
so going in, after watching Tom Brady last night throw his little temper tantrum, which was awesome, I kind of looked online and saw that the Bernie Bros won in Chile. I was very happy about that. Right.
I mean, do you know anything about this guy? You should read about this guy.
Yeah, we were talking about him. He's
okay.
Yeah, go ahead though.
No, but I'm sure you're talking something. He came out of a student culture of student protests, and he and two other members of his group got elected to their Congress, and bucking all expectations, he was actually able to function kind of like Bernie. When Bernie was elected mayor of Burlington, there was this great fear that he's going to all the businesses are going to collapse and the banks won't be able to exist in that little time. No, he got together, did some hard-nosed scrabbling, said, no, you're not going to scrap those apartments there and put up luxury condos. You're going to keep the affordable housing for everybody, but we're also going to have a thriving business district down here. And people were very impressed at how just down-to-earth practical Bernie was at solving basic problems. It appears that this Gabriel Boric is of that same ilk.
Born in 1986, 87, right? He's like 34?
35. Yeah.
Imagine that in America. And they're rewriting the Constitution. So there's hope. We just have to go through 17 years of a Pinochet-type leadership to see the light.
Well, we don't have to.
But
I
we
think
will.
That there is we may, but when people get radicalized, and this might be the genius of Bernie, is that they don't stop, even though they may be bitterly disappointed and even cynical, they don't stop being involved. And so we have a new crop of people coming up, many of whom are just very disappointed with the behavior of the squad and Pramila Jayapal, Ro Khanna, and those, and they're not determined to have full-time careers in the Congress. If they are just one term and done, but they've got to change, they figure they have to change something.
Well, you're entitled to say something.
Yes. Well, everyone is.
But you're entitled. You're owed, and I told you so, about passing the bipartisan infrastructure bill and thinking that Manchin would come along on Build Back Better.
And, I can't believe they're that stupid. They are not that stupid. These are actually very, very smart people for the most part. Even the ones we think are dumb are actually kind of smart. And that they had to have known that. But I would encourage everybody to listen to Jordan Sheridan's interview of Kshama Sawant, who was officially certified victory in that the recall against her. And she says, look, and they were speaking about the squad and the progressives and said, you think that you are going to go along, have a nice career, that, by the power of your arguments, you're going to get people like Nancy Pelosi on your side. And you aren't. In fact, the instant you start doing something effective, like it might actually change something, is the moment that there is going to be a tsunami of grief heading your way. And, unlike the bad old days, it may not necessarily mean a bullet. It won't. It will mean people screaming at you in public, people like a whole propaganda campaign trying to smear you. You just have to brace yourself for that, because there's no way somebody who has a position of power and privilege is ever going to give up on that position of power and privilege.
Right. And you knew that Manchin was going to turn his back on Build Back Better.
Of course he was. And, the thing is that, and this is where I would probably also disagree with a lot of people. I mean, there's plenty of ways to get back at Manchin, but there's no even public attempt at this. And, I looked back and I looked at all the people, some of the progressives who were endorsing Manchin when Paula Jean Swearengin was primarying him back 3 years ago. And she got absolutely no help. And it seemed like, maybe the Justice Democrats were making a calculated, decision that they're all going to back AOC. And Paula Jean was an extreme long shot. That was true. But my God, if there was ever, and Howie Klein in his article, Down with Tyranny, either today or yesterday, had even pointed out Bernie won more votes than Manchin did.
Right. Now, you're a politician. You were elected to the Parks Commission. I'm hoping in Aurora, Illinois, and I don't hope you do anything. It's not for me. I just need some parking tickets taken care of. You're now in Congress. You're a member of the squad. You vote against the bipartisan infrastructure bill, even though it's no more lead pipes. This is what was in the Joe Manchin. This was in his no more lead pipes, supposedly, high-speed internet access, better roads and bridges, investments in public transit. They're upgrading airports and ports, passenger rail, Amtrak, a network of electric vehicle charges. They're going to upgrade the power infrastructure, and they're going to do some investment in what is called environmental remediation. So how do you vote against that? That was the thing that AOC...
Easily.
But there are a lot of goodies in there that if you hold
There's
it up...
a lot of good goals in there. And what really mucks up the works is the way they will be eventually implemented. Through private-public partnerships, through these bonds, through what's called asset recycling. Your friend David Dayen goes through this in really gory detail. And ultimately, for a place like Flint, Michigan, it's too late. They've already completed the replacement of the lead pipes. And that was just people, activists outside the government, just shaming a Democratic governor to move on this. And, but the problem is in Flint, even though the pipes have been fixed, people are still not using their water. They are so distrustful of the government. And that's
when did Flint get drinking water?
This happened it was finished within the last year, because I was kind of looking it up. They're still trucking in bottled water because people are still they don't believe that the water coming out of their pipe isn't going to kill them again. And so they're dealing with it. I admit I haven't read up on it much in the last couple of months, but and I should. But this is a problem that people have, which is why I push so hard for something as small as a damn park, and it did get built because what's long-term bad is people losing faith in that their government can do anything at all. And it sets them up for believing in charlatans, for people to be manipulated by people, for, demagogues to come along and promise them something. And when you are getting screwed by the system and have no hope, burning it all down is not an irrational impulse. When you're a system, if you're stuck in a system you feel that you have no hope in, you want that system destroyed. And that is a very bad thing, short-term and long-term for us. But, we have a system, again, just like the checkers, everybody doing the same thing and then getting stuck, because they're all, they're all basically dancing. You've tried to make shortcuts to get your way to power because once you get it, you'll do good with it, right? And they're all beholden to the same corporate interests, the same oligarchs, the same structure. So it's going to take somebody doing something from the outside. And it's not that you don't want good people on the inside. There's actually a lot of good people still on the inside. I'm not even thinking so much of Congress, but 2 or 3 layers down from the political appointments we've got an army of competent bureaucrats. And people kind of roll their eyes on it. But, I was just dealing with some Department of Energy people now. You have in place people who could run things on a very low level. And you would have to have that because you couldn't have these people replaced every 4 years. You would not have a stable enough society.
Right.
So they're just waiting for some decent kind of leadership. And I just don't want to think about it too much because it is really depressing. We could have had Bernie, but what Bernie would have been doing, because now, and I hope this kabuki play is over with. I mean, Pramila Jayapal was whatever she thought she was doing. She did not do well by her supporters because, she had to have known that a sunsetting president like Biden is not going to be able to strong arm anyone. They needed to use their power. And they needed to have 20 because it was a bipartisan bill. There were some Republicans on board, but not a whole lot in the House. There were a lot in the Senate, but not a whole lot in the House. And when Pramila Jayapal and Ro Khanna voted for it, that gave permission and cover for a whole bunch of other people to vote for that bill, and they failed us. And, I saw something in Twitter, like Jayapal was saying, well, just because we're set back doesn't mean I'm going to stop fighting. I'm going to continue fighting. And one of the wags replied, oh, by fighting, you mean posting on Twitter.
Right.
It's like,
right.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's a new wave. People will continue to run. We may get a Republican blowout. We may not. It's a long time, and we don't know where this new Omicron surge is going to head us. I mean, it might be the end. It might be milder, but our good friend Henry Hamamaki keeps telling me we don't have enough evidence to begin to make that assumption yet. He's looked at it, and I believe Henry more than I just believe myself looking at some of these things superficially. So yes, we could be in still for a world of hurt. And it could, a year, even 11 months is like forever away in terms of elections. But I think that Professor Hussein was right. I mean, Biden and the Democrats really had 100 days to make a big impression. The thing is, if you make a big impression and you push stuff through, it's easier for the rest of your term to push stuff through, because if you establish anything good, people like that. And it makes it easier for you to continue passing good things.
Right.
Right now, because they, for whatever reason, they were still focused on making sure that the progressive agenda gets completely squashed and a more polite version of neoliberalism is still maintained. Maybe let's cut off the red edges here, the bad press. But by God, just look to Chile and see what happened down there. And that's, yes, it's true. Chile, Brazil. I mean, both Brazil and Chile are democracies, fragile democracies with elements of a lot of fascism, neoliberalism. I mean, we're not talking Nazis and racial purity, certainly not in South America, but we are talking, like fascist with a diversity quota. That's and a very satisfied upper managerial class. And that's also the problem. The problem for progressives are economically well-off liberals who just want to see a diversity of people on corporate boards, but really but they want to have that tent city down the road for them, like dealt with. Like, why aren't the police dealing with these people? Mm-hmm. It's like that's the homeless are the problem, not the fact that we have homelessness.
Right.
I kind of took issue a little bit with our friends online about, it's these hopeless, it's these nihilists, it's these people that are embracing, nihilism. I said, no, it's people genuinely are hopeless in the system we have now. That's the problem. I mean, they see no hope because there largely is none if things continue the way they do. And we're just going to leave climate change aside.
Right.
I guess the other thing that's happening is the Ghislaine Maxwell trial is wrapping up. And the judge really he wants to impound that little black book, because he doesn't want to, celebrity name drop.
Is that true? I didn't.
That was a statement that was one of the statements that I read. I'm like, oh, yeah, you don't. And it's like, basically the class of powerful people who Epstein and, by extension, Maxwell catered to, they're being protected. It has the feel, and I think I told the story before, but this whole thing with Joe Paterno, Penn State, and the guy that broke that story was just a local sportscaster, and he just was digging in like a reporter to the story, and he finds out all this stuff, and eventually it gets published in Sports Illustrated, and it starts taking it down. The Sandusky guy who was the head coach was eventually put in prison, probably a nice, not maximum security prison, but he was silenced. But I mean, this went all the way up to the Attorney General of the state of Pennsylvania. And I'm going, okay, Joe Paterno was an icon, but he wasn't even charged. It was one of his coaches who were. But why would somebody that powerful? Well, I found out there was an interview on Mad Dog Russo on Sirius XM Sports. So the guy said, there's a lot more to this story. This story, it gets so dark. And he says, it's really hard to follow up. But what Sandusky was doing with his, I think it was called the Second Mile. He was running this Second Mile orphanage. He was supplying young children to the wealthy Penn State alumni and donors. Jeez. And these include very powerful people. So I think what happened is that my guess is that Joe Paterno, he was suffering from prostate cancer, but he was looking forward to coaching again. And prostate cancer goes slowly, but he ends up dying. I think he might have taken his life rather than, be exposed himself. But he died, and Sandusky is just whirled away. And that dust is settled. And the guy says, we'll probably hear no more from this. And I think I have the feeling this is kind of what's going on with this Ghislaine Maxwell trial. The whole point is now to just kind of cauterize the wound, just like burn off all leads, have a scapegoat if you need somebody, front and center. But then, case closed, and nothing more to see here.
Like the Mueller report.
Well, the Mueller report, I think the worst thing about that, I mean, the Russia thing was just a delusion on the parts of the Democrats by and large. I mean, Russia and the United States have been dicking with each other ever since 1945. But I mean,
Mueller could have found money laundering if he wanted to.
Mueller, we've discussed this before. The investigation into Deutsche Bank was really promising because I was reading that, and he had 20 odd heavy hitters in the Justice Department who specialized in financial crimes. So this wasn't espionage. This wasn't WikiLeaks. He never even called WikiLeaks or Julian Assange into this. No, this were people who were following the money in the very real sense. And boy, they wrapped that up.
Because we didn't know at the time, until the Pandora Papers this year, that America is the #1 money laundering site in the world, that this whole country is a money laundering operation, and law is tit for tat. And if you bring the reason they're not going to ever lock up Trump is he's a money launderer. But if you lock up Trump, we're going to lock up whomever that they know where the bodies are buried when it comes to money laundering.
It's year-old stuff, but that was the same reason we never got we never got Manafort's second trial,
right?
Which was going to be in D.C., and that was the trial for the underlying crime of the FARA violations. And Talking Points memo got the list of the witnesses. They got the witness list. There's a list you have to vet them and make sure that there's no problem with them. This was like a who's who of the entire lobbying. I mean, this is all the luminaries in lobbyist DC. And I think the biggest story that was really never told, and it has to be a massive national security concern, that we have this whole army of people who have put up for sale signs in front of all of our representatives and senators to first order, except for Bernie Sanders and maybe a few progressives, that, to foreign governments, foreign actors, that they are all for sale. And they literally are for sale. I mean, it's not just lobbyists, right? It's not just lobbyists writing domestic law. It's lobbyists writing international treaties. And I wish nobody wants to look into that or wants to go any further. I think this is because it's so vast. It's well, how do you even begin to undo this?
Right.
Just pull the plug, though. I mean, you can pull the plug.
We have a history of that. We have a history. The Kennedy assassination is fascinating the same way Contragate is fascinating, where you look into it and then you uncover something and everybody agrees that's it. There was, John Kerry, when he was I think when he was a congressman, maybe a senator, began to hold hearings on the CIA and its relationship to drug dealing. And he looked into it. And then Contragate happened, and there was a guy named Webb. He was a reporter for the San Jose Mercury News who uncovered a story that said the CIA, probably Oliver North, was dumping crack cocaine into Los Angeles and New York City to fund CIA operations in Nicaragua.
I don't know why that would have been so shocking, since, all of us have already been well acquainted with the Golden Triangle in Vietnam and heroin trade.
Right.
So,
it's
but yeah,
and he got fired. He got fired. They were never able, the San Jose Mercury News apologized, but they never were able to disprove his reporting. And you can go so far, and then if you don't stop, you're ruined. And John Kerry, the reason he became the Democratic nominee in 2004 is because he was looking into the CIA and its drug dealing in Central America, and he was willing to stop. So he became
kind of like people would claim that Gerald Ford was rewarded for services rendered similarly
on the Warren Commission.
He was on the Warren Commission, right? And
then pardon Nixon. We knew he would be for the good of the country, and you could be talked into. There was an interview that Seymour Hersh did with Arthur Lyman, who was the Democratic lawyer during Contragate, And Lyman, corporate lawyer, said, you know, we had Reagan.
Mm-hmm.
We had him for Contragate. But the Democrats felt it wouldn't be good to impeach 2 Republican presidents in a row. And
I think that was John Kerry who actually made that statement.
Well, Arthur Lyman also said that. And then he said, you know, Reagan was so close to a deal with Gorbachev on nuclear weapons, we didn't want to sabotage it. So we just turned away. They had him dead to rights, Reagan.
Mm-hmm.
You know, worse than Watergate.
Yeah, and that is true. However, you know, by that time, Reagan was, you know, at least as senescent as Joe Biden is now. And,
right.
You know, I really believe that Reagan probably didn't know what was going on, what was being operated out of his vice president's office, because those guys, a lot of those guys, those were Pappy Bush's people.
CIA people.
Yeah. So,
I love, you brought up Flint. Here comes Peter B. Collins. You brought up Flint, Michigan, and Rick Snyder was the governor when they changed the pipes, the way people in Flint, Michigan got water. What, 20,000?
They got river water instead of lake water, which their pipes, you know, the different chemistry and, you know, and so on and so forth, right?
And something like 20,000 kids, conservatively speaking, have lead poisoning, permanent lead poisoning. He no prosecution, no impeachment. He leaves office and is offered a job at the Kennedy School of Government. Like, it never occurred to the Kennedy School of Government that maybe Rick Snyder should not be teaching government.
Yeah. Well, the other favor done to him was that the incoming Democratic Attorney General vacated all charges.
Really? He's on trial. He's still
they vacated all charges that were leading up to an indictment, and now it's like, they and I think motivated by Jordan Sheridan's reporting, and I mean, Jordan Sheridan did just the lion's work of just going through emails and, you know, something like only Greg Plass does, you know,
right.
And finding out that, in fact, that Snyder just blatantly perjured himself on all these hearings. He had like proof that he knew about all of these problems like 18 months before he claimed he did. And now they are pursuing something that doesn't look like it's going to be like serious felony charges.
Right. It's tied up in discovery or something. They're not, you know, they're going to drag it on just long enough so everybody forgets. Now, are we, Peter B. Collins is joining us. Thank you.
Peter.
Are we doing this together? Is this you and Professor Marianne?
We've been scheming for a couple of weeks, and maybe you actually read an email or two, David.
So, hi, Peter B. Collins, Bay Area Radio Hall of Fame. This is exciting. Let's talk about Omicron and all the things you and Professor Marianne want to talk about.
Well, actually, I wanted to tag on to her comments a couple of minutes ago about the Maxwell trial.
Yes.
And you did a pretty interesting recap of a lot of the limited hangout investigations that we have seen since Watergate. And I believe that that's what the Maxwell trial is. And Marianne had a great metaphor of playing checkers with her dad, and I'd like to introduce one, which is the machine called the Ditch Witch. And this is a piece of heavy equipment used on construction sites, and as the name implies, it's used to dig a ditch. And you can set the machine to determine how deep it goes and how wide it goes. And I believe that we're seeing a ditch witch used to avoid going very deep into the real history of Jeffrey Epstein, but we're going wide on the role of Ghislaine Maxwell. And so only 4 victims were permitted to testify. That was a decision of the prosecution. The judge, a female, by the way, Marianne, has kept a tight grip on the scope of the trial. And when an FBI agent, also a female, testified that she went to Epstein's mansion, she broke into a safe and produced all these CDs with pictures of we're told, female victims. But we know from the women who have given testimony and interviews in other settings that every Epstein residence was wired with video and sound, and that he was running a sex blackmail scheme for many years. And the other important connection, and I want to reference, and I'll put the link up in the chat here. There's a woman named Maria Farmer, and her little sister Annie Farmer was the last of the 4 victims who testified against Ghislaine. But Maria Farmer goes back to the 90s and was trotted around by Epstein. And at one point, she stayed in the 25,000 square foot guest house outside Columbus, Ohio, of Leslie Wexner. And Les Wexner is the sugar daddy of Jeffrey Epstein. And Epstein took this guy to the cleaners. And Epstein bragged to Maria Farmer that he got the mansion on 71st Street in New York for $1 from Les Wexner.
Victoria's Secret's Les Wexner.
Yeah.
And The Limited, you're correct. And so
sounds like it was
when
Epstein's
Ghislaine
secrets.
was recruiting girls for Jeff, she would claim that she was actually looking for models for Victoria's Secret. And he used that cover as well. And we never, and let me say that I only paid a little attention to their magazines. I know there was a TV show of Victoria's Secret girls, but I never watched it. But I don't believe they ever used underage models or prepubescent models, because after all, they were selling, boobs and butts, and how to wrap them. So the other thing that Maria Farmer says, and it's in an interview with Whitney Webb, and if you don't know who she is an American who lives, I believe, in Chile. She is an incredible public records researcher. She has written widely about Epstein well before he died, well before this trial. She got the little black book that Nick Bryant published 2012, 2014. And she has shown very clearly the ties of both Ghislaine Maxwell and her father to Mossad, and the very likely nature that it was some arrangement between Mossad and Epstein that led to some of these sexual blackmail schemes. And they were neutralizing or controlling people who otherwise might be a problem for U.S. policy or for Israeli politics. So there's so much more to this. And there was an opportunity in this trial to really expose it all. But it's clear that the government didn't want to do that. The court didn't want to do that. And since we now know the case is going to the jury, and Ghislaine and her lawyers decided that she will not take the stand, and that is understandable in many ways unless she wanted to go for broke. Mm-hmm. And she is likely to be spending at least 20, 25 years in prison. So in some ways, I thought she might shoot the moon. That's a card reference from Arts. And try to set back all of the men. And we know who they were. They were Donald Trump. They were Bill Clinton. They were Bill Richardson. They were Alan Dershowitz. George Mitchell, yes. And so
Richardson, the DOE, right?
Yes,
he's
he
the
was.
New
He
Mexico
was,
governor.
Governor, yeah.
And
Yeah.
he most recently brought home, he likes this international diplomacy stuff where he gets people freed from autocratic regimes, and, more power to him. I've actually met Bill Richardson. He's a very nice guy, but I can't explain what he and Bill Gates were doing, palling around with Jeffrey Epstein. So this really was the last chance for a bona fide investigation. And it's clear that everyone agreed, oh, we're not going to do that.
Yeah. Acosta was either Secretary of Labor or Commerce under...
He was Labor, I think.
Okay.
Labor under Trump. Mm-hmm.
He had to step down when Epstein was arrested because originally Acosta was a prosecutor, a federal prosecutor in Florida who just gave Epstein, a slap on the knuckles. And from what I remember, Acosta was told to take it easy on Epstein during the first trial because he was Mossad. They said, you want to stay away from Epstein. You're going to interrupt some high-level intelligence gathering operations between the CIA and Mossad. And Ehud Barak, who was I think he was a prime minister of Israel.
He was.
Stayed at Jeffrey Epstein's home, was a good friend of Jeffrey Epstein's, and Steve Bannon was close to him. So it's, once you wrap it in the CIA and Mossad, judges and prosecutors back off.
Well, and it's interesting because that was the ploy that Nixon tried to use to shut down the Watergate investigation.
Right. Tell them.
And it was because he had hired former CIA guys with Bay of Pigs experience to break into the Watergate and bug it.
So what I'm hearing is Epstein was running a honey trap for his own financial endeavors, and it worked so well, the government hired him.
Well, perhaps. It's also possible that he had compromised so many people. And Maria Farmer, for example, reports that there were 3 times that Bill Clinton visited Epstein in New York while he was president. This is well before Monica Lewinsky. And now maybe it was just a social call. Maybe it was a fundraising visit. Who knows? But there's just so much circumstantial evidence. And, they used people to show the pivotal role that Ghislaine Maxwell played, but not the people who were played by Epstein. And that, of course, is what we deserve to know. And this also, to me, brings up the craziness of QAnon, because there are real sexual predators.
Right.
But they are on the track of the wrong ones, and they think, Trump isn't among the pedophiles.
Right. and I'm so glad you mentioned that.
They think Pizzagate was a real thing.
Right.
Epstein is the real thing. And it's bipartisan, and yet the fix is in, just as you were describing earlier, Marianne. I know Paul Pelosi Jr., and he is a very self-interested, he's no longer a young man, but, a child of power. And, the cross-pollination and the social networks of the powerful are generally kept out of sight from the peons. But it's very clear, that they grease each other, they grift together, and then they cover up for each other when the shit hits the fan.
Yeah. By the way, Professor Marianne, you brought this up last week about the Pelosi's and the Speaker. We've been covering the trades that go on. They're unbelievable with Josh Gottheimer, Ro Khanna, Democratic congressmen are pulling off in the stock market. Ro Khanna is doing $50 million a year in stock trades. And Professor Marianne told us last week that Business Insider reported that something like 49, 50 lawmakers and their staffers are not doing the proper disclosure requirements on trading stocks. They're violating the Stock Act. And Nancy Pelosi's husband is trading tens of millions of dollars in stock. And they asked the speaker about this, and she said, we're a free market economy. They should be able to participate in that. There's nothing wrong, she said, about lawmakers buying and selling stocks. That's the Democratic speaker asked about lawmakers buying and selling stocks. She says, nothing wrong with that.
That was a really dumb remark.
Dumb or truthful?
Or she's just
both.
basting in this stuff, and they've completely normalized face-lappingly obvious corruption. I mean, she's that arrogant.
I agree that she's that
going
arrogant.
her way. I mean, she's got the progressives to heel. They squashed Bernie Sanders for now. That mission accomplished. She's feeling untouchable. But the fact that she could make a statement like that in public, because that is so not free enterprise or free market, that is like the ultimate insider trading.
Well, and it also underscores the limited attention span and short memories of the public, and the media helps promote that. They advertise Prevagen, but they don't want you to remember. And, it was just a year and a half ago that Kelly Loeffler, the short-term Republican senator from Georgia, whose husband is CEO or something of the American Stock Exchange, she went to one of those meetings where they talked about what COVID was going to do to the economy. And, she put out an SOS to her friends to sell, sell, sell. Richard Burr, Democrat from North Carolina, did the same damn thing. And, there was an investigation, and he was told that, gosh, the optics were bad on that, Senator.
Yeah.
That was it. That was his punishment.
Chairman of the Intelligence Committee.
Yeah.
I think he had to step down from the Intelligence Committee after that came out. And he's not running for re-election. So
correct.
Yeah.
But I think he decided not to run, and then they forced him to step down. And I can't tell how much of that was related to the insider trading.
Right.
But, this does, I think, leave us in bad shape going into the midterms next year. And I wanted to offer David and Marianne, you both were mentioning Tom Frank, and I'd be happy to bring him on to the show here. He and I go back 15 years.
Would love it.
I made a wager with Tom in August of 2016 that Trump would win, and he took it. So I made $5 on that. But he's a fascinating guy, and I think Listen Liberal is, a great sermon that too many people have ignored.
Right. And Populism No, his latest?
Yeah, that one is a little narrower in its focus. It's about the history of the Populist Party, and it does have some threads that apply today, but it was more of a historical piece.
Right.
Well, he actually made the point that he was going to write about the populist movement, which he did, but he got more interest in the anti-populists and how that, kind of mirrors what's going on in the backlash against Bernie Sanders. What happened to the populists? And it's like, if you looked at the anti-populists, you see the outline of the structures of power in this country.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
How do I want to stay on what you want to talk about? But when you talk about populism and just capital steamrolling everything it touches. Money now touches everything, and we can't escape it. How do we change things without a violent revolution? This is the thing that I'm wrestling with, is how do we upend this system peacefully? Can it be done?
Nobody wants to jump first.
Because I ask.
It's a very tough question, David, because I don't see a path forward. Last week we talked about Joe Manchin's personal corruption and the overall corruption. We've just been talking about insider trading. The other factor here is a media that really, we talked about that a month or so ago when Terry McAuliffe lost. And the media turns this into a teachable moment about the evils of progressives, and essentially says that the flirtation with socialism has been cut off at the knees. And so we have this huge economic gap that is only growing. It buys power. The people who hold power are broadly corrupt. And so, even we get this worst case next year where the Democrats just get wiped out and Biden spends 2 years in further decline as a lame duck. And it seals the 2024 election for a Republican who could be Trump. We keep hoping that indictments will be dropped and that convictions would result. But he's a slippery guy. And, who knows what kind of protection he'll get from the courts. And so I don't see that our system really has the potential to put us back on a track, roughly comparable to FDR.
Right. Two things about that. I suspect this country has always been this way, but because of the internet, the bandage has been ripped, and enough of us can see this country for what it has always been. That I do think that things haven't gotten worse. We just know more about who we really are. The institutionalized racism, we now know. I mean, I'm ashamed to tell you that I had no idea what it was like to be a black man stopped by a police officer. I suspected it wasn't good, but I had no idea until the iPhone what it was like to be a black man stopped by a police officer. So that's my being optimistic for this country. They say there's going to be a civil war, and I say no, because a civil war requires people on both sides to think something is worth dying for. I see a very cynical military. I see police and politicians who are all self-serving, and when push comes to shove, they will back down for the good of the country. That's how Pinochet rose to power in Chile. Instead of a civil war, you say, you know what? He's got the guns, Pinochet. Let's back down for the good. We don't want a bloodbath here. Let's just let this junta take over because it'll get ugly. And that's how I see this playing out in the United States. I see a slow motion coup where nobody believes anything in America is worth dying for because every institution has been destroyed by money and greed and the incompetence that comes with it. And people will just gently back away and say it's not worth it. Let them take over, and then we'll try to fix it from within. That's where I think this country is heading. Not pretty, but not as violent as people warn.
I think that's the point of view of the comfortable, if I may say so. I mean, let's go back to what just happened in Seattle last week. Kshama Sawant, as I mentioned earlier, was not interested in becoming friends, in having a career, at least in the traditional mold. She was there to disrupt as much as she could. And she, as a result, has been one of the most successful progressives in the country. $15 minimum wage. She's got a tax on Amazon that was pushed back on twice. It won again, and it's in the courts, but it doesn't look good for Amazon at this point. Plus, she's got big proposals for affordable housing, and she was able to mobilize people in an uphill battle because there are enough people feeling uncomfortable. We're all in our nice, relatively comfortable places. We're on internet. So we are,
right,
at least top 10% or in my case, top 10% adjacent. My family is doing all right. Most people aren't that comfortable, and they will respond. I mean, they responded to Bernie 5 years ago. You said West Virginia they got more people voted for Bernie than they did for Manchin.
So when they say, because earlier, Professor, we were talking about David Cobb was saying that studies show that we've never been closer to a civil war. And what do you think about that? I don't think I'm wrong about everything. I don't think people would be willing to.
No, people in our class wouldn't be willing to die. Most of us would not be willing to die. But when you have close to 50% of the population, kind of seeing no end in sight to forever debt, to forever worrying about housing, insecurity, their kids aren't doing better, their health care. I mean, Obamacare, they just jacked up premiums. They jacked up deductibles by 15 to 20%. So I have a deductible that's almost $9,000, which means I don't get health care. I just have a card. Right. And I mean, when you get enough of that,
half of those people are,
what do we have to lose?
But half of those people, at the very least, will be co-opted by the right wing.
Yeah, when there's nobody on the left giving them a voice. Bernie Sanders demonstrated you could get, not all of them, but quite a few of those people on the right. But then when he stepped down in 2016 and in 2020, there was just this vast yawning void of nothing but status quo, blandishments, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, a movement of Bernie's that at least temporarily has been completely neutralized.
Right.
However, as I said,
well, and I'd like to tag onto that, Marianne, because Obama rolled up the Occupy movement. Obama, sent the militarized vehicles into Missouri to shut down that protest. And
you're talking about Ferguson?
Ferguson, thank you. Yes. Yeah. Trump picked up on that and was able to start the neutralization of the Black Lives Matter movement. And, we didn't get any legislation out of that. Tim Scott was never a serious partner for any of the Democratic legislation, just as Joe Manchin has never been a serious partner for, the Democratic economic agenda. And we because of the power of the state, surveillance, policing, influence of the media, these things are very short-lived. And this triggers one of my current pet peeves, is when the people who enjoy entitlement, and let me say that I'm one of them, but I'm uncomfortable when my peers, particularly white people who are economically comfortable, laugh off wokeness. And our punching bag Bill Maher is one of the leaders of legitimizing anti-wokeness among people who are allegedly progressive, or at least non-conservative. And, you know, the phrase defund the police and the whole concept of wokeness, these are cries for help, cries for change. They are expressions of pain. And it is not that hard to trivialize them. Trump simply linked Black Lives Matter to Antifa and a few looters. 94% of the 2020 protests were peaceful. Portland was really the exception, Seattle to a certain extent. But those were used to demonize an entire group of people who deserved to be heard and who deserved relief. And we'll just add one more. The what appears to be dead, or at least in hibernation, this Build Back Better badly named package, they already jettisoned so much from it to try to mollify Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema. And to its credit, the NewsHour on PBS, which has a lot of faults, and they shave off a lot of important points of view, but they have been covering the plight of the DACA recipients, the so-called Dreamers, and also the population of somewhere around half of the undocumented people residing in the United States were being offered essentially a residency card, similar to a green card, not citizenship. And still they wanted to penalize them and all that stuff. But that stuff got tossed out several months ago, and we didn't even know it. And so the amount of, cells of our population who live in pain and who are just barely getting by, you would think that when they are almost 50%, as Marianne suggested, that there is a potential for a general strike or some other way of, raising these grievances. But the power of the state, the power of the media, the power of incumbents eventually overwhelms these things time after time.
Right. And so when I speak to myself and the left and my allies, and I ask, how do we achieve this peacefully? Nobody ever gives me an answer that I find satisfying, because in the end it's political and we have to win over the people who are comfortable, don't we? You can't have change without the comfortable acquiescing. Do you agree with that?
I do, and we
and
also.
How do we convince?
I turned on the feed when Adnan Hussein was talking with you, and he made a number of important points about identity politics and the fear of the white people who control, even if in some states they're now a minority. They have the ability to control the narrative, to control the economic spigot, and it's hard to see that those forces can be overcome. I'd like to see it, but I'm not optimistic.
Well, I think you can take a little bit of a lesson in what happened in Chile last night. Apparently, the opponent of Boric, this guy Cast, who's like neo-fascist, yearns for the days, good old days of Pinochet. Well, he's smart enough to know, where the political tides are headed. So he made a big show of solidarity, of Chilean solidarity, when he was extremely gracious in his concession speech. Now, that kind of didn't have a choice. I mean, he was soundly beaten by it. We were all being told that it was razor thin, and there were public transport was having problems, and there seemed to be all kinds of voter suppression nonsense going on. But 56 to 44 with a 56% voter turnout is a decisive win. So even somebody like Cast knows he at least has to behave in public. And the smarter ones know that, hey, we can't go on the way we have been and have our own wealth stable. I was in Peru back in the 80s, and that was after Alan Garcia had just been elected. And we were there at the train station when the Shining Path blew up the train. But it was a train from the other track, and we thought, since it was the festival of the winter solstice there, and there was this week of festivals and cannons going off and fire. We thought it was just more cannons, but then we found out that the train had been blown up. And it was, you realize that when you looked around, even the nice places in Miraflora, they all had armed guards. You couldn't be rich without having effectively a private army to ensure your safety. And, there's a point where, do you really want to live? It would be much more pleasant to live a middle-class life in Chicago or outside of LA than being wealthy and almost a prisoner in your own home, terrified that your kids are going to be kidnapped, for ransom, which is a big business. So I kind of see that even like the most hideous dictator types, when they know that they're beaten, or there's, at least for the moment, there's nothing they can do, they'll have to go along with it, even just for their own, for their own self-preservation. Because if you're gracious, if you're not putting up a fight, you may not be brought up on war crimes. You may not be, if things are going well, and people feel at least enough sense that they're part of the country, safe.
So help me out here. Professor Marianne Cummings, you are an elected, you ran for office. You I always say, you put your feet where your mouth is. You march, you knock on doors for Nina Turner. You're unimpeachable in your commitment to democracy.
That's true. They cannot impeach me. They can only arrest me or vote me out next time.
Right. Here is my frustration. Help me out here. We had, and it was a disaster on my part, Councilwoman Kshama Sawant on the show. It was a disaster. I blew it. I shit the bed. Mm-hmm. I asked a question of her, and I would love to have her back. I asked a question of her that I have asked of the left repeatedly. And that is, how do you court, I didn't ask her this question, but how do you court the comfortable towards socialism? And I hear a lot about how unhappy people are with the system. We hear a lot about how the system is working only for the richest 1%. We hear it's untenable, that there are vast swaths of suffering in this country. And yet, like the neoliberal Democrats, I find the left is able to identify the pain, but very few can articulate the solution. As you said, Kshama Sawant introduced a tax on Amazon, and she's been very active with low-income housing and decriminalizing a lot of nonsensical crime. I get that. So I'm not talking about Kshama Sawant. I'm just talking about the left in general. At some point, people like me have to stop articulating the pain and clarifying the solutions I'm not hearing that coming from me and my friends on the left. How do we change that? Because what is the
why
solution?
Why don't you ask Kshama Sawant the next time you have her on the show? But here is like a preview. You make the comfortable uncomfortable. In other words, she didn't lead the march to the former mayor's house, but she was participated in it and made it probably bigger and noisier. They occupied the city hall. They made people unhappy who were comfortable, but she energized people who were in pain. Like, okay, somebody on City Hall is actually talking to these a-holes that have been avoiding us forever. And,
what is the solution? So I get that. And I agree with you that, the mayor of Seattle is a former judge or a prosecutor. So she's allowed to live secretly. You're not supposed to know where the mayor of Seattle. You should be outside her house. And if we're not allowed to know where you live, then sorry, you don't get to be mayor of Seattle. We should know where you live. You have to be
a little bit accessible. But my point is, David,
what do we do? How do you channel that?
3 progressives, or people who identified as progressives, lost their elections in November in the regular election. And Sawant and others have pointed out that they were very mealy-mouthed about their positions, like, yeah, maybe, Amazon provides a lot of jobs, and, we shouldn't be they were saying, couched it like we shouldn't be bad-mouthing the business community. I mean, they were just backpedaling and, trying to have both ways, and they lost. And
but what won. Right. Okay, but what I'm saying,
that's what happens. More of those people win.
Okay, removing politics.
All right.
Now I'm talking policy.
Okay.
That you sit down and debate the neoliberal Democrats. What is in unless you have a different plan to change things, I would like to think that the left wants to do it politically, peacefully through now again, that's naivete on my part, but assuming we could do that politically, what are we offering? I've made clear if I were to run for office, I would talk about nationalization of public good. Get that out in the open. Utilities and the nationalization, we just buy Aetna, we buy Humana. We just start buying up public goods, or at least half of public goods. We would own half of Google, so we wouldn't have to run it. And so it becomes sort of like a utility. But we have to have that conversation with the American people to explain what nationalization looks like, or semi-nationalization, and utilities. I'm not hearing that.
FDR stuff looks like. I mean, I thought Bernie Sanders did a great job in front of Trump supporters up in Kenosha several years ago.
But but he wasn't explained. What are we offering other than anger at the status quo?
He was offering solutions. As a matter of fact, I wish Bernie had been talking more about FDR, talking more about things that people could actually identify with. This, as Americans, we did things together. We had the whole New Deal wasn't about the government taking over. It was about the government helping the right people for once. Building schools and theaters and employing people directly and cutting out the middlemen, giving people health care, cutting out the middlemen. Go offer people services like public banking through the post office, cutting out the middlemen. I mean, this can all be.
But it wasn't.
And by the way, all of this is already popular.
Of course, it's already popular. Of course, it is. But
if you're, to me at this point, if you feel your own option is working through the Democratic Party, that is like a bottleneck. That's how the 300 picked off the entire Xerxes army, just by in this bottleneck. You can go into the Democratic Party through this bottleneck. And if you go through and whack, whack. I mean, it's like, I think
Wow.
you need to, at least for a brief time, not everybody, but you need to start building movements outside the Democratic Party. You need to blatantly say you're going to be a spoiler. Like, I can't afford to run in your stinking primary, but I'll run as a Green Party person in the general election and maybe get 5% of your votes. You want to talk to us? Oh, okay. Wow, look at it. I might get 7% of your votes. I mean, this is the way you have to, and also we have to get out of this mentality like the right wingers did 40 years ago. I mean, they were utterly defeated, it felt like, in the 70s, And what did they do? They started regrouping. They started, taking over school boards. And they weren't concerned so much about individuals winning individual elections as the messaging, election by election by election, going over to their side. And that's what we have to do. But you can't, that's going to be inconsistent with people thinking they'll have a career in the Democratic Party, because that means you have to make nice with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. And that's the problem. They're the problem. It's not even, once we get those guys out of the way, dealing with Mitch McConnell will be nothing. If it was Bernie, it's like heading up the Democratic Party. I mean, he could stomp on Mitch McConnell. And I think a lot of Republicans would suddenly, and that's it, a lot of Republicans would kind of go, because I think not all of them are back crap crazy, but there is nothing on the Democratic side.
No principles. There are no, in comedy, people who are funny know other people who are funny. You know who's really funny and you know who's just pretending. I'm a pretender. So I can identify the pretenders, but the really funny people all hang out together. The really principled people hang out together. Pat Buchanan, whether or not you like him, is a deeply principled man. He's horrible, but he has principles. Ted Cruz is a deeply principled. These are horrible, horrible people. Rand Paul, horrible, but deeply principled, so that they can make nice across the aisle with other deeply principled people because they recognize that they have principles. Nobody in the Biden administration has principles, believes in anything other than their self-enrichment and aggrandizement. Pelosi, 0 principles. Schumer, 0 principles. Steny Hoyer, 0 principles. The Clintons, the Obamas, 0 principles. They stand for nothing. Nothing.
David, may I?
Please.
First of all, I have a hard time attributing principles to either Ted Cruz or Josh Hawley. They are opportunists, and particularly the way Cruz caved to Trump after Trump just humiliated him. We cannot assign principles to him.
Okay.
But I want to touch on what you were talking about just before that, because to me, the weapon that is almost entirely missing, or at least underutilized on the left, is humor and satire. And, Bernie was very good in presenting his plans, his agenda, identifying the problems, but he suffers from, a relative humorlessness. He can occasionally laugh at himself, the mittens and the mask at the inauguration and that picture. He's not so stuffy that he can't see the humor there, but he never harnesses humor. And let me give you an example. I'm a big admirer of the nurses union. It's called National Nurses United. And I've just, in full disclosure, I did some consulting work for them a few years back. And one of the things they did was when Meg Whitman, the billionaire eBay woman, was
Quibi, the genius from Quibi.
Pardon me?
The genius who gave us Quibi.
Yes. She was trying to buy the governor's office. She dropped $130 million of her own money in the process. Well, the nurses bust 800 members who showed up at Meg Whitman's house in scrubs, carrying signs. And they were led by an actress who played the role of Queen Meg. And they hit the streets in the Tony suburb of Atherton. That's the north end of Silicon Valley, where the old money is. And that's where Meg bought a mansion. And it was really fun to watch this unfold and to see the neighbors who had never seen 100 black women on their street at one time. Mm-hmm. And the combination of the seriousness that they showed in stopping Whitman and her, very repressive oligarchic agenda was matched by a kind of lightheartedness that was able to reach some people the way certain people watch The Daily Show or Colbert to get their news with a political angle to it. And, ask yourself, when was the last time a Democrat made you laugh about something that you care about a fight, a political fight, or an issue that they were trying to promote? And, one of the things, if we could, try to wrap this up on a more positive basis, is I think we need to recruit the comedy community to save our nation by skewering members of both parties who violate the interests of the working class in this country. And, if we can get people to laugh about the preposterousness of Joe Manchin, pretending that he is there, the last savior of our economy, the one who's going to prevent us from drowning with inflation. Even though this Biden package is paid for, it's long-term, it wouldn't have any impact on the current wave of inflation that we're experiencing. But he is permitted to get away with that. And it is a joke. It is a huge fucking joke.
Right.
And we don't see enough people generating laughs about the joke that is Joe Manchin.
Well, let me address that, if I may. One is, I think comedy, you get laughs by just speaking the truth. If you address the elephant in the room, you're going to get a laugh. I think Bernie was funny. I wrote the damn bill. Huge laugh. Bernie was funnier than a lot of people gave him credit for. If you go back and watch the debates, he's quick, he's sharp, and he speaks the truth. And I think he would have destroyed Trump in the debates by being as funny as Trump is. So I not so sure you're right about Bernie.
The only other laugh line that he delivered was Hillary, I'm tired of your damn emails.
Right.
And that was a mistake because there was stuff in those emails that would have sunk her, including the Wall Street speeches, among many other things.
Right.
So I'm not saying that Bernie has a zero sense of humor, but he doesn't employ it as a campaign tactic. And I think that would help reach people who have given up, tuned out, or never had any confidence or interest in politics and government as ways to address our discomforts.
Yeah, interesting. I'm not so sure that comedians, for the most part, are equipped to be ombudsman for the 99%. The ones on television will make fun of politicians but not their paymasters because they have the identical paymasters.
Yeah.
I always felt that part of the deterioration of Washington, D.C. came from late night talk show hosts constantly mocking politicians and making them come across as foolish, which they were, but not going after the people who paid them to be foolish. And I think Americans, certainly since, in the past 40 years, have been trained by late night comedians to think nothing can be done in Washington. Why vote? Why even care other than for the pageantry and the mockery? I'm not so sure, the golden age of The Daily Show, the war in Iraq, Afghanistan continued, Bush continued. There was no rise of the left under the stewardship of Jon Stewart or Stephen Colbert. People just laughed and felt that was enough. The same way now we tweet and think that's enough. I'm not so sure. I think comedians help get us into this. I think we've laughed enough.
Well, that may be true. And let me just make two comments. One is you could consider doing a feature where you skewer the oligarch of the week. Because one of the reasons comedians don't go after the paymasters is the public doesn't generally know who they are. Secondly, I've worked on 26 political campaigns over the years. And in about half of them, the candidate agreed to use humor in the political advertising. And at least for me, it has worked. And it gets people to open their minds a little bit because if you've made somebody laugh, they're in a position to evaluate what follows that in a more open-minded way. So it's just a tool that I think is underused by the Democrats. Marianne, I'm sorry.
No, I actually just want to push back. I was very disappointed when Jon Stewart retired when he did, because he was making some pretty decent snark about Bernie and Hillary. And I had wished that if he had kept on doing that, that would have been very helpful to the Sanders campaign, because that was a big platform.
But he supported Biden in 2020.
Yeah, well, he's retired. And Stephen Colbert,
and he's an anti-union, and he's against unions. Jon Stewart's against unions.
Yeah, I know.
So
I know a lot of lefties are running big operations.
He's not a lefty. He's not a lefty.
Who's that?
Jon Stewart's not a lefty.
He plays one in public.
He plays a critic of the system, but he's status quo.
He did do this thing for the 911 responders a few years back, where he finally got them. He went to Congress and made a big show.
God bless him, but how hard is that to do? How is that taking a stand on the left? That's the easy. They deserve all our first responders and our troops. We've let them go. But when it comes to political bravery, that's as easy a stand as you can take. That's not supporting the troops, which they should. Everybody should support the troops and the first responders. But there's nothing dangerous politically about that.
Well, one more pushback. One of the things I despise along those lines has been the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which I think is just, this is the opposite. You shouldn't be jokey. You shouldn't be partying with the people that you are supposed to be covering, but they do. And Stephen Colbert did take a pretty ballsy stance when he did. And this target wasn't even really George W. Bush. I mean, he was kind of the butt of jokes, but that wasn't the target. The target was the audience in front of him, and they all knew it.
Right.
And They had their feathers ruffled. But I thought that was just a brilliant little, piece of political takedown.
The White House Correspondents' Dinner is okay if you have the right people skewering the White House correspondence. As bad as Imus was, go back and watch Imus skewering Clinton and Hillary. Go watch Al Franken, the problematic Al Franken. Stephen Colbert. When done right, the White House Correspondents' Dinner is a national treasure. Anytime you have a comedian shitting on the leader of the free world and making him uncomfortable, it's a great thing. Of course, after Colbert, the next year they brought in Rich Little. The White House Correspondents' Dinner should be a brutal roast of the White House and the people who cover it. So we've thrown that out. It's not the worst thing to bring that back for the sake of conversation. By the way, Peter anything else you want to talk about? And did you know who is hanging behind Professor Marianne? Who
I think that's one of her original artworks.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. She's been, Tom Weber got her into watercolor, and she shares.
Yeah, I painted a snowman.
If you can do that, why
You've got talent.
Yeah, and why do anything else?
You ever try to make a living as an artist? There's a reason why the phrase, poor artist is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But if I could,
it makes a little, walking around money now and then.
If I could even come close to painting the way you do, I would, I would be a kept man. I'm sure there would be, anyway.
David, I just have one quick thing to mention.
Yes, please.
Follow up to my piece last week about the plan to nuke the mice in the Farallon Islands.
Yes.
And as Les Truthy predicted, the California Coastal Commission rubber stamped the government's proposal, and they are going to move forward in the spirit of environmentalism to wipe out the mice population, which will kill birds that they are planning to protect from the ravages of the mice. So the beat goes on.
It's almost as though nobody read Rachel Carson.
Yeah.
The birds eat the mice, and then the birds get eaten by other birds who get eaten by the cat who gets eaten by the coyote. This is it's amazing. Thank you both. Did we cover everything? Is there anything left? Mike Steinel is doing something bizarre. He's going on a vacation. He's not here tonight.
Oh my gosh!
Can you imagine relaxing? And
so we're the caboose here tonight.
You're the caboose.
I've never watched the end of the show. What happens?
I apologize. I read a list of everyone who has betrayed me this week. It's about 3,000 names, and I have a fire marshal ring a bell for each name of the people who betrayed me, and then we wrap it up with, we're going to be here Christmas Eve, Friday night.
All right.
And not doing the podcast, we do office hours.
Right.
You're welcome, if you're lonely, you're welcome to join us for office hours.
I would like to just break ranks here in the War on Christmas and wish everybody a Merry Christmas if that's something that suits you. And I'd also just like to point out that the holidays are hell for many people. People who live with depression, people who live with difficult people even without depression. And I just want to mention, because I'll bet there is somebody listening to this podcast because they're alone this Christmas, or they are sad or depressed. And I just want to recognize that. I can't fix it for them, but I think that just by acknowledging it, it will help some people.
Thank you. And I cannot tell you, as somebody who creates a lot of mental illness, I'm responsible for a lot of people who are depressed. No, that it is amazing as somebody who I think every American suffers from some kind of sadness, especially now. It is amazing what one phone call can do. To pick up a phone and check up on somebody, it's amazing how it can change the way somebody sees the world. And as I said at the beginning of the show, there's a lot to be scared about. There's a lot to be unhappy about. And if you're not upset and worried, you're the problem. F you for your happiness. How dare you be happy at a time like this? So take solace in the fact that you're a human being. If you're depressed, sad, and lonely, that's what being human is. And it does get better. It does get better. And if you're depressed and sad, call somebody, reach out to somebody else and make them happy, and it bounces back on you. There's some people who need help, and I have a donate page where we list all the charities that have been vetted by Bernard Sanders. So if you go to my website and hit the donate page, I'm not asking you to donate to me. Bernard Sanders, who ran for president, has a list of charities that he believes in, and I support St. Jude's. The ProPublica reportage notwithstanding, I still think St. Jude's is a good organization. I'll leave the both of you with whatever message of hope and cheer. Professor Marianne, any message of hope and cheer?
I think that an act of kindness can turn it all around.
Yes.
I mean, I will never subscribe to any religion or philosophy where an act of kindness couldn't redeem you, no matter what kind of criminal or horrible person you've been up to that point.
I agree. In fact, yesterday I was standing in line for a sandwich, and I turned around and I looked at this guy, this white 30-year-old, and I said, you know what? I'm not going to call you an asshole. You're an asshole. I've overheard your conversation. You're a worthless asshole, but because it's the Christmas season, I'm not going to call you an asshole. And I think that act of kindness kept me from getting punched in the face. So,
well, I will invoke.
The chat room said he appreciated that.
He did appreciate it. I'm not going to call you an asshole. I could, because you are an asshole, but I'm not going to tell you that you're an asshole.
I will invoke my old friend John Carroll, who for years wrote a column on the back page of the San Francisco Chronicle. And every year at this time, he would promote what he called the Untied Way. And that's a play on the United Way. Mm-hmm. And he would suggest to people that you go to your ATM and you pull out a number of $20 bills, whatever your own wealth would allow. And when you see a homeless person, or you see somebody who's panhandling at the stoplight, even if you think they're going to take your money and go directly to buy booze or drugs, give it to them and cut out the middleman or, organization. And this kind of personal giving can lift people's spirits more than you would know. And, you're probably not going to miss the money. Some people, it might be a squeeze. But don't give more than you can manage, but give it freely. And, to see somebody smile who was expecting spare change or maybe $1 at the most, and they get a 20, that's dinner.
Mm-hmm.
That's halfway to a Fleabag motel for the night.
Right.
And just think of what these kinds of small individual acts can do for somebody who is hurting at this time of year.
Or at every time of the year.
Mm-hmm.
How is John Carroll? Is he still at the Chronicle? Or is he?
No, they bought him out a few years ago. He was too expensive. There are no columns, no columnists to speak of there anymore. And it's a Hearst rag, and it's $600 a year for home delivery of a really thin paper.
Right. He wrote just great writer until he wrote about me.
Oh, yeah?
He did a profile. Great writer. Used to read him every day. I pick up the Chronicle one day, and he was profiling a female comic named Joni who was playing the Sweet River in the Delta, like somewhere deep in beyond Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
And it was all about her having to kill time while the arrogant headliner kept her waiting. Like poor Joni had to do an hour because the headliner, David Feldman, couldn't be bothered to show up on time. And I was like over my morning coffee being reviled as an insensitive comic. It was, I think I wrote him a nasty note.
Yeah?
That he didn't respond to. But he's a great writer.
Was it accurate?
Yeah.
And did she tell you that she wanted to call you an asshole, but it was the holiday season and
yes.
she would pass?
It was the Sweet River Saloon, which was a nightmare gig near Merced. It was in Merced.
Oh God.
And there were no consequences to I deserved what he wrote. To me, it was a cash run. It was like, there's a little money. All I have to do is drive from San Francisco to Merced, bomb, pick up a check, and go home. And that's how I thought of it. I'm driving to Merced to pick up money. That was, and if I kept the audience or Joni waiting, I'm going to stop and get something to eat. It's no big deal. I should have my own sitcom by now. The thought of I being forced to play Merced is so insulting. I didn't know that Mr. Carroll would be there to see me show up late.
But wasn't his skewering of you done in a very clever and literate
that's
manner?
why I was angry. I was very furious with him because he was absolutely right. And when you get called on your own bullshit, if you want to really piss somebody off, call somebody on their bullshit and be correct, and they will flip out. Everybody has their bullshit. And if you isolate somebody's bullshit, which he did, like smoke came out of my ears when I read that, because he was right about me. Give him my best.
Okay, I will. And now I'm going to take off this silly knit cap. I just wanted to be like you, David.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I hope there's insanity here. I don't stop. I do a show regardless. So we're going to do a show. We do a show every Monday and Thursday here. I hope you can both make it next week. And it was also nice, the two of you together. I enjoyed it. Yeah. Thank you. It's an honor, the both of you. It's in all seriousness.
And I appreciate the Feldman Show, and thanks to Tom Weber for
thanks
introducing
to Tom
me.
Weber. Yes, the great Tom Weber. Thank you, Peter B. Collins. Go to Peter B. Collins for a treasure trove. PeterBCollins.com for a treasure trove of podcasts, radio shows, and interviews going back, I don't know, decades?
12 years.
12 years.
The earlier archives were lost by the wonderful iHeart Media Company. They had been collecting my syndicated radio show, and at a certain point, they just pulled the plug. So it goes back about 12 years.
iHeartRadio is Clear Channel, correct?
Yes. Uh-huh.
San Antonio, they put...
Originally, yeah.
Well, we'll talk about... I don't want to get you into trouble with talking about iHeartRadio and...
Oh, it doesn't matter.
and Bain Capital. Doesn't Mitt Romney own iHeartRadio?
No, they did. They consulted iHeart and enabled them to load up with even more debt than they originally had. And I don't think that Bain is still involved.
Okay.
Typically they're like looters. They grab and run.
Grab and run, smash and grab.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, sir. Professor Marianne Cummings is a physicist, an artist, an amazing artist. She is also an elected official. You're the only elected official on this show. You are a parks commissioner for Aurora, Illinois. Did you know that you're an elected official?
I didn't know I was the only one. Nobody's even a precinct committee person here?
I don't.
Not.
Why
not?
We have candidates on the show, but once they get elected, it's not a good idea to show
Not
up.
a good idea to especially, show up in the chat room now.
Yeah. Thank
And
you.
we'll be getting some more soon.
I don't argue with you on what? Do I argue with you?
Not recently. That's been a little disturbing.
Yeah, I don't.
No.
I don't argue. I mean, I think you. I think we discussed whether or not to vote for Biden. I think a year ago I was kind of, but I didn't. I understood why you didn't vote for him, and I would still vote for him, but I hate him.
But if you really want the Democrats to succeed, you won't be rooting for them. You will be criticizing them mercilessly, because if we all start rooting for them, they'll keep doing what they're doing. That'll be a train wreck.
Yeah. Thank you both. That is our show. I want to
Good night, David.
Good night.
Good night,
Thank
Marianne.
you so much.
Night, Peter.
If I don't see you before Christmas, Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
I wish
And
people Merry Christmas. That's my way of fighting a war on Christmas. I figure if I wish people a Merry Christmas, it cheapens the whole Merry Christmas thing. So,
I'll see you next week.
I'll see you next week. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Professor Marianne Cummings. If you would like to join us for office hours this Friday night, go to my website, hit the Attend Office Hours button. You'll get a link. All you need is Zoom, and you can be in the Zoom room. I host the first hour from 8 till 9, and then it's turned over to a series of activists, musicians, writers, people in our group. We're going to do a table read of another sitcom, or maybe It's a Wonderful Life, depending on what I can swing between now and Christmas Eve. I have a feeling we'll do a table read of It's a Wonderful Life, and everybody will get the script, and you can read along and participate. And then it will go till Christmas Day and beyond. Go to my website to sign up. All you need is a Zoom, and it's free. And I promise you, you'll meet better people. And if you would like to sit in our virtual studio audience here at the David Feldman Show and annoy our guests, you are welcome to go to my website and sign up. Hello, Warren. I'm going to take some calls here. Warren? All right. Bernie Ho. Yes, Bernie Ho, baby cat.
Go fuck yourself!
Ah, that's so sweet, Bernie Ho, baby cat. Thank you. Okay.
Tell
Sorry,
Judd to go
David.
fuck himself too.
Oh, hang on. What?
Tell Judd to go fuck himself too.
Okay, thank you.
And Cyrus to eat shit.
In honor of Christmas, are you Bernie Ho 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 cat? Huh?
Oh wow! Yo!
Hey, Hannah has come around to you. I was taught Hannah actually has softened on
They
you.
always do.
I guess she didn't like me encouraging you to insult her. My daughter comes to office hours, and Bernie Ho was Bernie Ho with her. Happy Christmas. Are we going to see you for office hours?
I don't know. It depends on when I get finished watching the Poland Christmas special.
Okay. Oh, that's a good idea. Thank you, Bernie Ho.
There's a table read.
Okay. Warren G.
Up yours.
Thank you, and to yours too. Warren G.
Thank you, David. How are you?
Good.
Good show tonight.
Yes, it was. Thank you.
I think part of it was a really good office hours last week, and we just decided we have the solutions. It's just the implementation is the problem.
You know, I saw Mike Gravel's platform. He passed away. He was forced to run for president last year, and I went online and read his platform. It's incredible. Everybody should go to Mike Gravel for president. It's on, just Google it and read what he's offering. And everything in that platform is the answer to all our problems. So we should probably, instead of doing a table read of Saved by the Bell, I should go through Mike Gravel's platform. He had all the solutions there. So,
yes, the Gravel Institute is an awesome organization.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's interesting.
Okay.
It's very, very interesting.
Anything else?
Thank you for calling on me. That's it.
Thank you. Mike Gravel, who read the Pentagon Papers into the congressional record, and a great American. Meanwhile, we're extraditing Julian Assange here to the United States. There was a big story in the New York Times over the weekend
Can we extradite you?
about all the thousands of innocent civilians killed by the Pentagon with drone strikes, and how it's been covered up, and no one has been prosecuted for these thousands of innocent civilians killed by drone airstrikes. But Julian Assange, who reports on this, is going to be extradited and locked up. Last call will be from Rodrigo in Mexico. You were wonderful as the soup Nazi.
Senor.
All right, I have to mute Bernie Ho.
Frito Bandito.
Oh, that's nice. That's great. And they wonder why the world hates Americans. Sorry, Rodrigo. Rodrigo?
Hi, David. I was just telling the chat that I refuse to read a 2-hour movie, so if you do It's a Wonderful Life, you'll have to do it without me.
Really? Because I wanted you to be Clarence, the angel, who shows Jimmy Stewart what the world would be like if we had socialism in America. You didn't like being the soup Nazi?
I liked it, but I was a little confused, especially since one of the lines I read said Fräulein, but Andy Brown was complaining that I didn't have enough Middle Eastern accent, so it kind of threw me off a little.
No, okay. It's always sad when the actors in a production don't get along. Was Andy Brown jealous that you were getting more laughs?
No, he just likes to give me a hard time because it was my...
Yeah, I had to call, Human Resources called Andy in to talk about his behavior on the set. What's on your mind
was
tonight?
great, but Professor Jones' Seinfeld was a little
Stilted.
better. Sorry?
Stilted.
I thought he was great, Professor Jonas.
Yeah.
I forget his first name.
All right. Nobody knows what we're talking. You have to go to office hours to understand what we're talking about. What is on your mind? Did you criticize Professor?
And not insult too many people.
Well, you must be mad at Professor Adnan Hussein for praising AMLO. Did you notice Professor Adnan Hussein had some kind words about AMLO?
Well, I was sleeping a headache off, and now that you tell me this, I think I'm going to watch that part of the show at 2.x speed.
Yeah. What do you have to say to Professor Adnan Hussein about celebrating AMLO?
Well, AMLO recently wrote and published a decree or executive order, as other people know them, to say that works from the from the federal government no longer have to ask for the opinions of several departments. Like, he doesn't have to ask the opinion of indigenous peoples or the water people or anyone who might be opposed to him mining lithium when he passes the... Yes, Benny, I know it's boring. There was no reason to pass that executive order exempting public works from having to get permissions unless you're planning to strip mine the lithium. But I had something to read, if that's okay with Bernie Ho.
Yeah, I muted her. Go ahead.
Everyone's brains work a little differently. Some people are faster at witty comebacks. Some can remember very long lists. This is because certain areas of the brain are a little more or less developed than the hypothetical average person. Our brains are always looking for advantages over the rest of the people. Now, most brains have decided that not standing out is the best you can do, but the rest of us have to deal with conflicting impulses. On the one hand, we have some brains that find it easier to believe in conspiracy theories, the forbidden pleasure of knowing something everyone else doesn't. These are the people who gravitate towards QAnon. And then we have people who find it extremely easy to stop believing in things. You might say the atheists and agnostics fall in this category. And then we have the people whose brains would rather double down on believing in someone everyone else has agreed that is a snake oil salesman. And the intersection of people who find it easier to believe in conspiracy theories and those who would rather double down than admit they've been living life wrong for decades is mostly the people who voted for Trump again, but also some of them are leftists. And this brain science is what explains why people keep watching Jimmy Dore and his merry bunch of FBI informants. But the point of this is not to make fun of people. What I want to share with you is that there's no one immune to falling for obvious grifts. Christopher Hitchens, who Ben Borges recently wrote a book about, was a very smart socialist who, towards the end of his life, decided he wasn't a socialist anymore, and he started going on shows to defend the Iraq War. Even though he defended the Palestinian people to an extent, when he died, he was holding very different views from when he was a lot younger. Sometimes we have to choose between cutting someone off from our family or group or letting them rant in front of younger, impressionable people about how everyone should leave the Democratic Party and join the White Grifters Party because they have promised not to make the same mistakes the Green Party did. But sometimes we have the luxury of trying to convince our friends and family that they should stop watching the political version of the Kardashians and their spin-off shows. And we should, or at least we should keep trying unless we're too worried about their influence on the rest of the family. This is very hard. It often feels like telling people you care about that they have to choose between believing in nothing like a political nihilist or believing in a snake oil salesman who promises to keep the anger alive, even when they only do let's tear our own allies down and armchair quarterbacking politics, and they are very, very big when it comes to what we can do for a better future. But if we are to have any future, we have to be willing to be skeptical of everyone, not just the people who train us to turn every conversation about defeating Pelosi or the system into, and that's why we have to primary AOC. And sorry if I was a little scattered.
Primary AOC?
Very...
Primary AOC?
Yes. Many of the people who watch Jimmy Dore have been trained to...
Oh, you're doing sarcasm.
Turn every conversation into, and that's why we have to primary AOC.
I see. You were being right. Andy Brown, thank you, Rodrigo.
Thanks.
Andy Brown has something he wants to say to you, I think. Andy?
I would just like to formalize my complaint that Rodrigo's Middle Eastern accent is no bueno.
Well, now this upsets me because you played, I believe, Kramer. Were you Kramer on the Super Bowl?
Bald one.
You were George.
I was George.
And you didn't get along with Rodrigo as the soup Nazi. Is that correct?
My character didn't.
Right, but you were complaining after the show that the casting was off and that you never want to work with Rodrigo again.
In so many words, yes.
Okay.
I thought that was private.
Yeah, well, it created a hostile work environment, and you were called into human resources, if I recall.
Yes, that is what happened. I was told not to talk about it unless I was in the presence of my lawyer.
Are you walking off the show now?
Well, that's up to Rodrigo at this point, isn't it?
Rodrigo, will you accept it?
I just reminded us that you had agreed that Andy was going to be Elaine, and you backed out of that.
I was trying to just produce an episode of Seinfeld for office hours. That's all I wanted. And it was a very mediocre production. We have to pick up our game. Okay. Thank you, Andy. And how's the Discord going?
Going great.
Yes, it is.
You can get an invite if you come to office hours.
Come to office hours, and then you can join our Discord. And thank you for putting that together. Thank you to Joe in Norway for keeping office hours afloat, and all the town elders who show up for the office hour meetings on Wednesday night. Dan Frankenberger and Sarah Bush and Andy Brown and Professor John and Grace Jackson and Lance Jeffries. And I know I'm leaving somebody out. I want to thank all our guests tonight, Judd Apatow, and then Dan Frankenberger, Howie Klein, David Cobb, Dr. Harriet Fraud. Then we had Professor Adnan Hussein, followed by Professor Marianne Cummings, and then Peter B. Collins. I left somebody out, right? I must have left somebody out. Okay.
You got everybody.
I got everybody. Thank you, Warren. And of course, everybody in the Zoom room for participating in the show and distracting our guests with your brilliant, brilliant comments. And I do mean that. We have a YouTube channel. Thank you to all of you who are watching right now on YouTube. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's a great way to share segments of this show because it has timestamps, and so you can isolate, like Rodrigo, for example. You want to share Rodrigo, there's a timestamp, and you can share it. Subscribe to the show wherever you get your podcasts. Do not give money to the DCCC. Go to Down with Tyranny. Look at the candidates that Howie Klein endorses. Please, this time of year, give money to Howie Klein's candidates. And get through Christmas. It's going to get better. I know we were particularly negative today, but it's never as bad. It's never as good as we think it is. It just is. I'm David Feldman. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. To tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Yes, it's time right now on the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.